There just aren't enough points to score. There aren't enough members of Nouns. 4, 3, 2, 1. Black Hand is your world champion of Pokémon UNITE!
इन पोकेमॉन को पूरी तरीके से आप
つきましたタキシマグローバン
भी हरूटा क्योंकि उन्होंने चार्ज कर सके स्टार्ट कर सके because जवाब
전투 기다리고 있습니다. 자, 일단 썬더를 양 선수가 썬더를 마무리하면서
A warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Pokémon UNITE WCS East Asia qualifiers here for the month of April. My name is Permasneeze, and I'm joined by none other than Moonboy. It has been a hot minute since both of us have been at the caster's desk, but what a way to come back.
It has been a long while, Permasneeze, and finally we are here and we are down to the top 8 playoff of the APAC East region, and I believe we are starting off with the loser bracket today. They have already played off the top 8 bracket previously as well. Players have gone through a gruesome gauntlet of yesterday from 12 hours of game, and this day number 2, and it's going to be a long day of Pokemon Unite for you guys, so do stay tuned because we got a long day of games ahead of us.
Yeah, absolutely, Moonboy. And he's exactly spot on, right? This tournament has only begun broadcasting, but the players have already been running through the gauntlet. If you follow some of them on social media, you might have already seen some of them post some satisfactory, some not so satisfactory results. I think there are definitely some teams each of us have our eyes on. And isn't it crazy to see some of the familiar faces? I mean, Moonboy, the last time we cast together on this, what a beautiful casting desk we have, first of all, right? The last time we were together, some of these names are back right with us, so it's a nice, pleasant surprise to see some familiar faces right alongside this time's qualifier.
Yep, a little bit of a change in name as well. I believe Orangutan has been undefeated in the game so far. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just take a look how this year WCS is gonna look like. And right here in APAC East, we are gonna be qualifying 3 teams. This region. So the players are gonna be playing all the way to June, and only the top 3 teams will be going to Worlds.
Yeah, so Worlds in Yokohama, I'm sure all of you, if you guys are on in this stream, you guys are probably more than aware about what's going on. All of these players are fighting for a chance to make it to Worlds in Yokohama. But how do you get there? So 31 teams from across all these different regions will be qualifying, like Moonboy said. We'll be crowning 3 today who will make it not directly to WCS just yet, but 3 today who will make it to June. We'll get more into those details in a short bit. But I mean, we've already seen some of the other regions face off for this month, and boy, the competition is hot.
Yep, not forgetting APAC West as well, which will be happening later on in another stream as well. So you guys could, tune in later on to just check them out. But take a look at this. So in April, top 3 teams will be qualifying for the regional playoff. In May, 3 more. And in June, there will be a last chance qualifier to qualify 2 more teams. And all 8 teams will be fighting for the top 3 teams to head into Yokohama for the WCS.
Yeah, so 3 from this month, 3 from next month, and a last few little 2 gonna squeeze in for that shot in June. Now, how does this tournament work? This is going to be pretty consistent with what you guys have already seen in the last few major events. It's going to be a double elimination format and best of 3 games throughout all the way to the grand final. So right now, as per when the broadcast has started, we're already at the top 8 teams. And after you lose 2 matches, that's when you'll be eliminated. The top 3 teams will qualify for the regional playoffs that will be happening at the tail end of June, just like Moonboy said. And that's how we're going to roll for today. Shouldn't be anything too crazy. It should be everything you guys have come to expect. And let's move on to the match rules in specifics here.
Yep, so first off, it's going to be a 10-minute 5v5 tournament mode right here, and we are going to Tier Sky Ruin for today. Players will be playing draft pick system, no use limit and no level limit on the held items as well. But for the Pokemon side, Zacian and Lapras will be banned for today, and Blastoise with the Water Sprout combo will be not allowed in today as well. Boosted Emblem is prohibited for today. So it's going to be a fair, straight out Pokemon Unite tournament for today. Players is going to be doing their best to show what they have with their team.
Yeah, Moonboy, you're sounding a bit like an airline safety briefing here. Please keep in mind that boost emblems are prohibited. And now we're moving on to how the draft will be conducted. If you just turn to your left and turn to your right, you'll see that first pick and second pick should be as per what you've experienced in previous large events as well. Like we said, it isn't anything too crazy. For those people who are a bit new to it, both teams will first go through the ban phase, where now, as per draft pick, they'll each be entitled to banning out one Pokemon. These bans will happen at the same time, and then these teams will take turns as per the cards and the numbers indicated to pick their Pokemon one by one. Now, it might kind of lead to a few questions, wondering, okay, then depending on the player order, how is that going to work out? Well, during the preparation phase, after all Pokemon have been locked in, that's where the players can switch around. So it doesn't matter which order the team is in when loading into the lobby. You can just snatch those priority Pokemon first and swap them around later.
Yep, so next up for the prizes, what are these players playing for today? First off, rank number 1, the champion for today will be walking home with 7,500 USD, and followed up by 7,350, 3,000, 1,000, and 750 USD. So it's gonna be large chunk of prize money coming in, and players are indeed gunning for the money, but however, they are actually looking in fact for a seed for the qualifiers in June. So this way, they will have a easier way to actually work their way into UCS.
Yeah, I mean, all these teams looking at just securing that premium slot directly to the regional playoffs so that they can take the next few months off, you know what I mean? Because if you're consistently placing at the top, you're performing well, there's going to be a red target on your back. But speaking of red target on your back, we obviously have the teams before us. Let's take a look at how the brackets have shaken down between yesterday and today. Now, just taking a quick look through, this is our top 8 that we have. Should be some familiar names, some not so much, and some familiar names more for what I would think are more fans of esports organizations in general. I think very big news, Orangutan, Talon, these are two names that are pretty significant esports orgs in Asia, and they faced off against each other just through the upper semi-final. So as per the broadcast starting, we're going to start us off with the match in the lower second round between Hu and Omo Abyssinian, followed up by the match of Talon versus V Family. Then we're going to move into the upper final, Orangutan versus Old Guys, and unfortunately we'll have to skip out on the lower semi-finals because we're going to jump straight into the lower finals before we crown our potential champion.
Yep. So it's gonna be a long day of Pokemon Unite, guys. But if you guys are interested to be part of future tournaments, or even if you guys don't have a team, do watch out because we will have a Pokemon Unite Challenge Day held on the 6th of May. So there will be 2 time slot available for you guys. So you guys can take a look at the screen and take down the times and join us for this awesome tournament. It's a Swiss style event. All matches are best of 1, up to 4 rounds, and held in each supported languages as well. So it is for individual entry for a group of 1 to 3.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just like me and Moonboy and you have no friends outside of each other, this is perfect for you. And the challenge day is meant to provide a nice little platform for everybody who wants to try their hand at a bit of a competitive level, but doesn't want to just go full commitment, right? These are supposed to be made more accessible for everyone, and that's something to look forward to.
Hey, who knows, right? Maybe next month for the next qualifiers, we will see you guys in this pre-made teams, and you guys might even made it to WCS in Yokohama as well.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? We never know. But of course, let's bring it back to what everybody has been waiting for, right? Everyone is here to see that bracket shakeout, and specifically the 2 teams that we'll be seeing in our first matchup of today, Omo Abyssinian, say that 3 times quick, versus who?
Yeah.
He's trying his best right now.
Yeah.
Omo Abyssinian. You might just summon something if you're not careful, Moonboy.
Yeah, but I mean, we will be summoning them into the matchup really soon, as both teams are already in the lobby right now. So I believe this is going to be an interesting matchup. Both teams had a really good run coming in this weekend, as well as Omo Abyssinian actually take a 2-1 loss against Talon, and it's not an easy task to actually take a map against Talon.
Yeah, that's for sure. And Omo Abyssinian, for those of you who do not recognize that team name, we have a beautiful head-to-head graphic for you to look at. And let me just remind you about some of these names you may not remember, but time to jolt your memory a little bit. Omo Abyssinian actually consists of 3 members who used to be from the Philippines stack, who were so popular, AFR. Now, if that doesn't jolt your memory, I don't know what will. I remember me and Moonboy, we were watching that team just kind of dominate. They showed up in the winter tournament just, I think it was last year. here, and they are going to be up against who? Right? And these are players that we haven't really seen as much of, right? This is one of the first few times that there's actually a spotlight and a broadcast being shown on these regions of Taiwan, Hong Kong, Macau, as well as the Philippines. The Philippines maybe more so than the rest, but these are all relatively new names here on Who.
Yep, and we're just gonna see, right? This is actually the first time we're gonna see what who is going to be, like, how well is who going to perform in the grand stage, and this is the platform for them to prove themselves against Omo Abyssinian. And with the experience coming in from the old AFR players, like, they will be bringing their number one game into this as well, and it's all down to who, right? How are they going to crack this Philippine team and hopefully make their way into the loser bracket semifinals.
Yeah, absolutely here. And I think one thing to point out is the fact that it's exactly what I said just now, right? These three players are what you would consider veterans of the scene at this point. They have been to some LAN tournaments, some in-person tournaments, and bringing that level of experience, and more importantly than not, that level of composure, that level of just the, you know, having sat through the gauntlet that is 2 full days of slogging. You know, online is one thing, being at the venue is another, and having to just combat, you know, the exhaustion or the fatigue or just run round after round of Pokemon Unite. That is something that deserves a lot of respect, and we'll see whether that pays off or whether what I guess to us, the new kids on the block, can take away from them.
Yep, and not forgetting, right, they have been playing a long day yesterday, and they are coming in not 100%. So, you know, the experience and the fatigue is gonna matter at this point in time, right? If you're too tired, you won't perform at your peak performance. And if you're experienced enough, you know how to deal with this kind of fatigue and actually maneuver around and come up on top of this one. So who do you think might come out on top?
Okay, I don't know about you, but if I learned something from our other co-caster, JJ-kun, who's a proud Filipino himself, the Filipinos love their meriendas, right? So we're currently at 4 p.m. It's right after tea break. So you're talking about not refreshed? No, I argue otherwise. This is peak time for Omo Abyssinian to take it away. If I had to pick, I would definitely back them. Just because of the familiarity with some of the experienced names, it's a bit harder to argue against what we've seen to be good results.
Yep, so I think the same as well, right? Omo Abyssinian is coming in really strong as well. But ladies and gentlemen, off we go to the draft right here of Who versus Omo Abyssinian. And we're down to the band phase right here. And I believe, you know, maybe an Urshifu or even, you know, Trevenant might be favorite bands coming in.
Yeah, so I mean, for those of you who have followed Pokemon Unite competitive, there are a few premium picks. I think me and Moonboy have kept our eye out for them. Hoopa, Urshifu, no surprises there. Wouldn't be too surprised in the first 3 picks to see Pokemon like the Slowbro, like the Trevenant, like the Blastoise coming out. You know, even though Moonboy, like you mentioned, in this tournament specifically, Blastoise with the Water Spout is not allowed. Still very strong with the Surf, still very strong with the Rapid Spin Hydro Pump, and crucially, most importantly of all, the Hydro Typhoon is such a powerful team fight Unite move.
Definitely, and Blastoise might be a good Pokemon to pick right here, but instead, the first pick is going to be on Espeon going up to Who, and follow up by Clefable and a Dodrio coming in by Omo Abyssinian. And, you know, Clefable, we have not seen it pick around the world, but right here in APAC, this is our specialty right here.
Absolutely. And I think Clefable is I know it's a bit of a favorite of yours in the past few days because we were doing our prep work and doing our research. And Moonboy, every single time I thought maybe it's because they have a skill called Moonlight, but maybe because of that you feel an affinity towards it. Tell me about what you think makes this pick so strong.
Well, the amount of healing coming in, you know, stacked together as a team. So as long as Abyssinian is actually holding up together in a 5-stack, those Moonlight is going to be paying so much dividend to the rest of the team. But however, something interesting just showed up in Whose side of the pick is definitely going to be that Greedent. We have not seen this Pokemon for a very long time. So we're just going to see what this pesky squirrel is going to do to us this time.
I mean, you literally talked about it, Omo. They need to stick together to milk the most effectiveness out from this Moonlight. And that Greedent is not gonna let that happen. Looking to try and pull them all over the map. The old school, you know, your Sableye, that's a bit too new school for you. Sheeptail on this Greedent is gonna try and wreak havoc and just crush them early on. And I think it's an interesting pick as well, because back in the day when we saw Greedent, it would just make a beeline straight for the enemy central area. Could try and shut down Schwa on presumably the central area Dodrio early on and just stamp that bird down.
Yep, that's a possible play coming in from the Greedent as well. And something interesting on the right side is definitely going to be that Lucario, right? We have not seen Lucario being chosen pretty often after him being like, on the nerf train again and again. and it's not easy to actually pilot this blue dog in Tear Sky Ruin. And, if Miva could actually put it to perfection, it is still a very dangerous Pokemon to be dealing with.
Absolutely. But I need to catch you in your words right there, Moonboy. You said if Miva can do it. I don't know if you remember back in the AFR days, it was Miva who consistently did it. This is his Pokemon. And even though it's been on the nerf trains, you know how it is with these one tricks, Moonboy, especially when you're a specialist at that Pokemon. Who cares about the nerfs, man? I'm going to put a show on. I'm going to bring out my best Pokemon, start out the day on broadcast well, make everyone remember just why AFR was so dominant. I mean, this is giving me flashbacks to the past already.
Yep, and Omo have a name and reputation to uphold. So, ladies and gentlemen, off we go to Tear Sky Ruin for our very first game for today. Who versus Omo Abyssinian?
Moonboy, I won't lie. It feels good to be back casting Pokemon Unite with you, and especially with such high stakes. We have yet to see such, I think Pokemon Unite competitive as a whole, the esports scene as a whole has really just developed, and it's nice to see all these regions we never really got to see just last year be able to show what they have and what they can bring to the table right now.
Yep, Tempest immediately invading the central area of Hu, though, but he might be in a little bit of a trouble if he don't get out there as fast as possible. He might have stolen a little bit of thing. I'm not sure what's happening. But however, on the top side, it feels like a little bit of a scramble for Hu on the top side.
Yeah, I mean, Snorlax, very, very good in these early game situations. The body slam just does such a large chunk of burst damage that you really won't expect. But I mean, maybe if you inspect the belly a little bit, you'll see it coming. But I mean, I think making use of that very well and still coming back to the bot path just to protect Lewis a little bit and keep him safe on that Mew.
Yep, something interesting that, that Machop actually did, right? He tried to go for a little bit of dunk, doing a little bit of disruption on the top side as well. But he did not actually dunk much, or even dunk any points at that point in time. So there's no stacks coming onto the Machop, and he really have to try to get those stacks going. If not, it's going to be too late.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Shua and Miva, they're going to be doubling up, trying to get as many of those stacks as possible. But Sheeptail over here, just being pesky, just running around, just dragging their attention away, and not really going to be able to achieve much as the dojo, once again, just continuously getting these dunks in. Needs to get out of there, though, but they're squaring up on the Machop. Poor little guy can't get his stacks in and can't get the levels up. Miva makes quick work of him.
Yep, Miva is just literally moving it really swiftly around the map and just taking out key priorities again and again. It seems like their game plan right now is definitely going to be bully the Machop, not allow it to get any stacks, not allow it to get any form of EXP, and just let it be the weakest link of the team.
Yeah, I mean, Sheeptail still on this Greedent, being as annoying as a squirrel can be, tossing out those berries, just running around, keeping tabs on Shua. And I mean, we've seen this more with Pokemon like the Sableye, right? Especially with this Greedent, it's all about the information gathering. It wasn't so much of a thing back when, Greedent was more prevalent, but now with Sableye, just having a clear idea about where your opponents are on the map has proven so useful, especially at the higher levels. An engagement coming out here, though, 4v4 situation, and they just jump in. The Heavy Slam sets up perfectly for that first KO on the Greedent, and looks like the rest of the side of Hu, they need to try and back off right now. Another Heavy Slam, Tempest finding yet another, but the dynamic punch coming out from the Machop. At the moment, it's not enough. He has to back off, so they do take down the Snorlax. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but crucially, Hu, they bring 5 members down. Take a look at that top half. Lucario's just farming away.
Yep, Lucario is going to be adding so much stacks onto him, if Hu actually leave it unattended right on the top side as well. But right here, it's going to be a scramble. It seems like right here, Hu might be a little bit of a trouble, as immediately 2 KO coming in from the Dodrio, and they're going for the push. Taking a KO so early in the game is so great for Abyssinian, especially when the Regirock is live.
Yeah, I mean, Shua getting away with a sliver of HP there. They need to be careful because Sheeptail's still looking for it, but there's JR absent, creating the space for his core Pokemon there, and the Moonlight gonna slowly heal them up. Miva finally joining the fray, not able to get the touch because of a nice Espeon eject button there, but Miva, Aura Cannon, the slashes are there. High five, baby. They just tag team up, bite them to make them bite dust there, and now poor Greedent might team to follow. The blast away from the Mew, gonna be able to grab it, and just like that, Omo Abyssinian grab that objective and a huge teamfight win in this bot path.
Wow, there was lots of trades left and right coming on, but however, the Omo Abyssinian actually have the advantage right there, taking the Regirock, and they're in for the push. Yes, those Snorlax making so much space for them, and the Mew just doing so much damage with those solar beams.
Yeah, exactly. The Mystical Mirage as well helps them get out of that situation scot-free. Omo Abyssinian, I won't lie here, it really feels like they've been playing a perfect game so far. Every single movement, every single team fight. Tempest right in the front to get those heavy slams, and Miva and the Dojo with Miva and the Dojo Shua just combining up perfectly to get these picks on the back line.
Yep, as of right now, I think, Omo Abyssinian is actually looking so strong right now, and they have to try to snowball this all the way into the middle game or even the late game, because right here, they're so dominant with those levels. Lucario 11, Dojo at 10. What else is there to say?
Moonboy, Lucario is level 11. What is this? Like, it's 3 patches ago? What was this about the nerf train you were talking about? I don't see it. It's left the station. This man has well and truly taken off. Might be in some trouble here. Forced to pop the Aura Cannon, turning it back the other way. It's a 3v1 situation, but we've seen Lucario's prevail. The power up, gonna send it flying, still holding on to it at the moment, doesn't want to send it out, and the rest of the squad is here. Here's Tempest, the response is there, he's bought enough time, and now the side of Hu are forced to scatter for the win. Looks like the Machamp will be easy pickings, but the other two managed to slide away and escape. Not as bad as it could be for Hu, but still, they're gonna convert this to a Regieleki potentially.
Yeah, the Machamp was actually looking a little bit lost at that point in time, being stuck onto Abyssian's side. But right here, Miva is being caught up by Hu as well. But Tempest, though, with the Unite move, just slamming onto 4 men. But there's no follow-up coming from Abyssinian.
Yeah, they need to get out of here. It's starting to be a bit of a sunk cost. Losing Miva is a huge chunk of EXP going to the way of Hu. And just like that, what looked like a nice Regieleki take for them potentially turns a bit sour. There's Macho. Oh no, getting the touch on the mill as well and getting that 3rd stage. That is really huge for this side of Hu. They're starting to feel the momentum. They're starting to ride the wave here, pushing forward. Very belly flop, like you said. The Greedon onto the back line, holding them back with a Bullet Seed. And the triple trample. Is it enough though? That Espeon Unite move isn't going to tag onto anyone, but Mystical Mirage, Omo Abyssinian, they don't want to lose the fight on this top side, but the barrage, the hands come out from this Machoke, and the cross chop is there, cuts down that Dojo down to size, and they're still trying to push, but no, Omo Abyssinian holding the distance. They finally crack open that goal zone, but oh wow, it's a trade out immediately. Registeel for Omo Abyssinian.
Yep, Omo right here, they do have the point advantage. They have a little bit of a level advantage as well with the buff of the Registeel. They have to keep this rolling because right here, Hu is fighting back, ladies and gentlemen. If Hu continue this train going and Omo has no choice but to back off fights after fight, that is not where they want to be at the final stretch.
Absolutely. I mean, Omo Abyssinian, they've really made this Lucario look so good on Miva, and he's just been playing relatively solo this entire time, right? It kind of reminds me of back in the day when Lucario was prevalent. This is how he always liked to play, but looks like some action happening at the bot side. They want to pressure this bot tier 1 goal zone. Looks like they want to crack it open. Espeon being taken down though by Dojo, finding him on the back line and trying to make an escape down to the bot side now. Dashes away. Here comes the engage. They need to back off Hu. They're starting to lose members. Slow Bro, and Espeon both down, and good defense there. They hold it tight.
Well, I believe that was Tempest with the block actually isolating the Slow Bro and the Espeon away from the team, where the rest of Omo Abyssinian could go down and just zone them down and take them out. 2 minutes and 45 seconds onto the clock. 118 is to 2-2-2. It's still anybody's game at this point in time, but Hu is still applying so much pressure for Omo to deal with. And, if this pressure continue to push on, Hu might have a chance to come out of this.
Exactly. Oh, the try attack. Oh no, that telekinesis not quite in time to save him, and Shua gonna get his little beaks on that one for relatively free, and that's not quite a good look because the Greedon gonna come in. Yes, they've hung on to their Unite moves, but still, this is where the Dojo has shined the most, right? The runaway allowing this Pokemon to penetrate some of these inner goal zones and get those dunks off, especially the passive dunking 3 separate deposits allows for an easier time with that. But now, final stretch time, baby. Rayquaza, like you said, anyone's game.
Yep, right here, Omo already got the positioning right onto the pit as well. But on the top side, Lucario is having a little bit of sneaky with 100 done right here to the tier 1 as Hu engages right there in the Rayquaza's pit.
They're trying to look for something here. The Barrage Blow is out. JR absent. Use the Unite move. The Snorlax right in the thick of it all. Taking a big fat nap. Might be big fat taken down. And oh no, it's actually Dojo caught out. They just ignore that Snorlax entirely. Things are starting to heat up here for Hu. They could take this fight. A huge surf. Knocking up all members of Omo. And where did they go? Miva, the last hero. Can you stand strong for the rest of the team? The power punch is all they need at the close combat. Can't get the touch of the Joji. That Espeon not managing to get away with the surf. off the chase, but now it's a 2v2 situation. Can you hold your ground on Miva? This is the moment for you to strike and manages to dodge out of there. So a huge just mess of a fight. But Omo, Abyssinian, and Hu, they've tossed out almost all their Unite moves. Only Belly Berry Flop and that triple trample still available.
Yep, it's still gonna be a scuffle right here in the Legendary Pit as Hu, Omo goes for the initiation right here, and Hu really needs this Rayquaza under their belt.
Yeah, they want to grab that for themselves, but still dancing around, looking for the initiation. Miva can't find it at the moment, throwing the close combat out. There's the flop in. Can that Greedon do enough work? The trample all the way through. Can't find the back line though, and Schwa needs to get out. He's taking a lot of damage, but wow, what a huge solar beam. They're chunking away at the moment, but still needing to keep their distance. Tempest and JR absent, creating as much space as possible, and it's starting to work out. They're clearing the path for the rest of the attackers as Schwa take down the Slowbro. Last man standing is the Greedon, the Espeon, desperately trying to break in from the bottom side, but oh no, Schwa, he's just gonna go for the dunks now. And look at that, they know the Greedon might be up to no good, and the Mew already prepared to try and defend it. And just like that, oh wow.
Wow, it looks like there's no way Hu is gonna come back off this one. So game one is definitely going straight right to Omo Abyssinian. Those fights going back and forth is just really too good coming in from both sides. But something to take note is that Omo Abyssinian actually taking down the Elder Gods first, and so that, you know, to cut the healing away from the rest of the team and then zone them out away from the Legendary Pit, because that is the fight they don't want to take without the Elder Gods supporting them.
Yeah, Kicker being out of the picture first definitely hurt their chances there. And we're starting to see some of the issues coming out from this rather unique draft as well, right? Because apart from the Espeon, they don't really have a lot of good objective damage for this Rayquaza. They can't actually stand up against Louise just pumping in Solar Beam after Solar Beam. 116,000 damage from this Mew alone.
Not forgetting, right, 106k coming in from Miva on the Lucario. Like, you know, we were saying that this guy was nerfed to the ground back then. and you know, this guy just picked it right back up, and because I'm comfortable with this Pokemon and I'm gonna be taking people out one after another with those power up punches. And Miva literally showed us how this is done.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, one thing I want to point out as well that we didn't actually talk about in the match is the follow me coming out from JR Epson, being able to redirect a lot of that damage. We saw so many times Miva just surviving on a little bit of a sliver of HP and managing to survive through these sticky situations. The follow me has a huge part to play in that, and altogether Omo Abyssinian showing exactly their experience, exactly how long they've played together, as at least that trio, because man, they performed well.
Yeah, but we can't discount the fact that Hu actually did put a lot of pressure into the mid to late game towards Omo, right? Like putting in so much pressure, closing in both the tier 1 goal zone so that they could push in a little bit more. But however, you know, they're still losing a little bit in terms of level compared to Abyssinian. And that's where, you know, that Lucario actually shine, just power up punching everyone out of the way and just get themselves the win.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it a little bit as well, coming out from the the Clefable literally was the first pick, right? It literally was the first pick, and we're talking about it already. We're saying, okay, you kind of need to break open this ball that they're gonna form, because the Moonlight's just gonna heal them all. The follow me is just gonna cause too much trouble, but they weren't able to. We were hoping that the Greedon could show a little bit more, but I won't lie, it definitely was a bit underwhelming.
I mean, it did cause a little bit of chaos for the team, but you know, it didn't do as big of an impact compared to what we actually expected from a Greedon. And you know, take a look at this, right? Who, yes, the Machop was really behind in the early game, and they didn't really get to score, even get stacks on the attack weight, and that actually snowballed and not allow it to you know, grow too much in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see where it all went a little bit wrong, right? UKA here in this top side. I mean, this was an age-old kind of issue, right? Back when Lucario was in his prime, you try and pick up the Machamp just to stop him, but it was always a problem because early on, there was no way you faced up against the Lucario in lane 1v1. And you talk about a 1v1 in this situation, because the Squavert was so busy messing around in almost central area, it was a 1v2. It was just Miva and the Clefable, or Clefairy rather, just messing around with this poor little Machop, and he couldn't stand a chance.
And we can't forget the fact that the Moonlight is actually keeping all of them alive and just, you know, constantly, you know, having so much sustainability in fights again and again. And that is JR Epson on that Clefable, putting it to perfection right there with those, like, you know, well-timed Moonlight.
Yeah, I really do have to give props to Tempest as well, just because I feel like he was quite literally the sole frontline / initiator, right? J.R. Epson, sure, right behind him with the Follow Me and the Moonlight, but he was the one relied upon to really shake up Who and their frontline of whoever was trying to come in, and I think he did that really, really well. Always found the moves in, even if they did manage to take him out, it'll be right after a very extended power nap, and it was just spectacular performance coming out from the Snorlax.
Yeah, and I believe there are some moments where, you know, he could set up the slam for a very good solar beam followed up by the Mew. And those are just perfectly well lined up together. And that's just what team play is all about. And that's the beauty when, you know, we're talking about team synergies in Pokemon Unite.
I think the biggest thing of all to me is to set that kind of thing up. And this is something that's not really talked about, right? When you're playing Pokemon Unite, things can get chaotic. I mean, we're watching it from a third-person perspective. You can just imagine all these players calling out what they see, calling out what moves they have available. But in these kind of situations, to just make sure it's as smooth as possible, you must sort of imagine that Louise as well as Tempest, this is not something they can even afford to talk about. If they'll clog up the communications too much, right? It's just trust. It's just trust, knowing, waiting, biding your time, that patience, knowing Tempest is going to find a heavy slam and I'm going to shoot out my solar beam at the same time. And lining them up over and over. Tempest just never let his team down with those initiations, and that's beautiful to see.
Yeah, there's lots of like really good combination that we actually saw throughout this whole tournament. Like, yes, we saw the heavy slam into the solar beam. We saw the Moonlight supporting the Lucario so that Lucario could go a little bit more aggressive in the front line as well. So, you know, and we're not forgetting, right, the block, you know, just isolating people out so that the Dodrio could just finish them off there and then. And just taking out the Espeon first, taking out the Elder Gods first, and those prioritization coming in from Omo is just perfect. And it's up to Who, right? How are they going to defend themselves against this kind of onslaught coming in from Omo, because we still have a game number 2 coming right up.
Yeah, I do think the one sort of point of contention that I'd point out is, you know, yes, you have the Greedent, but at the same time, the Greedent and the Machamp, like that path, that combination in the path, it doesn't cook up the exact right recipe that you want. It ends up sort of self-burning each other because I don't think they help each other accomplish what they want. On paper, you're thinking, okay, you know, the Squavit goes off, the Machamp's going to get solo levels and solo EXP. It doesn't necessarily pan out that way because you're playing against a top 8 team in East Asia. They're not going to give you that stuff for free. You're going to have to try and claim every single bit of wild Pokemon experience that you can. And when you're up against such competent Lucario players like Miva, that's just not going to happen. This is this guy's bread and butter. He spent years forging his last hitting Lucario skills. You ain't taking that away from him, buddy.
Yeah, those power punches really did put a lot of work for him, right? It's just, you know, securing last hits, securing the main targets that he wants to go for. And I don't know, what do you think Who is gonna, what Who can do to actually change this around?
Well, first of all, I respect the Greedent try. I respect the attempt because that really is what it was, right? It was an attempt. But I do think you can try and go back to what some of the other people, like for example, Trevenant, right? Trevenant is not something that we saw come out. And at the same time, I think, you know, going back to some of these more familiar faces instead of trying something funky like the Greedent, because in a front-to-back situation, even when you're trying to you know, shenanigan them, I don't think that's going to work against such a solid team.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're trying to do this kind of like backline shenanigans kind of strategy, maybe a Saber Eye would do a better job right here, right? Him going invincible, you could just go around getting so much intel and information for the rest of your team. So if Who could spot that out and maybe, you know, if they want to stick to this game plan and maybe switch the Greedent up for a Saber Eye, that might be a better option.
Yeah, I was quite surprised that we didn't see like a Glaceon or a Sylveon, right? I think this is something that has been showing the evolutions especially, right? And we talk about between the 3, definitely Espeon, the most premium pick of all. But between the 3, it's definitely Glaceon and Sylveon who are right there with that Pokemon. It's a level 4 power spike that puts them on top and allows them to edge out these early lane advantages that felt like were missing on Who's side. So I would like to see a bit of a reversion to that. Try and think about, okay, how do we come out the gate swinging? How do we make sure that we don't let Miva just get these attack weight stacks up? Because we saw it from Shua, we saw it from Miva. They were just able to get goal after goal after goal. And by the time they started taking these initiations, they already got 6 times. They bicep curled so hard. They were like, and they look at each other and they're like, hey, nice muscles, bro. High five. Oh, we accidentally KO'd 2 Pokemon. And meanwhile, like the muscles just burst through their shirts and all that. I mean, altogether, I think there were just a few too many premiums being granted over to Green granted over to Omo Abyssinian. And honestly speaking, like, even though Lucario isn't the top of the meta pick, you know, in the hands of Miva, you might have to start respecting it like it is.
Yeah, I mean, that's where comfort pick actually goes around, right? If you're comfortable with the Pokemon, despite it being premium or not, if you're good at it, you are good at it, right? You could
Absolutely.
just destroy everyone and you know the ins and out of what other Pokemon could do to you or what you could do to other Pokemon as well. So that's what Miva actually showed us in this particular round. And I believe something who could change it up a little bit more is definitely going to be that Machamp, right? That Machamp literally did... Yeah, a lot of mistake coming in, right? A lot of mistake in the early game and did not allow it to scale. Yes, it did a little bit more impact when it's in the Machamp stage, but if you're not there early, it's gonna be a problem.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't even think it's the Machamp's fault. I'll be honest here. I don't even think it's the Machamp's fault because when we've seen it time and time again, right? When you play these kind of 3-stage Pokemon that like to evolve into these pseudo hyper carries that can 1v3, 1v4, we saw flashes of that as well. When he finally got to the Machamp stage, he just kind of threw in the barrage blow and actually put on a lot of pressure. But you need help getting there, right? You can't just leave your poor little Machamp on an island and he's like, yeah, oh yes, it's karate chop. He's like, please, there's some EXP, please. I can't do it myself. And then your Greedon is there. Yes, he's causing trouble, but Miva's just stacking. Like I said, the bicep curls one beats the other. He got a workout routine, man. You just have your little karate chops. It ain't a thing.
Yeah, I mean, his attack weight didn't really exactly stack. So, you know, hopefully in game number 2, if there's a Machamp once again, he managed to get his stacks on. He managed to get a little bit of, you know, trades going forward as well. So we'll see. That's game number 2 as players get ready into the lobby and we're into the next draft.
Yeah, Moonboy. Okay, before we get there, right? Because we have a long day of Pokemon Unite. I'm really thrilled to be back here, but at the same time, it's been a while. I keep saying this because it really has been a while. But I'm just curious, right? We've done our homework, we've done our research for the past few weeks preparing for this event. Now, putting all that aside, what is on your wish list? Because we know some of the picks have been a bit zany, especially in this region, right? We have some teams, especially that we're going to see probably later on in the tournament, that just pick literally whatever they want. Anything on the palette for you? Anything on the menu that you would like to see?
I hope to see a Zoroark coming in, right?
Okay.
Yeah, this guy got buffed recently as well, so we'll see, you know, if there's a Zoroark coming in today, then that's something that I want to look out for.
Yeah, I believe we have the draft ready, but for me personally, I really want to see a Cram. Give me a Cram. Give me a Cram. Bring the duck back. Ever since Lapras came out, it's not allowed in this tournament. The Lapras Express has just ignited this a fuel for me. I want to see that little bird. But yeah, I believe the draft is just getting ready. In terms of adjustments, like we said, mainly for who I'll be looking at not the Clefable. The Clefable was the one doing work for Over. I'm talking about Greedon. I'm talking about Machamp. These are the two picks that I felt like were a bit iffy and didn't really line up with what I expected them to do.
Yep, I think they need a little bit of a brawler kind of Pokemon for their lineup, right? And Machamp was the
Buswall?
Yeah, probably a Buswall might be a good option as well, right? Okay. So yeah, I mean Buswall, we have seen it being picked in other tournaments this weekend as well. Yeah. So hopefully, you know, they get a little bit of lesson here and there with the Buswall over there, you know, and then just bring it back here to slam it bend there and yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, I don't even know what you're talking about anymore. Okay, but I do think it's exactly what you said, right? As the roster of Pokemon continues to expand, we're starting to see multiple different variations of Pokemon in the same, what I would call genre, right? In the past, Greedon was very of its own, right? There wasn't really a Pokemon who would do what Greedon would do. But now you have other premium potential options like the Sableye, especially in the hands of a specialist, can be extremely scary. The stealth mechanic, especially in a game like Pokemon Unite where the map, they are Sky Runes, yes, it's expanded a bit from Remote Stadium, but it's still a very, very small play area. You know, every little bit of information that you can get can go a long way. And it's not as tangible, but you know, when it does sort of play out and when you have a solid shot caller on your team, like probably these two teams do, it can go a long way. So we're starting to see different Pokemon and different emphasis in just a little, it's kind of like a skill tree, right? You have like the sneaky disruptor, and then it's either Sableye with the stealth or Greedon with the slight tankiness. I don't know.
Yeah, but I think, you know, Greedon, yes, it does have a little bit of tankiness. It's got a lot of like hindrances coming in. But I believe Sableye just does a much better job compared to Greedon.
True.
So, I mean, I'm not the one playing it. I'm not the one in the team. So, who am I to say? But in my opinion, I still prefer a Sableye over a Greedon. But there you have, ladies and gentlemen, Urshifu and Hoopa Ben once again.
Yeah, same bands. They don't want to deal with that. And even though some things change, some things stay the same. Hoopa, still a very, very highly prized Pokemon. The Hyperspace Hole is just too good in the hands of a skilled player and able to just maneuver around the map and take over multiple sides. You know, when you play for those rotations, most of the time you need to plan and like think about, okay,
Ooh.
I'm gonna try and wait. Moonboy, what do we have here?
Wiggles is back, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, we're gonna have a nice little sonata to serenade us in this second game here. I mean, it's definitely a ballsy first pick. I'll tell you that much.
Yep, I mean, coming in, just locking in the Wigglytuff so early, like, I don't know what they're trying to do. Like, maybe you're revealing a little bit of something to the team or baiting something from Omo Abyssinian. But immediately, you know, with the Dodrio and the Snorlax, I think they're keeping to the same kind of composition moving forward. But having the AG Slash as well, something, you know, we have not seen today. And AG Slash could do a lot of damage. It can be tanky. It can be really aggressive as well. So let's just see how he's going to do with it.
Yeah, so one thing I want to talk about for this Wigglytuff is back when it was more of a premium pick, or at least more in the meta, it was actually selected to deal with picks like this Snorlax, right? The Heavy Slam coming out. Once you press that Starlight Recital, all your allies, none of my homies get hindered. Everybody, status conditions, bam, out the window. All we're listening to is my track that I'm saying right now. That's literally what Uka might be planning on doing, or who might be planning on doing, because Tempest, he did so much work with those Heavy Slams just previously.
Cramoran!
Oh, let's go! Let's go! Cramoran, Wiggly, dude, they are listening or what?
Oh, we got the Cramoran, we got the Wigglytuff going.
We got the Sableye!
Yeah, they got the Sableye from Abyssinian as well. So they are going to be putting those, like, you know, sneaky little action to plan once again. And a Scissor coming in from Miva. I believe it's going to be a Scyther instead of a Scissor. But it's just interesting because this particular draft is something that we have not seen throughout, like, this whole period.
Yeah, I mean, what are we even looking at right now? I mean, okay, with that being said, Sableye gonna come out for JR Absent. Pretty interesting switch up from his previous Pokemon of Clefable. Definitely polar opposite playstyles, right? But still, like you said, the Scyther gonna be this tag team option for Schwa, just like previously. Just last match, it was that Lucario, but it's the Dodrio as well as the Scyther, presumably this time round. They're gonna tag team up, try to take out this backline of the Delphox, try and take out this backline. I don't even know whether you consider backline Cramoran backline. I mean, he can dive in. I don't know what to expect, Moonboy. I'm over the moon.
Yeah, but however, you know, whose composition looks a little bit weird in a sense. There's not much burst damage coming in, right? Delphox, yes, is a lot of anti-healing, but however, on Abyssinian side, there's no healing Pokemon going around. Yeah. So we're just going to see how this play out in round number 2 as Omo Abyssinian trying to close this off against who in round 2.
Just want to remind you all watching right now that this is a lower bracket match. Like we highlighted previously, this is a double elimination, but both these teams have already copped one match loss. So this is their last chance to try and claw it back. Specifically for who, backs against the wall, what can they do here? You already see, oh wow. Take a look at where who supports are positioned. They're just playing bodyguard right now.
It's just like a mess right here for who, right? And Omo Abyssinian, they know that there's lots of, like, you know, protection going in the Med Central area, and that also means that the AG Slash, you know, could actually get a little bit more EXP. It gets those stacks going because no one is actually obstructing you from doing that.
Yeah, I mean, the whole weakness of Aegislash is in this early stage. When you're still a Honedge, having that Noga as a passive, sure, your Sword Strike's a little bit harder, but it is, at the end of the day, quite detrimental. Kicker. Trying to get the touch of the JR Absent, being really annoying, grabbing those berries away. A little bit of robbery here, but gonna get slapped down. Behave yourself, man.
Yep, I mean, taking down the Sableye is totally fine for Omo Abyssinian, right? They got 2 dunks in, they got a little bit of EXP going into the Espeon as well. So it's looking fine for Abyssinian. They got the level advantage, they got the fight, they got the damage. All they have to do is just bring it in.
I mean, one thing I'm still quite scared about is Omo. Their Pokemon have still gotten off to a relatively hot start, and when you see Pokemon like this, that's where things can get scary. The Dodrio, the Scyther, the Espeon especially, running away with an early lead is literally their bread and butter. So they need to try and hold the fort here. They need to try and get that EXP up.
Yep, they're still doing so much pressure, right? So much pressure against who? But something interesting right there on the minimap. You see a Cramoran on the almost
Wait,
side
what is he
of the
doing?
central area. What is he doing?
Yeah, I mean, he's just making use of that early. Did he go for a dive? I don't know. We'll have to see. But both these teams just up to absolute no good right now. And Cramoran, the 1v1 winner, making use of that air slash dive. But
Sure.
one bird on the other. Where you going, buddy? Just cleans that up, grabs the buffs back for himself. Shoya says, thank you very much. Action in the mid area, though, as they're starting to bash through. A huge heavy slam. That big fat butt ain't going nowhere, but on top of your head, Tempest finds it. But Dojo is gonna go down. It's still back and forth right now, but Uka trying to get the hands out. 1v1 situation. Sleeping, getting some EXP back. Miva here to get a return, and they're gonna come out on top for that engagement. But, oh, wow, another air slash coming through. Ooh, man, these teams have just been brawling.
It's not even the 7-minute mark, and there's so many KO going left and right. But but on the level department wise, Dojiro is already at 8, so that's something to look out for, especially when the first Reggie spawn. Miva is already at 8 as well, as it's gonna be picking the fight right here to this AG slash, and you have to really time those attacks really well and not hit into the shield form.
Yeah, we're still waiting for the Cramoran's Gatling Gulp missile to come out potentially at this level 9. It's going to be so good in terms of controlling an area, but not there just yet. Going to dive and dodge out onto Tempest. They're trying to get the touch on this Cramoran, but Regice, it's falling low, and it doesn't seem like who can get their hands on it. The last touch, no, Snorlax to claim it, and the Psychic Soleil, a whole bunch of Unite moves being thrown out left and right, but nothing to be found from anyone right now. The Dojo just going to make a quick escape, and looks like that's it. I mean, I say that, but a slam coming in, the block to try and isolate them. Very, very nice spacing coming out from Tempest, and the timing eject button out. Miva's cleaning up the side of Abyssinian that's starting to wreak havoc. And Koshaku, he's a little bit late to the party, but now getting ganged up by 3. The White Guard not going to keep him safe against Tempest, as once again, they just line up these team fights so well.
Yeah, at that point in time, you thought that they got the Reggie, it's time to back off, but no, they brought the fight straight right to Who and just take them out. Blocking the Wigglytuff, taking him out, eject button out, and the rest of the team just capitalize on everyone that is scattered around the map, and they're just taking them out one by one. And Abyssinian having a really strong early game right now. They have to keep this up.
The man in my eyes is Tempest. Every single time he jumps in with a heavy slam, the blocks just placed perfectly. Fundamentals on that guy, absolutely stunning. Lining these KO opportunities up for his team. Creating the space. Pushing these Pokemon like the Wigglytuff, like the Aegislash, who want so desperately to get on the rest of his teammates, just out of the way, out of the picture, and not giving them a chance.
That is what a team is all about, right? Just knowing what you're doing, then just setting up everyone for the team. Yes, the attackers, the one who take the KO is the one who actually have the name on the board, but the one that is supporting the team is actually the MVP.
Exactly. Here comes the Starlight Recital. Looks like they want to engage because they know there's 2 members of Omo Abyssinian. Not here yet. They're speeding over though.
Slam.
A nice heavy slam again. And the net right in the middle. The Cramoran trying to fire away, trying to turn it around. And it's starting to look not too bad. Psychic Soleil pushing them all back. But oh no, they're on the wrong side of the map. The Cramoran gonna get dived down by Miva. And what a nice setup. They do lose the save life for it, but the save life is nothing.
It seems like Who had a really good press right there on the top side, but Omo just literally fought them back, and the rest of the team gathered immediately there and just saved everyone else from the team. And this is what all this rotation, all these maneuvers coming in from Omo is just so clean, and Who can't find a loophole at this point in time.
Dude, Tempest is just my MVP, and I don't care that it's 4 minutes, Moonboy. I don't care that the game's over. This guy is my MVP. He's just playing such a perfect Snorlax game. Did you see that setup? The jumping onto 4, the pushback, and just when you think you got him, good night, baby. He just takes a nap right in your face. This guy has been outstanding so far, and Omo on his back. They're gonna claim this Regice again.
Yeah, 2 Unite move was used in that fight, right? Psychic Soleil getting Gulp Missile, and Abyssinian actually did help that through. And this just a good team, solid overall.
Yeah, absolutely here. Who? They're looking for a bit of an entry here into this top side. They're looking for some way to get back into this game. They want to find an opening, but they can't really successfully do so at the moment. The Confused Ray, we see the move choice coming up from JR Epps and causing a lot of issues. Oh, kicker.
Slam.
Oh no. Chaos Glower trying to go back to base. You'll not be going back the way you want. Tempest in some trouble though, and the Gatling Gulp Missile starting to do some work. Miva forced to scatter and run, and for the first time, Pooh able to take a relatively successful fight. The triple trample going out to the Cramoran, managing to take him down, and they're starting to turn it around, but the Solaire. Is it
Solaire.
enough spacing though? Uka trying to desperately get away the last touch. Luis eject buttoning forward and grabbing that KO. What almost looked like Who turning it around, but Schwa and this Espeon just hold it down.
I thought that Who is definitely going to be taking that fight right there, but
Yeah.
but Omo literally turned it around. Yes, they got a little bit of trades right there, but this Dodrio is going ham. Someone have to stop this bird, if not it's going to be too late.
Dude, I feel like every single time, every single fight that we cast for Omo Abyssinian, we're like, oh my god, this guy's going crazy. And then the next fight, Who are feeling the same as us. They're like, oh no, you know, this Snorlax, we need to deal with him. Oh no, Miva, we need to deal with him. And it's like, hey, guys, you know we have 2 other members on our team, right? You know they're just as high level, just as powerful, and just as scary. And Schwa and Lewis demonstrating that perfectly. This is looking like a relatively free Reggie Lecky.
Yeah, this Reggie Lecky is gonna be strolling down to the top side and just taking so much time away from Who, as Abyssinian is gonna be taking all the position that they can have and prep for that final fight right there in the Legendary Spin.
I mean, I want to give all respect that I can to Who right now. They made their way through the gauntlet of day 1, and here they are staring up lower bracket. They're gonna have to pull out everything they can muster to try and face up against Omo Abyssinian, but like we see, the composure, the experience, it's starting to show here. There's a clear gap between both these 2 teams, and Who, how can they close it?
Yep, we're off to the final stretch right now, ladies and gentlemen, as Who try to find an entrance into the Legendary Pit. But however, on the top side, there's a sneaky little Scyther once again with 50 points. And that might be a free 100 points for Abyssinian if Who didn't catch it out right there and then.
Yeah, Omo. They're just playing bodyguard around this Legendary Pit. Uka
Scoring.
looking for an opening, and there's the score. It's gonna go in. Miva's gonna grab it, extending that lead to a 400. And now what? How are you gonna respond? You need to go in. You get the save light to start. That's not too bad. But the Starlight Recital used a bit preemptively. They want to take down Tempest, forcing out that power nap. He's sleeping right in the middle of all of them, but they're gonna be able to take down this Snorlax. Those are 2 pretty decent KOs to start the fight. Straight onto the Rayquaza, the side of Omo Abyssinian. It could slip away from him right here, but oh no, triple trample coming in straight to Gatling Gulp, but it doesn't matter. Miva slicing them up, and Miva survives. How did that even happen? The Scyther putting on a masterclass, and Who just disappeared.
As much as Miva literally was the one cutting around, but it was Luis. Luis with the Espeon, with landing those crucial side shock to take 2 KO out of that. And that's just pure teamwork coming in from Abyssinian, and they're just moving straight right to the final goal zone to score it once again. 7-1 to 14, 8-1 to 14. How is Who gonna come back off this one? I don't know. Who is gonna guess?
Yeah, I don't know. We're talking about Who, but I don't know where at this point. Where are they gonna find the points? How are they gonna come back? What are they gonna do? We're running out of these kind of words to use here, and I think Who, they're running out of ideas as well. Trying desperately to chase Miva across the map here, but they're running out of time, Moonboy. That's not enough. And unfortunately for Who, they're gonna fall in this lower bracket up against Omo Abyssinian. It was a valiant attempt and some interesting strats, but unfortunately, it's not gonna be enough to face up against Omo Abyssinian. A strong 2-0 to start our day.
Wow, I love how this day actually started, and all thanks to Omo Abyssinian actually putting up a good show for us. 1-1-0-5 going up against 14, ladies and gentlemen. And this is what APAC East is all about. Miva with the Scyther, with taking the MVP. But I believe this is not just a 1-man effort, but a 5-man effort coming in the name of Omo Abyssinian.
Absolutely, Moonboy. Could I have said it better myself? I mean, you look at the score, right? Look at both Schwa and Miva are sitting at 85 in terms of how effective they were. And the damage numbers, like you said, Luis, we weren't really talking about this Espeon, but there's a reason why it is almost first pick, first ban, if not second phase, second phase pick.
Yeah.
It's just so capable of shredding through anyone it comes across. We saw that happen in multiple fights where we just look at Who and suddenly they disappear off our screens. We're like, what? Where did you go?
Yep, and not forgetting, like, Schwa and Miva is just putting so much aggression in the front line. Tempest jumping straight right in, and Luis just finish it off with those precise side shock. And that is what, you know, they literally work like clockwork at this point in time. Who have no way to think of a strategy to actually counter this, and they can't find a single loophole in Omo to actually give themselves the win. Only scoring 14 points this series. What I don't know, man.
Okay, that is, I mean, Who all things considered, I do have to give them props, okay? I'll give them props because their picks were spicy, right? The Wiggly, but it does sort of show a bit of desperation, right? Some of the times when they popped that Starlight Recital, or some of the times when they were reacting, it kind of felt like they didn't have a solid game plan of what they were trying to accomplish there. Sure, there were some fights, just like game number 1, where they came out on top, but it really felt like they were scrapping it together. They didn't really have an idea, okay, the Wiggly's gonna go in first, and then we're gonna follow up with this. They just kept getting chained up over and over by Omo Abyssinian. I mean, even in this central area fight, look at that beautiful heavy slam. Tempest. Going absolutely crazy.
Yep, those well-timed heavy slam literally win them a lot of fight, like fights after fights after fights. Take a look at his Tempest. Although he's being really low, rested, immediately came back up, slam, and Miva gets a KO.
Yeah, I mean, specifically in that fight, I mean, you take a look at Tempest. What does he have circling around him? That blue buff just lowers that cooldown, meaning the heavy slam comes out perhaps a bit more often than what his opponents are expecting, and that probably led to a bit of a surprise factor as well. We saw that perfect Tempest block as well, pushing the Wiggly back into the wall, eject buttoning out of danger, and coming back around just to stop Koshaku in his tracks. Just really stellar, solid Snorlax play.
Yep, those blocks were just crucial right there for Omo Abyssinian. But who though, they did manage to pick up some fight against Omo Abyssinian. But however, right, they always cut Omo Aries, always try to find a way to actually come back once again to win the fight.
Yeah. I think Abyssinian just put on an absolute clinic here. And if you're any of their opponents, I think you'll be just a bit scared, just a bit. I don't know about you, Moonboy, but I mean, if I'm a competitor and I'm looking at this, I'll just be like, there's quite a lot of Pokemon that I need to be afraid about. I'm not really sure if I need to think about Miva. I need to think about this. Like, he has Scyther, he has Lucario. What patch are we playing, Moonboy? Like, what's going on?
Well, this actually shows like their experience, right? They have been playing this game for a very long time, and they actually knows like who is good with what, and they are really good with this older Pokemon, and they literally brought it all the way to this latest patch in the game. Ladies and gentlemen, let's just take a look at the updated bracket so far for today. And there we have.
Yeah, Orangutan actually coming out on top of Talon, 2-0ing them. So Talon, for those of you who don't know, actually some of the old stack, I believe, maybe let me just name a couple: JT, MXI, Dreamt. I mean, these names, you should remember them from Reach Pokemon, one of the biggest Filipino stacks, if not the strongest Filipino team that we've had for quite a while already. We're getting 2-0 by Orangutan now. The Orangutan that you knew 1 year ago, different from the Orangutan now, right? The Orangutan now is actually the team of High Five. So from what I saw, I think Xingdi tweeted 7-0 so far, and the streak just keeps on going. Like we just saw, Who unfortunately dropping to the lower bracket against Old Guy. So Old Guy's gonna go up against Orangutan. But right now, with that win, we're still trying to find out whether Talon or V Family will come out on top, and that's gonna be our next match coming right up.
Talon, one of the strongest team right here in the region as well. V Family, we haven't really seen them running around, so it might be a situation where experience versus new players, but don't discount the fact that all these newer players have so much more latest strategy per se to actually come up with this experienced player.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about experienced players, Old Guys, for those of you who don't recognize that, I believe, let me jolt your memory a bit. Some familiar names in Lance, Thorfinn, I think very, very significant players coming in here. And if anyone could bring the heat to Orangutan, it's definitely Talon. But now that Talon has followed Old Guys, we're counting on you, buddies. You gotta do it for the squad, man. You gotta humble them a little bit. They're just tearing it a bit too hard right now.
Yeah, do not underestimate these Old Guys as well. I believe that is also one of a featured match later on that is going to be shown on stream. So yeah, so lots of exciting game lined up for you guys. Talon versus V Family, and then there is the Old Guys versus Orangutan.
What Moonboy is trying to say is that, okay, you guys haven't heard him too long, so you're not used to his nonsense. What he's trying to say is we've already seen such a thrilling first match. There's only gonna be more, right? We're moving straight on to round number 2 in the lower bracket. Basically, if you saw that bracket just now, we saw the first bit of it, and then below there, there's Talon versus V Family. We're gonna watch that stuff right now. Yeah, I personally, I am not to brag, but I'm a bit of a big big fan of Talon. I think they're excellent esports. So seeing them come into Pokemon Unite, I think more so than anything, just for infrastructure as a whole for the scene, right? Seeing some of these significant Southeast Asian orgs come into the scene just bodes so well, because that means, Moonboy, the entire process of signing a team takes months.
Yep.
Right? Like, sure, sometimes it's a bit shorter, but it usually goes through all these processes. It's a business deal at the end of the day. And the fact that we've gotten to this point right before the the UCS just as a whole, right? But the WCS qualifiers for East Asia means that all these organizations, not just Talent, but probably a lot more, have their eyes on Pokemon Unite as an esport.
Yeah, I mean, this actually would pave a very good, future for the game, and we're just excited to see what is the future, who else is going to be coming in to support this game, to actually bring it further into the future. And players have been doing very well. The community have been really supportive, and all we need to do is just put one more year up to make a better esports scene.
Yeah, I mean, it's already coming in. It's already coming in. Let me remind you, ladies and gentlemen, this is just the start of this year's competitive circuit. We still have a long way to go before Yokohama, but, we'll get there. And in the process, we're hopefully going to bring in a couple more organizations as well. I'm just super excited. But, of course, let's talk a bit about our upcoming match, right? Talent versus V Family. Like you said, we don't really know much about V Family. I mean, just taking a look at the list of player names, it's not names that we've heard before. But Talent, this is old reach Pokemon. These are some beasts that we have on our hands.
Yeah, for sure, right? Like, Talent, after being signed up, changed their name, and they're here once again. And they had a really good Swiss run yesterday as well. But unfortunately, they fell down to orangutan, and they are in the lower bracket. And if they want to survive, they want that rematch, they have to first go through V Family.
Yeah, V Family, I think there's an element, there's two sides of the coin, right? Because we talk about these things all the time. When you are a player that's already been in the scene for a while, when you've participated in these tournaments, I think we saw it just now with Omo Abyssinian, right? Some of these players, it's like, we know Miva. We know he plays Lucario, right? Yep. These are things that we've already established because we've seen these players play before. We have an idea about what they'll bring to the table, but when you're against an unknown team like V Family, what do you expect? Like, I don't know what to expect. Maybe we'll get a better idea because we do actually have some stats about both these teams in the head-to-head coming up real soon. But right now, let's take a look at the player list, right? JT, Kai, I guess. I used to say KYY until I was rightfully corrected. MXI and Dreamt and Brone replacing another player, I believe, used to be Olanams on Reach Pokemon, now replaced by Brone instead.
Yep, Talent looking strong right there. But however, on V Family side, we got Thames, we got Pole, WPY, we got CHH, we got King Dog, and also Old Boy. These are all new names right here coming in from East Asia as well. So we're gonna be seeing, hopefully we get to see a little bit more of an abstract or even different kind of gameplay coming in from V Family, because the previous game or the previous set actually, gave us a lot of interesting insight or different composition for this game.
Okay, so as much as we're giving respect to V Family and Pooh here, right? Like, there's a very fine line, right? Because we gotta be professional, but at the same time, there's a very fine line between interesting new spicy strategies and just kind of picking things that don't really work. Unfortunately, for who it didn't necessarily pan out for them. I think across those two games, there were glimpses. It felt like they were a bit more at the more primitive stages of theory crafting. They had a little bit of an idea going for them, but in terms of cohesion overall, how these Pokemon played with one another, it was clear they didn't think it all the way through, right? Or at least to us, maybe we don't realize it because we're not professionals, but we don't know that just yet. So, I mean, without further ado, V Family, Talent, we're gonna go straight into the game. No need for any stats. We're gonna see the stats happen live right here.
Yep, so there's no much stats moving forward, but the only stats is gonna see who are the Pokemon that will be the first ban moving forward. We've seen Urshifu and Hoopa being banned 100% of the time so far. Is he gonna repeat himself in this round?
Yeah, I mean, I would be surprised if we don't see Hoopa banned, and bam! Look at me, I'm so surprised! Lucario and Dojo taken out. So, I mean, I would assume that these teams either... Here's the interesting thing with bans, right? It's either you're thinking, okay, we've seen this team play before, we know they like the Lucario/Dojo, or it's just something you don't want to play up against. So I'm interested to see which variation it is.
Yeah, probably. I believe there might be a very strong Lucario player coming in from V family, but that leaves the Urshifu unlocked. And ladies and gentlemen, immediately the Aspeon and Urshifu being picked as well. This two Pokemon is just one of the top premium picks right now, and Talon already got both of them under their belt.
Yeah, Talon grabbing Urshifu and Espeon definitely doesn't bode well for the early game of V family. They're gonna have a bit of a tie to fight to, and especially if Talon picks up Trevenant as well. This team is already looking very scary. But what do you think about this Delphox pickup? It seemed like it was an immediate response coming up against the Urshifu as well as the Espeon. How do you think it does here, Moonboy?
Well, I'm not sure why Delphox immediately after the Espeon and Urshifu, but the Delphox could be... Whoa! Dragapult!
Wait! Whoa, Moonboy! What is this?
Okay, I remember that during during all preparation and everything, we're saying that, okay, Dragapult will not be picked throughout the whole tournament. And there we have, ladies and gentlemen, our very first Dragapult for this evening.
I mean, this is exactly why we were so... Wait, what is going on? The picks are going absolutely brazy right now. Dragapult picked up by Old Guy, and JT answering back with a Serena pick. It's gonna go over to Brone, but what is the spice East Asia is cooking, man?
Wow. I mean, I haven't seen a Serena in any game throughout this whole period, and finally we get to see her return this time in the hands of Talon under Brone. And there's not much healing coming forward because likely they know that the Delphox is an answer. So MXI on the Trevenant might be a little bit of danger right here. But Dragapult, something interesting about Dragapult is that it's always so it's always very slimy, right? It's always getting out of action, in and out really fast with those shots moving forward. So we're just gonna see how Talon could actually catch the Dragapult and get him out of commission as fast as possible.
Yeah, I mean, one thing about Dragapult, it's a very, very unorthodox Pokemon. It doesn't really work in the same way as a lot of these other Pokemon do, but in the hands of a master. And the thing is, we don't know Old Guy, so he could be the best Dragapult player East Asia has ever seen. Please be the best Dragapult player this East Asia has ever seen. If not, we're gonna have a little bit of a fast game. But I'm really, really excited to see how it pans out. I'm not gonna lie to you, Moonboy. I haven't seen a high-skilled Dragapult, so I'm interested to see what exactly he can do on this Pokemon.
Yep, so ladies and gentlemen, off we go to Tier Sky Ruins once again. V family against Talon, our first Dragapult and our first Serena in the arena so far. Let's see what are they gonna bring onto the table in this round.
I mean, okay, so starting off already going to the central area makes a lot of sense, right? Dragapult, a very, very experienced, hungry Pokemon, needs to get up to those higher levels to really become effective. But I'm wondering whether, because they have a Sableye on Talon's side, I'm surprised that he's not playing a bit more interference with what the Dreepy is trying to do at the moment.
Yep, I mean, Sableye, we usually see him on the back line doing a little bit of destruction, but he's doing a very good job holding this Machop away from the Go Zone and not allowing it to stack any further. And, and with the Sableye, he should be in the back line, just disrupting the Dragapult for not allowing it to evolve, because once that Dragapult reaches the Dragapult stage, it's going to be very dangerous to deal with.
Oh, Brone with an early rotation up to the top side, trying to get the touch onto the Dragcloak, but already the dive in. Okay, Old Guy starting to rack them up. I mean, that was a bit of a risky dive in. Looked like he was going to be in harm's way there, but getting out of there immediately. This Pokemon is so hard to get your hands on.
Yeah, for sure, right? I mean, he's always circling around. It's so difficult to actually catch him and actually deal some damage to him. And, if he could continue to do this, it's going to be very slippery to deal with. And right here, immediately Sableye gets a KO on the Dragapult itself as well. And it's going to be a 3v4. And right here, Moonlight moving forward, unable to get out there alive as the Clefairy goes down. And right here, Talon is having a really strong early game lead going up against V Family.
Dude, Talon were all so low. They were like one punch away from getting knocked out, but they managed their resources perfectly and they answer right back. V Family could have very well gotten ahead on that, but unfortunately gonna go down, and this is crucially gonna allow the members on the side of Talon to ramp up even faster.
Yep, and there you have so much damage coming in from Talon. You got the Aspeon with the Side Shock as well. The Sableye is not playing our traditional Sableye this turn, as Brone is just chasing Machop down. And, we haven't seen Serena doing too much so far, but hopefully those Storms is going to be putting fruition, especially in team fight situation.
Yeah, going for that triple axle was what we saw just now over there. And actually, Ms. Moonboy, I disagree. This Serena has been all over the top side, just applying so much pressure, not allowing V Family to do what they want. And now it's a 1v1 1v1 between the Muscle Bros in the top side. Wicked Blow coming out means that it's going to be a single strike Urshifu for this game.
Yep, single strike Urshifu, just those throat chops is just going to be doing so much damage, those objective steals as well. So that is a good choice coming in as a Urshifu moving forward. This two Muscle Man is just going to be brawling right here on the top side as the rest of the team down at the bottom gets ready for their first objective being spawned. But however, the Saber Idol on the top side just helping out the Urshifu a little bit as well.
Yeah, but that means there's a bit of a number disadvantage for Talon on this bot path. They need to be careful how they approach. But the thing is, the Braixen as well as the Drecloak, they're not as strong as the rest of these Pokemon right now. These dual stage Pokemon between the Serena and the Trevenant, they're a lot more formidable at this stage. And just because of that, even with the number disadvantage, they're still doing just fine. Kicking them back right now, the Woodhammer, oh boy, just knocks down that Clefairy. But the Psychic Solaire gonna take down Dreamt as well. And MTG starting to go in. The backline though, starting to get ravaged. JT and KY on that note, they're gonna take down that poor Delphox. They're gonna start Registeel. So a bit of a mess. Both teams just scattering and trying to go for each other's backlines. Works out for Talon more so than B Family, and they're gonna get this Registeel.
Yep, and right here, you know, 3 level 9s on Talon's side as well. This slow beam is not going to be, or this telekinesis is not going to be slowing them down too much as they're just marching straight right in. And B Family might be a little bit of trouble. They are a late game composition. So right now, all 3 Pokemon, all 5 Pokemon are fully evolved. And this is where they truly shine.
Yeah, I mean, we're waiting for that potential comeback, but if we say that, the Tier 2 goal zone already going down for B Family. Where did it go? I mean, they really nicely managed for Talon, but now KY might be some trouble going ahead, using the Chaos Glower, forcing them back to recall, and they're just out of the picture. It's not enough at the moment, and Drem needs to be careful, force upon that Psychic Solaire, just to keep old guy back. The Dream Engine Story isn't enough to take down his opponents, and even with the Regieleki helping them, they're forced to back off. Nice defense there from Talon. Brone, have you gone a bit too far? No, there's not enough threat coming out from B Family, and they'll be A-okay there. Nice defense.
Yep, and there's so much sustain or individual sustain coming in from Talon's side. They got the Trevenant, they got the Serena as well. So with those triple XL, he is healing as he kicks by. And that is how they actually could, you know, sustain a little bit longer and just pick the fight to them. B Family right now, they really need to get their levels going, get farming, and then bring the fight to Talon later on.
Yeah, we still have yet to see this Dragapult really do too much work. And take a look at how V Family are organized right now. Just a whole bunch of them having a little bit of a reunion in the bot lane. They don't really want to go anywhere else. And it's really limiting the amount of experience they can get on the map, right? It's starting to close in on them. And I don't know whether this is going to pan out, Moonboy.
Yeah, but at the same time, they have to be a little bit scary or a little bit scared of the Saber Eye, right? Like, it's taking out so much information, it's showing their friends where their objective is at. But right here, immediately a KO onto the Machamp as well. And Talon is just bringing the lead so much further against V Family.
That looked like JT was the one getting ganked there. He just turned around and single shot the Machamp in the guts. That's unfortunate to say the least. I mean, definitely not looking too hot for V Family. 15 to 301. They're gonna get a few nice dunks here in this top half, but not if the Espeon has something to say about it. Dream is alone here on this top side, so does need to be careful. They might be able to crack. Nope, not enough points at the moment, but a nice little bout of EXP, but it comes at the cost of the Regirock, Moonboy.
Yeah, but it's fine, right? No KO going straight right to the V Family as well. They got the Regirock. They can bring the fight. They get the Dragapult. They get the Machamp as well. As, you know, Talon is just comfortable, and V Family really needs to start taking picks, need to start getting those KO to get those EXP over to them. It's not, you know, we're moving straight to the final stretch. It's not looking good for them.
Yeah, I mean, the crucial thing about V Family's lineup is they don't really have a way of starting a fight convincingly, right? They just need to send that Machamp flying in, and it's not always a good call. This Sableye, once again, getting more and more dunks. KY has just been such a pest, but looks like they're trying to start something out here. Phantom Forest on the 4. Wow, MXI. Actually, beautiful Unite move there coming out from him, and the Sableye just clocks that Dragapult to bit. The Chaos Glower not going to hit anything, but it doesn't even need to. Because the side of V Family, they're falling like flies right now. Thames might be in some trouble. Brone is into the fray as well as KY. Doing his work on CHH, and then Delphox doesn't stand a chance. They're just doing such a good job at distracting the front line and taking out the back line. Gao, he's got a Dragon Dance, but this is his last little tango here. He's gonna go down, I say that. Still surviving, no, the punch is there. JT finds it, and now the Wood Hammer, the punch being wound up. Uh-oh, the damage coming through. JT, he needs to back off now. And Talon, they're gonna be okay, but man, V Family, they're getting just cleaned up here.
Lots of things just happening right there. It's not even the final stretch, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just excited to see what's gonna happen later on in the final stretch as well. But however, Talon literally in that formation where the Urshifu is in front, the Zarina is in front, and the Espeon just have to. It's just shooting side shocks from the backline easily and just allowing them to take KOs after KO. There we have another sneaky down once again coming in from the Saber Eye. KYY just putting so much disruption to V Family. And this Regieleki will be marching straight on the top side.
That is cute. KYY pretended to accept his fate there. X speed out of danger. Oh, the last punch grabs him though. Wastes a lot of time though. And they take a look at B Family. They're forced to respond in kind to this Regieleki. That's gonna put them in a bit of an awkward position come this final stretch.
V Family having a really interesting composition, but not much results coming in from them as well. As we're moving straight right to the final stretch. There we go. Big blow coming in.
Huge punch. Single strike, one punch is all you need. JT finds them all and knocks them all to bits. 3 members disappearing in the blink of an eye. JT, how did he do that?
JT is really low right now though, but they got the Rayquaza secured.
Wow.
And Talon is still marching straight right on. Yes, they got the points advantage as well. They're still going in. They're going for the score. They're just bringing the lead so much further away from V Family. What are you going to do? What are you going to, how can you defend against this? Because there's no way for them to turn around at 1 minute and 20 seconds.
I don't know what that was. JT, like, I don't know whether you saw the positioning, but he was exactly where he was as you see him on our screen right there. Just eject buttons over, punches them to... I don't know how he even got over in that position. He just found a perfect wicked blow onto all 4. That was beautiful. And just like that, V Family are left scrambling. They only have one opportunity open in the tier 1 goal zone, but take a look at Talon. They don't care. They're just charging down to the central goal zone.
If you're just gonna score 50 points, I'm gonna score 100 points back at you. That's what Talon said, and that's what V Family could do. There's nothing much that they could do with just one tier 1. 150 to 943, and Talon is still scoring points after points as they go back for the defense.
Yeah, I mean, the way they're scoring, they might be musical geniuses here, but Talon, they're not gonna let this one go without a fight. No easy scores for you, especially when you don't have the Rayquaza shield. They're still taking turns to dunk, and old guy, all he can do is do a little dance around. He manages to take down the Espeon, but the rest of his team have already fallen behind him. Now MXI gonna wood hammer up, getting away the Shadow Ball as well, creating the distance, Dreep and Destroy. It's not gonna be enough as 10 seconds left, but V Family, it's a very, very unorthodox draft, and it doesn't work out for them there up against Talon. They take this one with what looks to be just ease.
Wow, I mean, what a series coming in. Talon really coming in very strong with this really strong premium pick draft as well. But V Family, you thought that they're gonna go unorthodox and do a little bit of something funky right here, but no, nothing of result coming in from this funky team composition. And 105 to 1033, and victory going straight right to Talon.
Absolutely here. And V Family, I mean, they tried their best, right? But I just don't see how this draft works out. Like, it really does feel like they overemphasized on the late game, and they just couldn't get there. They didn't have the right tools to get themselves to that stage, and because of that, it just felt like they were always 2-3 steps behind. They were taking these skirmishes they had no business winning, and they didn't. They just couldn't pull it off. And it's one of these weird games where I didn't even notice the Slowbro, I didn't even notice the Clefairy, because they were just so busy getting taken out.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, right, they are a late game composition, but they don't really have good early game or mid game Pokemon to actually hold this composition, right? You got Dragapult, you got Marcham, you got Brexton. They're all scaled really at late into the game, and the Slowbro and Clefable, they can't exactly hold the matchup in the early game as well. And compared to what Talon have, they got the Urshifu, they got the Zarina, they got the Espeon. These are all really good and really strong early to mid game Pokemon, and they literally snowball it all the way to the late game, and which V Family could not catch up at that point in time.
I mean, really, JT putting on an absolute clinic as this single strike Urshifu here, finding those wicked blows and getting them on multiple targets too. I mean, these aren't easy targets to hit, right? The Delphox has the Flame Charge, there's a Dragon Dance obviously coming out from the Dragapult, and they have immunity to hindrances on that Slowbro, so him being able to just find that huge blow was such a nail in the coffin for V Family here in this game number 1. Now, it isn't over just yet. Like we said, it's a best of 3, but this is the lower bracket. Like you said, Talon needs to come out on top to move on in this tournament, but V Family, same situation for them. Backs against the wall now. You need a dig. You need to find something because you're staring down a bunch of experienced players who clearly have the skills to do it.
Yep, V Family, you know, they have to go back to the scratching board right now, right? Oh, scratching board, the whiteboard, or even what. So they have to try to come up with a new formula, find a new way to actually deal with Talon. Maybe go back to the traditional premium picks right there and actually, you know, take the fight to Talon instead. Because right here, this particular composition is not very strong and it's not going to be working against Talon once again.
Yeah, so one thing I want to point out about Talon is they're not going for a very traditional teamfight composition, right? When you talk about teamfight unite moves or moves in general, they don't really have that on their comp. But what's interesting to me is how well they target prioritize. I think as early as the first few fights, you're seeing all of them know exactly who they need to go on. They're not just spreading each other thin. They're making sure, okay, we go on this guy now, we all go on this guy. Take a look at that.
Yep.
Sableye spots CHH, immediately Serena Brone follows up. They go back to deal with the tanks on the back line. They see Gao, they're like, okay, next one on the chopping block. We're not going to bother the Clefairy, we're not going to bother the Machamp. We go for this Dragonite, Dragapult first, JT finishes the job, another punch forward, and then they get out, right? So really, really nice target prioritization here. Same thing, and this was the huge, wow, this was a huge blow coming out from JT. That was just perfect.
Yeah, this is a good fight, right? The Machamp actually had a good chance to actually have a backswing and just take a few Pokemon out, but he wasn't strong enough to actually take that fight to Talon. So you know that they're losing the fight right there. They got the Rayquaza and they managed to just close off the game, and it's just strong overall for Talon.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, Talon. I mean, with that kind of play, it's scary to think because they basically went flawless except for loss to Orangutan. So if you play so clean on people like JT and then you're still getting like defeated, I want to see the Orangutan and Talon matchup again. That's what I want to see. But for now, we're going to get V Family against them in game number 2. Like we said, this team, relatively unknown players. I do respect their attempt at bringing out what they feel is comfortable. And like we said from the get-go, this is kind of the first time we're getting a spotlight shown on these regions of Taiwan, Macau, Hong Kong, right? It's not, these are players that we haven't really seen before. Maybe they've yet to make their mark on the competitive scene. But with picks like this, there's a decent amount of spice. I mean, it might take a little bit more time and experience to hone and really make it work. But you know, there were some moments. Okay, maybe I'm coping a bit too hard. There were some moments for the Dragon Ball, right, Moonboy?
Yeah, I mean, as much as possible, right? The Dragapult was really slimy and really slippery, and opponent could not actually catch him out. But when they do, the Dragapult is more or less being KO'd at the point in time. So maybe the movement coming in from Talon is just really strong, right? They can just rush it in and just take him out as fast as possible because Dragapult is not the most tankier Pokemon in the whole game. So once you're caught, you're as good as KO'd at that point in time.
Yeah, the funny thing is we were literally like, oh, you know, I'll be surprised if there's no Hoopa or Urshifu ban. Literally none of that. And then they picked Dragapult. We're like, what? They picked Serena. We're like, what is going on in these drafts? I mean, East Asia definitely bringing the spice. I think first match as well. Now we're getting a little bit of a something. I just get more and more excited, boy.
Yeah, you know, like what Asia is really, special for Permasneeze?
Oh, okay. Tell me about it.
Spices.
Yeah, true.
Exactly
spices. A little bit of seasoning, you get some of that Hong Kong, Taiwan, Macau flavor, and then just,
you get a little bit of Dragapult, you get a little bit of Zarina here, you get a Cramorant there, and ladies and gentlemen, APAC.
Yeah, that's APAC. You put it all together, that's what you get. I mean, okay, all things said, all things aside, respect to Talon though for bringing out that Zarina. That was something cool. Like, I didn't expect to see that Pokemon at all.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, let's just take a look at the stats right here from KYY from Talon. The amount of damage dealt, 46k and 33k damage taken. But however, the key point right here is the recovery from 70k coming in from this guy all alone. Right, pick rate for the Comfy and the Hoopa at 33% each. There's something interesting as well.
Yeah, I mean, curiously enough, we haven't actually seen the Comfy come out. Maybe it's come out in some of the games that weren't on stream, but it just doesn't seem like it's as highly prioritized. Watch me say that and then it gets picked immediately in the next game. But I mean, KYY, we're looking at this player who just played a perfect Sableye that game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just slipping in and out. We were just talking about it before this match as well. We're saying, you know, Sableye is kind of the new brand of disruptive support. It doesn't necessarily deal in heals, doesn't necessarily deal in teamfight or sustain, but really it's all about the disruption. And KYY, he was just all up in there. Every single, like, it felt like there was a 1 minute countdown, and every single minute he's like, oh, time for my every minute dunk in their central goal zone, right? Every single time we're just like, oh, a team fight's happening, but oh no, KYY is dunking. Oh, it's another minute has passed. Oh, here's another pass. Oh wait, KYY is dunking. Again. Yeah, this guy is just a professional basketball player or something.
Yep, and not forgetting, right, Comfy, Hoopa, and Sableye, like this guy, Pokemon pool is just really wide, and you know, he could heal, he could teleport and have fast rotation, he could disrupt. What can stop this guy? What this guy can't do at this point in time?
Yeah, I think one thing that said, like I already talked about the target prioritization for Talon, but at the same time, like their map maneuvers are so clean. It feels like they know exactly where they need to be. The wraparound from JT to just kind of predict that they run across the Legendary's pit from the top side, try and chase down their target, and then just coming right in the back with a blow to the skull. Man, that was just clean. So Talon, they're feeling themselves this time. Same bands though coming out from both these teams, and I wonder what we're gonna see as a little bit of adjustment, because if V Family pick that spicy stuff again, I don't know whether it's gonna work out. I'll be real with you.
Yep, V Family immediately locking Slowbro as their first pick once again. Hopefully it's not the same composition moving forward, but we'll just see what JT and Dreamt and Brone picking up the Espeon and the Urshifu in their side as well. This is going to be a no-brainer pick coming in, but something different coming in from V Family in the form of Snorlax and maybe a Mew.
Yeah, I'd like to see these adjustments for sure, because you kind of already had your little, a bit too spicy picks, I'd say. Didn't really work out against the Espeon, and the Urshifu was being played out by JT, and there's the adjustment already. The Snorlax, going to try and keep them at bay, make use of that block to get them out of position, and the Heavy Slam can match up against some of the early pressure that these two Pokemon can bring, so I don't mind it too much.
Yep, I'm not sure about a double defender combination coming in from V Family though, knowing that there's an Espeon on the right side to actually shred you down very fast. But the support has been chosen from Talon side as well. It's going to be the Sableye and the Clefable. So we got healing, we got disruption, we got damage coming in from Talon. What else is there to stop them?
Yeah, going back for the Machamp though, this is something that we saw picked up previously by, I think, it was Who, right? Who were playing it, but it didn't really work out for them. But the Glaceon, not a Pokemon we've seen just yet. Of course, we are in our 4th game of the day, but this is a Pokemon along with the Mew that can apply a lot of special attack burst damage. Final pick, gonna be that Venusaur. Very interesting draft coming out.
Yeah, V Family draft looking a little bit more stable this time. They got the early game in the form of Mew and Snorlax. They got the mid game in the form of the Glaceon, and they got the late game in the form of the Machamp. So this is a little bit more cohesive, or even like, you know, well-balanced team moving forward for V Family. But on Talon side, you know, it's all damage and damage and damage, right? You got the Espeon, you got the Urshifu, and Venusaur coming up on screen for the very first time with triple glasses or even double glasses and a spoon. So we're likely maybe gonna see a solar beam coming in. That might be an option as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well, right? Because if you were going for a bit more of a Petal Dance build, you might try and opt for different health items instead. Maybe that Muscle Band, maybe that Focus Band, maybe just a different sort of split. But I'm really excited to see this, because I actually personally, when I saw the Venusaur, I'm like, oh, yo, he's for sure going to go Petal Dance. But it makes sense, because apart from the Moonlight, they don't really have a lot of sustain. Sure, the Clefable can do quite a bit, but really it's more about the redirection, right? So being able to kind of pull people away from the Venusaur and just snipe them down, you're going to be able to match the Mew in terms of the light screen as well as the Solar Beam coming out from that Pokemon. It's going to be Solar Beam Wars, Moonboy!
Yep, lots of Solar Beam going left and right in the map as well as we go to game number 2 right here. And it's going to be V Family going up against Talon, with Talon having 1 point ahead of them. And this, we're in for a treat.
Yeah, I really like this adaptation, because we already saw how the Machop failed in these earlier games, right? If you don't pair it up with a partner that can ensure that it gets that early EXP to get it to the 2nd and 3rd stage, it's gonna not do too hot. But speaking of, actually, they end up leaving the Machop there himself as well, but that's because everybody it's chaos in the central area again. Everybody's playing bodyguard because they don't want the risk of this Sableye running rampant, but that's gonna mean this poor Machop, oh no, he actually gets taken down by Dreamt.
Yep, and Machop usually is positioned on the top side. So V Family, trying to restructure once again, putting the Machop on the bottom side this time around.
Yeah.
And, going up against an Espeon in the bottom lane, I don't think that's going to be a wise decision to put that Machop to go head on against the Espeon.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I'm like, oh, surely they picked the Snorlax just to kind of bodyguard him, but the Snorlax has to be dragged up to the central area just because of Kai and how annoying he is on that Sableye, and because of that, they managed to get the early KO. It's not too bad at the end of the day because the Machop does get a stack, but still, not ideal start for them here.
Yep, and the Cupful is really having some stacks moving forward as well. However, in the bottom side, there might be a little bit of trouble as the Snorlax goes straight right down. 3v2 right now as the Evolution is just spacing off each other and just trying to do a little bit more damage. But the Machop extended out there is a little bit of a wrong move moving forward, but a little bit questionable, with the engagement.
I mean, they just lined that up perfectly between Dreamt and Brone. They just side shot and bam, the whole barrage of leaves flying out your way. And V Family, this Snorlax was supposed to give you a bit of an early advantage, but it hasn't really panned out that way.
Yeah, I mean, he did his job standing in front, but it is the first Pokemon who goes down, and extending right there with the Machop, I don't think is wise. You should be retreating at that point in time. Lose a little bit of point in the tier 1, but it's totally okay as long as you don't get KO.
Yep, time for our every minute Kai scoring cam again, guys. So nothing has changed. This guy he has a bit of a habit of depositing points. You just can't stop him. Nobody even tries to. It looks like there's action happening in the central area though. They're blasting away at each other, but Snorlax, first one to go down. They grab the Macho as well. And it just feels like Talon, they have such solid control of this game. Kai, they're still pushing back Old Guy on this Glaceon. There's not much he can do at this early stage of the game, and Dunk's just flying through for Talon right now.
Yep, Talon is just looking so much cleaner right now, just moving together, and there's nothing much V Family could do. They can't find a single crack to actually take them down, and they're so far ahead. Level 8 on the Venusaur, 8 on the Espeon, 7 on the Urshifu. But however, on the left side, there's only Glaceon, only at 7. I don't think, the next fight is going to be looking good for V Family.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned about how the evolutions are supposed to be stronger early on, but ultimately, out of the 3 evolutions that we mentioned, Glaceon, Sylveon, and Espeon, Glaceon is arguably the weakest until the later stages of the game, right? You really need to ramp up and get to those higher levels, maybe get the Glacial stage for you to feel more confident about fighting, and they're taking full advantage of that. Even though Old Guy has been having a relatively decent game, you just can't feel confident running into these fights at the moment. Reggie is going to be claimed up by Talon, but the answer is looking to be back from V Family unless Talon do something about it.
Yeah, V Family immediately target their objective 2, the Regieleki, as Talon immediately just joined the fight and just deny them away from this Regieleki as well.
Oh, nice heavy slam secure coming out from Thames. A nice little bout of hope there, V Family. They grab that KO on JT, not allowing him to steal that away with the wicked blow. They're still trying to push on, but it's not looking so successful because Brone, he's just cleaning up on the sideline. The vines and the solar beam clean things up and grab that Glaceon. So very quiet for Old Guy so far, but Brone turns out and makes it happen.
Yep, Talon is still trying to not allow the Regieleki to come into the goal zone. But, Talon is still putting in so much aggression down the top side, still dunking and still trying to fight V Family away and just keep him off this point. I believe the tier 1 is definitely going to close up right now as Talon is looking so strong at 48. It's 227 at the 6-minute mark.
I feel like everything Talon's doing is just so picture perfect. The layering that they have, how they choose each member to go in and go out, it's just perfectly played. They're placing each other well. JT's jumping in, and then KO, as soon as he's dodging out, KYY is the one to jump back in, right? They're layering all their moves, they're layering all their initiations and disengages so well. It's very, very hard to play against. And they're kind of baiting these two like a little fish, right? As soon as you see one of them, you try and go for them, bam, you run straight into a solar beam, straight into a side shot. It's just not very sustainable for V Family to play right now.
It's just clean Pokémon UNITE coming in from Talon, just stacking the moves, and they know what each other is going to be doing at each point in time. Yes, they managed to catch KYY, but immediately the rest of the team just come over to save that Sableye as JC on the backside trying to just do a little bit of sneaky, getting the Snorlax and the Slowbro out of there as well. And Talon is just still looking really strong as the Reggie spawned in about 5 more seconds.
Moonboy, we sound like parrots right now. Literally every few moments we're like, man, Talon are so strong. 316 points above their opponents, and the levels, Moonboy, 11 on every single core Pokemon. They try to contest it, but it doesn't do enough. They just make that Machamp look like a fool and grab that Reggie for themselves.
Yup, instead of going right up for the Regieleki, they are pushing down in the bottom as well. Talon is not resting anytime soon with 4 more minutes on the clock. 4v or 5v2 on the top side. It's not looking good for Talon on the top side as well, but the rest of the team rushes straight right to the top. Could they stop this Regieleki?
I mean, I don't think it'll be that bad if the goal zone gets broken open, because it's not the second one, right? But now you need to make keep an eye out for the final Regieleki, because that going into your what was that side shot driven from over the cliff, just side blast them. They're all just gonna melt, and they're not done just yet. Here comes the even fist knocking down the Glaceon. The punches are through, and old guy desperately trying to dash away with the IC win. No cigar, and you're gonna take a nap right next to your teammates. This poor Snorlax has nowhere else to go. The block trying to help him create some distance, but the blasts are through, and no shot. He's gonna survive. The last little bit of HP gonna be okay, but so much space for Talon, and they continue to line them up.
Clean plays coming in from Talon. Nothing but cleanliness moving forward. They're just taking out Pokemon one at a time and just lighting up every single skill. And V Family is walking straight right into it. Talon is just reading V Family like a book at this point in time. And, you know, they're just looking so strong. We say strong time after time again. And that is just a perfect word to actually describe this situation.
You know, Moonboy, we keep saying the word clean, but as I keep watching how they line up these moves, I'm starting to feel a bit dirty. Like, I don't know how, like, it's just so gross. How do they keep getting these multi-man punches, these multi-man side shots? They're just catching every one of V Family right into their trap. Like you said, they're just getting read like a book right now. V Family, they're scrambling around. They're trying to find an advantage, and they're trying to find it on this Regirock fight. But can they do it here up against Talon?
Yeah, Family already in position, but right here, Talon is on the move. They're just putting them down one by one as the Regirock goes straight right to the side of Talon once again and just pushing V Family back. We're just 25 seconds away from the final stretch. Talon having the Regirock buff. They are looking so strong in terms of level as well. 14 on that Venusaur with the super strong Solar Beam. And Talon is not resting, and they're moving straight right to the Regieleki to put more pressure on V Family.
Oh, 8 seconds left. I don't know whether they actually have the damage for it. They're gonna try. Here comes the Snorlax though to keep them at bay. And doesn't look like they'll be able to finish it off in... Oh, wow. Picture perfect. Gonna grab that last hit. And there's an additional amount of pressure, but have they paid the price for it? The slow beam out to JT. The dash away. But the icicles are there to clean up the job. Did Talon bite off a bit more than they can chew? Burden Anger coming out as a response. And the Solar Beam finishes off another. CHH is the last member standing for V Family. And this is gonna be an easy walk for Talon into the Rayquaza pit.
V Family tried to bring the fight just before the final stretch, with Talon taking the Regieleki, and they're marching straight right to the middle zone. Rayquaza, no contest coming in from V Family as Talon marches straight right down to close off this matchup. 98 points is probably the most score that V Family is going to have this matchup, but Talon is just moving straight right in with Bro on the Venusaur. I don't think he could score this 50.
Yeah, they actually managed to push him away, but the Regieleki opens a path in the central area. Score disparity now up by a full 600. What can you do? I mean, V Family... It's rough. There's nothing more. There's supposed to be nothing stronger than family, right? But there's a Talon are looking a bit too clean. Whether they're looking clean, dirty, I don't know. The hygienic state of this team is up for question. But one thing's for sure, they're looking solid. Every single move just planted perfectly. They tag team each other so well, and the target. Oh, sorry, Moonboy. Yep, sorry, Moonboy. It's time for our minutely KYY score.
Yep, someone called a health inspector on these guys, because these guys are just getting an A in their cleanliness score right here. As V Family trying to get a little bit of action down in the bottom side as well, with 10 more seconds to spare. But Talon is just putting the fight to them once again. Verdant Anger coming in, unable to get any KO, but the Mew get caught up in the Solar Beam. And there you have, ladies and gentlemen, Talon winning this 2-0, and we'll be moving off to the next stage.
Moonboy, I don't know if you caught that last bit, but that was just dirty coming out from KYY. He just waited for everyone to try for their last hurrah. V family are like, come on guys, you know we can do it. We can try and get one last push in. He just chaos glowers them and 3 of them go back to base. Like, it's the saddest thing to have your series snatched away from you like that. But there is no doubt in my mind that Talon deserved this victory. They're proven to be the better team by a long shot.
Yeah, for sure. But we can't discount the fact that V family actually, put up the fight against Talon. Yes, this composition looks so much better than the previous one. But however, Talon is just too strong of a team that V family could not go through for this round. But V family, though, really did put up a good performance. Props to them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all things considered, I do have to say that V family had some moments a bit better this time round, right? It wasn't as suspicious as that Dragapult pick. The Glaceon definitely put in some work at times, but they just couldn't stop KYY. This man was just all over them. I think if you're any of Talon's opponents and you're watching this match, the Sableye has got to be banned, right?
Yeah, for sure, right? We've seen Sableye do a lot of different style, right? There's a lot of different style of Sableye. There's a little bit of, on the back line, doing a lot of disruption, scoring, unintentionally getting information. But KYY, though, today they actually showed a different style of Sableye. He's actually in the fight most of the time. He's actually participating together with the team and causing so much disruption in this kind of way. And this is just eye-opener when it comes to Sableye play.
It definitely is. I think anybody who's looking to learn this Pokemon, it's a difficult one, but KYY is showing exactly what makes this Pokemon such a high priority pick. I think between just getting the information, he also has done such a good job in terms of contributing in the fights as well. So no excuse, all my solo queue teammates, I tell you first, don't let me catch you doing nothing every minute. 150 score. If not, you get out. That's it. You're cut from the squad. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like we said, right? Like we always see a Sableye is always a 4v5 situation because the Sableye is always somewhere else. But this time, Talon literally put Sableye in the 5v5 fight and just doing so much. And JT always catching them off guard from the backside as well. And it's just clean. Nothing else. One word, clean.
Wow, I mean, do you see that side shot? I'm pretty sure that was max range. He got 3 people with that stun and the burst damage. Exactly why this Espeon is snapped up by Talon every single game. I think, Kit, you were mentioning about how every single time Sableye shows his face, it's kind of like a 4v5, right, in the team. You're like, oh man, okay, we're gonna play one member down. This guy makes it look like 6v5. He's stunking, he's in the fight, he's chaos glowering. Like, look at him, he's in the thick of it all. Yes, sure, he goes down in some of these engagements, but he never fails to just make it so prickly for V family to try and find an opening.
What a matchup, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, congratulations to Talon for moving on to the next round. And, it's going to be a hard climb going on for Talon, but we'll just see. Hopefully, we get to see a rematch of Talon going up as Orangutan once again, but we just hope for the best for them.
I want to see, show me Orangutan. Show me Orangutan. No, the team that beat Talon when they're looking so tight, I want to see it. We definitely have things heating up here, but that's gonna be it for our lower bracket matches, right? We have the 2 teams moving forward. Of course, it is Talon, and just now we saw just the superior team win as well, right? I think it was really tough for Who to take it over Omo Abyssinian, but now we're getting spicy.
Yep. Lots of spice coming in, lots of interesting pick, lots of interesting composition, lots of really clean plays coming in so far in today's tournament. So we're gonna see more later on as we go for a short break. Once again, my name is Moonboy and I'm joined by Permasneeze, and JJ-kun will be joining us later on as well. So do not go anywhere as we will be right back. Decky as well. Yes, they managed to catch KYY, but immediately the rest of the team just come over to save that Sable Eye as JC on the backside trying to just do a little bit of sneaky.
Levels, Moonboy. Keep an eye out for the final Regieleki because that going into your one was that side shot. Dren from over the cliff just side blast them. They're all just gonna melt and they're not done just yet. Here comes the Even Fist knocking down the Glaceon. The punches are through and old guy desperately trying to dash away with the icy wind. No cigar. And you're gonna take a nap right next to your teammates. This poor Snorlax has nowhere else to go. The block.
He already in position, but right here Talon is on the move. They're just putting them down one by one as the Regirock goes straight right to the side of Talon once again.
The price point, the slow beam out to JT, the dash away, but the icicles are there to clean up the job. Did Talon bite off a bit more than they can chew? Blood and Anger coming out as a response, and the solar beam finishes off another. CHH is the last member standing for B Family, and Parity now up by a full 600. What can you do? I mean, V Family. It's rough. There's nothing more. There's supposed to be. They end up leaving the matchup there himself as risk of this Sableye running rampant, but that's gonna mean this
was really having some stacks moving forward as well. However, in the bottom side, there might be a little bit of trouble as just spacing off each other and just try to do a little bit more damage. But the matchup extended out there is a little bit of a wrong. A single crack to actually Lecky as Talon immediately just joined the fight and just deny them away from this Regieleki as well. Yes, they managed to catch KYY, but immediately the rest of the team just come over to save that Sable Eye as JC on the backside trying to just do a little bit of sneaky.
Levels, Moonboy. Keep an eye out for the final Regieleki because that going into your one was that side shot. Dren from over the cliff just side blast them. They're all just gonna melt and they're not done just yet. Here comes the Even Fist knocking down the Glaceon. The punches are through and old guy desperately trying to dash away with the icy wind. No cigar. And you're gonna take a nap right next to your teammates. This poor Snorlax has nowhere else to go. The block.
He already in position, but right here Talon is on the move. They're just putting them down one by one as the Regirock goes straight right to the side of Talon once again.
The price point, the slow beam out to JT, the dash away, but the icicles are there to clean up the job. Did Talon bite off a bit more than they can chew? Blood and Anger coming out as a response, and the solar beam finishes off another. CHH is the last member standing for B Family, and Parity now up by a full 600. What can you do? I mean, V Family. It's rough. There's nothing more. There's supposed to be. They end up leaving the matchup there himself as risk of this Sableye running rampant, but that's gonna mean this
was really having some stacks moving forward as well. However, in the bottom side, there might be a little bit of trouble as just spacing off each other and just try to do a little bit more damage. But the matchup extended out there is a little bit of a wrong. A single crack to actually Lecky as Talon immediately just joined the fight and just deny them away from this Regieleki as well. Yes, they managed to catch KYY, but immediately the rest of the team just come over to save that Sable Eye as JC on the backside trying to just do a little bit of sneaky.
Levels, Moonboy. Keep an eye out for the final Regieleki because that going into your one was that side shot. Dren from over the cliff just side blast them. They're all just gonna melt and they're not done just yet. Here comes the Even Fist knocking down the Glaceon. The punches are through and old guy desperately trying to dash away with the icy wind. No cigar. And you're gonna take a nap right next to your teammates. This poor Snorlax has nowhere else to go. The block.
He already in position, but right here Talon is on the move. They're just putting them down one by one as the Regirock goes straight right to the side of Talon once again.
The price point, the slow beam out to JT, the dash away, but the icicles are there to clean up the job. Did Talon bite off a bit more than they can chew? Blood and Anger coming out as a response, and the solar beam finishes off another. CHH is the last member standing for B Family, and Parity now up by a full 600. What can you do? I mean, V Family. It's rough. There's nothing more. There's supposed to be. They end up leaving the matchup there himself as risk of this Sableye running rampant, but that's gonna mean this
was really having some stacks moving forward as well. However, in the bottom side, there might be a little bit of trouble as just spacing off each other and just try to do a little bit more damage. But the matchup extended out there is a little bit of a wrong. A single crack to actually Lecky as Talon immediately just joined the fight and just deny them away from this Regieleki as well. Yes, they managed to catch KYY, but immediately the rest of the team just come over to save that Sable Eye as JC on the backside trying to just do a little bit of sneaky.
Levels, Moonboy. Keep an eye out for the final Regieleki because that going into your one was that side shot. Dren from over the cliff just side blast blast them. They're all just gonna melt, and they're not done just yet. Here comes the Even Fist knocking down the Glaceon. The punches are through, and old guy desperately trying to dash away with the icy wind. No cigar, and you're gonna take a nap right next to your teammates. This poor Snorlax has nowhere else to go. The block.
He already in position, but right here, Talon is on the move. They're just putting them down one by one as the Regirock goes straight right to the side of Talon once again.
The price point, the slow beam out to JT, the dash away, but the icicles are there to clean up the job. Did Talon bite off a bit more than they can chew? Blood and Anger coming out as a response, and the solar beam finishes off another. CHH is the last member standing for B family, and Parity now up by a full 600. What can you do? I mean, V family. It's rough. There's nothing more. There's nothing that's supposed to be. And not leaving the matchup there himself at risk of this Sableye running rampant, but that's gonna mean this.
He's really having some stacks moving forward as well. However, in the bottom side, there might be a little bit of trouble as just facing off each other and just try to do a little bit more damage. But the matchup extended out there is a little bit of a wrong. Find a single crack to actually Lecky as Talon immediately just joined the fight and just deny them away from this Regilecky as well. Yes, they managed to catch KYY, but immediately the rest of the team just come over to save that Sable Eye as JC on the backside trying to just do a little bit of sneaky.
Levels, Moonboy. Keep an eye out for the final Regilecky, because that going into your what was that side shot driven from over the cliff. Just side blast them. They're all just gonna melt, and they're not done just yet. Here comes the Even Fist knocking down the Glaceon. The punches are through, and old guy desperately trying to dash away with the icy wind. No cigar, and you're gonna take a nap right next to your teammates. This poor Snorlax has nowhere else to go. The block.
He already in position, but right here, Talon is on the move. They're just putting them down one by one as the Regirock goes straight right to the side of Talon once again.
The price point, the slow beam out to JT, the dash away, but the icicles are there to clean up the job. Did Talon bite off a bit more than they can chew? Blood and Anger coming out as a response, and the solar beam finishes off another. CHH is the last member standing for B family, and Parity now up by a full 600. What can you do? I mean, V family. It's rough. There's nothing more. There's nothing that's supposed to be. And not leaving the matchup there himself at risk of this Sableye running rampant, but that's gonna mean this.
He's really having some stacks moving forward as well. However, in the bottom side, there might be a little bit of trouble as just facing off each other and just try to do a little bit more damage. But the matchup extended out there is a little bit of a wrong. Find a single crack to actually Lecky as Talon immediately just joined the fight and just deny them away from this Regilecky as well. Yes, they managed to catch KYY, but immediately the rest of the team just come over to save that Sable Eye as JC on the backside trying to just do a little bit of sneaky.
Levels, Moonboy. Keep an eye out for the final Regilecky, because that going into your what was that side shot driven from over the cliff. Just side blast them. They're all just gonna melt, and they're not done just yet. Here comes the Even Fist knocking down the Glaceon. The punches are through, and old guy desperately trying to dash away with the icy wind. No cigar, and you're gonna take a nap right next to your teammates. This poor Snorlax has nowhere else to go. The block.
He already in position, but right here, Talon is on the move. They're just putting them down one by one as the Regirock goes straight right to the side of Talon once again.
The price point, the slow beam out to JT, the dash away, but the icicles are there to clean up the job. Did Talon bite off a bit more than they can chew? Blood and Anger coming out as a response, and the solar beam finishes off another. CHH is the last member standing for B family, and Parity now up by a full 600. What can you do? I mean, V family. It's rough. There's nothing more. There's nothing that's supposed to be. And not leaving the matchup there himself at risk of this Sableye running rampant, but that's gonna mean this.
He's really having some stacks moving forward as well. However, in the bottom side, there might be a little bit of trouble as just facing off each other and just try to do a little bit more damage. But the matchup extended out there is a little bit of a wrong. Find a single crack to actually Lecky as Talon immediately just joined the fight and just deny them away from this Regilecky as well. Yes, they managed to catch KYY, but immediately the rest of the team just come over to save that Sable Eye as JC on the backside trying to just do a little bit of sneaky.
Levels, Moonboy. Keep an eye out for the final Regilecky, because that going into your what was that side shot driven from over the cliff. Just side blast them. They're all just gonna melt, and they're not done just yet. Here comes the Even Fist knocking down the Glaceon. The punches are through, and old guy desperately trying to dash away with the icy wind. No cigar, and you're gonna take a nap right next to your teammates. This poor Snorlax has nowhere else to go. The block.
He already in position, but right here.
Welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE WCS April qualifiers here for the East Asia region. Moonboy is gone and JJ is in. My name is Permasneeze and we'll be taking you through the next few matches before the grand finals. JJ, you were watching from the sidelines just now. Any thoughts? How you feeling, buddy?
Man, previously, right, we were talking, before we head to the broadcast that, hey, we may have, have a little bit of analysis, who's going to be winning, who's going to be, being more of like a 50-50 kind of, like, but these teams right now on the top 4 is definitely the teams that we have taught to be are going to be on the top 4. So, it's looking pretty stable for now, but I think as we move on, it's going to be one whole of chaos for APAC East.
Yeah, we already saw so much spice coming out from some of the teams we saw. Who can imagine what kind of chaos happened in the rest of the matches? Because we only tuned in at top 8. We don't know what kind of thing these guys were cooking in terms of composition, strategies, but we'll see. Like you said, I think there are some names that everybody is expecting to see. And don't worry, guys, High Five isn't going anywhere because they're now under the name of Orangutan. They got signed by the organization. And boy, have they looked absolutely monstrous. We haven't seen the games just yet, but we know that they've been undefeated so far.
No, yeah, for sure, right? They haven't. So here's the thing, right? To be specific, they haven't lost a single match, though. Out the entire duration of our qualifiers for this April, they only lost one map. Yeah. How heavy can that be? How impossible could that be? Only losing one map out of the entire Swiss and round robin. And of course, the double eliminations now too.
Yeah, I mean, they have just been tearing through it right now. We're gonna take a look at our next matchup here. But of course, it is Orangutan versus Old Guys. Some of the names might be familiar. I mean, everyone knows Orangutan at this point, right? Xingdi, Ziray, Wushuan, Ikura, and BKZ, top of their game. I mean, they won recent huge tournaments as well in the Asia region. And up against Old Guys, some familiar names there as well, JJ.
Yeah, we have Lance, we have RBS, we have Sync 1 as well. But, to the new additions here, we have Thorfinn and Wayam. These people, these players are coming from the Philippines. So, as you may have seen as well, for our top 4, we have 3 teams coming in from the Philippines and 1 team coming in from Taiwan. That is Orangutan. So, let's find out if Taiwan would be able to, So, would be able to, defend their region away from the Filipinos. Or would that these outnumber of teams, right, would be able to overtake Orangutan, especially that they have the crown of ACL as well. But with that being said, let's now move over to our team here. Of course, the first that we're going to be seeing for today, Orangutan. Man, look at the stats here.
Okay, I just want to point out, in some of these other info cards that we've seen thus far, the pick rates on these Pokemon are a lot higher. If your most frequently used Pokemon is only at a 15% win rate, that just means one thing. Orangutan pick literally whatever they want. These guys, you can try and ban out specific Pokemon you think they'll grab, but they'll just continue to surprise you. We've seen it in ACL, and it seems like we're seeing it here again. This team, there's no conventional rules that applies to them. They're just so formidable.
No, yeah, especially that, this is something that you mentioned to me before as well. If we're going to be looking over to different regions, right, like say the NA or say the EU, they have a solidified meta. However, if we go back here to APAC, we just, well, not we per se, but the players here in APAC, they just play, right? They just want to play whatever they want to play. And it works out for well as well. I'm looking at them right now. They're currently at the top 8, top 4 right now. And with that being said, we're going to be seeing more of these chaotic kind of pegs here as we move over to Old Guys.
Yeah, I want to see what Old Guys have cooking because Charizard, Machamp, definitely some interesting spicy ones here. But more than anything, seems to be quite a significant emphasis on Eldegoss. Maybe that's a specific player that is piloting that. But of course, Old Guys, to make it so far in such a stacked tournament, definitely formidable as well. And I think the craziest thing, I keep mentioning this, I mentioned this in the previous series as well, when you're up against so many unfamiliar names, yeah, sure, you might have the experience, but you also have a target on your back, right? Names like Thorfinn, names like Lance, these are ones that we've seen compete before, and all these new contenders, all these unknown individuals who are coming and vying for the crown, they get material to study. They know what you're up to. They know what you're used to playing. They know what you want to do, and they have that somewhat foothold advantage over you. So Old Guys, a couple of new names under that team, like you said, fully Filipino names, some Filipino players as well. So interested to see what they can take in terms of action to Orangutan here.
Right. So another thing here, right? Another thing here is that I just want to point out that Old Guys here definitely has more of the damage stats. Actually, not just the damage, but like entirety of the stats. Throughout the board, across the board rather. That they have it more than that of Orangutan. So that really says a lot, especially going into this tournament. Now we have to take note, however, that Orangutan, they haven't lost a single match in this tournament, and they have won against Talon earlier 2-0. So it already puts them right. It already puts them in a way where it only puts them in a quite a gap here compared to the rest of the competitors left here in our top 8. But with that being said, Talon though, they still have a chance to come back and maybe have their comeback against Orangutan. But first, let's have a beautiful time here with Old Guys, as we are this is the game that we are going to be focusing on for this match.
Yeah, absolutely. Orangutan, and this is, it's always scary, right? Being on the casting desk. And for this reason alone, a lot of the times in terms of doing our preparations and scoping out who are the teams that are on the radar, it's hard not to sound biased, but I think it's fair to say that this entire qualifiers, everyone's sitting there looking at them like, okay, so is Orangutan gonna win, or are we gonna get surprised here? Right? Like, let's be real. That is kind of the situation of East Asia. They've looked so strong. I mean, my boy Ikura, shout out to another fellow Cantonese brother over there. He's leading his team to new heights. They've just looked so unshakable throughout past tournaments. Even back when they were RJ Gaming, just nothing but solid gameplay, continuing to surprise people, and more than anything, Pokemon Unite has changed a lot since they played as RJ Gaming. The fact that they're still so dominant and show this level of consistency, it clearly means they're just a tier above the rest.
No, yeah, for sure. But with that being said, Permasneeze, we're now going to be heading over to our first match of the stream for Orangutan and Old Guys. I am really excited to see which Pokemon they're gonna be bringing up. I know for a fact that because I was talking to Ikura, right? They told me that they're gonna be, surprising us for the WCS.
Okay.
They're definitely, kind of changing things up from when they played in the ACL. So I'm really excited to see who they're gonna be picking and who they're gonna be banning on.
Yeah, I mean, I already got my wish of the Kremlin. I already got my little wild wish here for the Pokemon I wanted to see, but Mew and Espeon gonna be the first bans. An interesting thing to note, this is actually a battle of OGs, right? OG on one side, OG on the other. They're fighting for that ultimate glory to use that tag. It's like, I don't know if you remember this specific event in esports, but like, fighting for your title is definitely something we've seen happen before.
But here's something, right? I just wanted to go back to, and I'd like to, give thanks to our viewers as well, because they are the ones who gave me the title of the Prophet. Now, here's something I can say for this matchup, all right? Considering that Orangutan, right, was the winner of ACL, and Old Guys here is definitely one of the consistent ones in the Philippines, I can say for sure that Team OG will win this match.
Yeah, I mean, once again, the Prophet shows his flexes, his prophesizing muscles here. Who could have seen that one coming? Nobody but JJ-kun. The mouse, they're playing with me here, Old Guys. They put the selector on that Kremlin, but immediately going back to a bit more of a conventional Eldegoss. In fact, this was one that they consistently pick up, right? This is a Pokemon that defines their team more so than others. We saw it at the 20% pick rate at the stats prepared, but take a look at what Orangutan have cooking. So the Sylveon, which is not something we've seen so far, and Z-Ray, oh boy. Is he gonna give me that?
Wow, there you go.
Z-Ray, I mean,
asked for it.
I asked for it, and you want to know why I asked for it? You know why I asked for it? Because it was exactly high five I saw play in the ACL, and Z-Ray plays this Kremlin with zero fear in those green CD eyes. This guy will dive a backline alone, and Gatling, Gulp Cannon, your backliners. He doesn't care, but Sync grabbing that Charizard, we definitely have something cooking here.
Now, if you're not familiar, right, Sync One here definitely plays a lot of Charizard, and they actually came from the team called previously in the UCS, right? Last year they were playing under the name Fly High Charizard, and they are definitely the ones playing the Charizard as well. So this is really something, more of like a throwback, going into the side of Old Guys here, especially that they have Lance as well here. is one of the more consistent players as well in the Philippines. So with that being said, with this composition, Sneeze, which one do you think is, has more of a balanced composition? I'd say it would go to the old guys, whereas for Orangutan, they have more sustain, but they are a bit squishy, except for, of course, that Urshifu.
Yeah, so the sustain-wise on old guys, I'm not very sure how substantial it is, but one thing I'm concerned about is Orangutan, like Cramorant and Sylveon. These are Pokemon that do damage over time. They do a lot of sustained damage, but I don't know whether you can afford to stand there long enough to take down the Slowbro and Trevenant before you get melted down by Thorfinn, before the Charizard just makes quick work of you, right? I don't know whether that's something viable for Orangutan, or whether old guys can just make use of the bulk that they have and just steamroll it from there.
Yeah, with that being said, Sneeze, we'll find out together as we head over to our game. Orangutan versus All Guys right now, starting their first match.
Yeah, Xingdi gonna be grabbing that Urshifu into the central area.
Ooh.
I'd be interested to see what style they go for, whether it's a single or rapid, right?
Oh. We're going to have a little bit of a break here as we're going to be checking out whether or not we're going to be having a bit of a, what do you call this, a real lobby per se. We'll find out together.
Yeah, I think the main thing is, they're cooking a bit too hot. The phones are overheating. They pick the Charizard. And, I want to talk a bit more about this point. How cool is it that you literally named your team Fly High Charizard and then you're just like, yeah, I'll pick Charizard. We saw it a couple of times, I think, literally in the EUIC that just happened, right? The EU AOS Cup. We saw some of the top teams pick them up for themselves. JJ, what do you think is so strong about this Charizard as a pick?
No, yeah, for example, right, Charizard here is definitely one of the Pokemon that is quite considered, I'd say. They didn't really get, it got nerfed quite a bit, but still, it having a lot of, sustainability, it does have its own, what was the right term here? It deals so much damage, and it's tenacity. There we go. It's tenacity just to be able to have its mobility and have some backlane mid-range damage rather. It just allows it to put out so much damage against the opposing team's Pokemon, and from there on out, especially with its Unite move as well, Seismic Slam, being its unstoppable unstoppable status, right? It just puts out so much damage against the other team.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, just constantly having a just blast of fire just down your neck. You're like, oh my gosh, I need to get out of here. I think especially effective for me, what I see about this Charizard is it's very effective at finding an angle and singling out these backline special attackers that we've seen. We've seen a very high rise in Pokemon like the Mew,
right,
like the Glaceon, like the Delphox, right? These Pokemon that want to keep their distance, they want to play from range. We've even seen some Decidueye, but once that Charizard gets on top of you, boy, you are not running away. You're just gonna get burnt out.
Right, so we just got word as well, guys, that we're going to, wait for one of our players that actually got disconnected before we actually, head back into the game. But with that being said, just going to be going back to our previous composition here. I think it's a good thing to talk about this as well, Sneeze, right? That we have, Shingi with her Shifu, we have BKZ with a Sylveon, Hoopa for Ikura, Wushan with that of the Comfy, and Z-Ray onto that of the, what do you call this? Cramorant, there you go. And then into the side of old guys, we do have Lance into that of the Trevenant. We have the Slowbro, RBX Slowbro. We have Thorfinn's Dodrio, Eldegoss for Rayum, and Sync1 with the Charizard. This, what do you think about this?
What do I think about their picks, you mean? Yeah, I mean, I think we were mentioning some of this in the draft as well. I think I'm most interested to see how Orangutan chooses to use this Urshifu. Sending it to the central area as the Cutfu, definitely the preferred area for this Pokemon, because at the Cutfu stage, definitely a lot weaker. But once he hits that level 5, whether it's a single strike or rapid strike, we've already seen the single strike being put to good effect by JT just now from Talon, but I'm wondering what kind of variation it's going to be, because what do you think will deal well with the lineup of old guys here? I'm quite in between.
No, yeah, for sure. But as I mentioned earlier, old guys here definitely has more of a sustain here. However, Orangutan is more of a diving composition, as they are a little bit squishy on the side, though they can put up so much damage. And with that being said, Orangutan got the old guys got the first KO against Orangutan, but this is still the early game. It's still just the first minute of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Zire using that Cramorant to very, very high effect, right? I think historically we've seen this player pilot this Pokemon to great success, but Thorfinn, nicely done. Using that Drill Peck to just slide those Altaria out of his way and the Swablu not allowing him to get those easy EXP numbers with that Whirlpool, which is the main reason why Cramorant is so dominant early on.
Oh yeah, but speaking of domination, it seems as if Orangutan is currently, being so much dominant right now, and they're gonna be able to take down one, to make that two as well in the process to be able to try and score down top. But here comes, Sync One trying to get away, but unfortunately not gonna be enough. Not going to be enough to get away.
The recipe for success for Orangutan, first thing on the list is Urshifu getting off to a hot start. And the way he's sliding around the map right now, going up against old guys, it is not looking too hard for them because Shingdi is already at level 7 right now.
Man, level 7 Shingdi. It doesn't even have any stacking items. Does have the energy amplifier. We have the quick claw and of course the muscle band, and it just puts up so much damage despite not having that attack weight. But with that being said, especially with the help of the Comfy, my goodness, does it survive so much team fight.
I really, really like this movement here from Orangutan, right? They're leaving BKC and G-Ray to just defend these bot and top paths respectively, and they're running around in the trio. Shingdi, as well as the two supports, they're just applying so much pressure to anyone who tries to rotate. Because of the Hoopa, the team on the side of old guys doesn't have any way to get from path to path except for just walking there, and this bear is playing bodyguard right now.
No, yeah, but here you go. Another team fight here before the objectives come out is going to be coming up. And here comes the 1-for-1 trade. Shingdi is going to be taken down in the process. But the question here is, would Lance be able to survive this 2v2? No, Sync One is here to save the day. But are they going to be able to do the reverse Uno card? Not quite yet. But the first set of objectives is now up.
Nice eject button from BKZ just to get out of dodge there. Realized it was a bit more than he could chew with those wood hammers flying out. Lance, we talked a lot about this Urshifu, but Lance as well, very, very high on the levels. All three Pokemon on the core rolls on old guys, all at level 8. So looking to bring the fight to Orangutan in this Reggie fight in the basement.
No, yeah, but here you go. They now have the positional advantage and pressuring up old guys once again. 13 hits into the flowing fist. No, make that 18. And here comes another one here. Here comes triple trample is going to be used here, but unfortunately, actually, never mind. You're going to be able to take down the Cramorant as well. But Shingdi getting popped up here. Unfortunately for old guys, they're going to be able to get away. But look at that with a very mispositioned, very usually mispositioned hyperspace hole. They weren't able to get back into the base. And
they're still trying to fight.
Oh, wow. There you go. Old guys takes in the Reggie Ice.
Yeah, I mean, really nicely done. Shingdi still trying to find an opening, but no chance against the wood hammer coming through. They do take down the Trevenant and they're starting to clean up. Shingdi with that beautiful play from the Comfy. Wu Xuan just jumping in and out, managing those flowers perfectly. And Shingdi, because of all of that, managing to survive through it all and take that fight in the end. Sync is here though and has that Unite move if he chooses to pop it out, but with no objective to fight for, they're going to back off.
Man, this is a beautiful display performance here coming from Orangutan. As we have mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, this is the champion of the Asia Champions League, showing us how great they are, showing us why they haven't lost a single game, a single match, in this tournament right now. But, still, old guys has 70 points, still not, their gap against Orangutan isn't that a lot, and they still have a chance, a huge chance to come up against Orangutan.
Looks like another bout of issues again, unfortunately, as we try and figure out what's going on. But I just want to pause for a moment here. We talked about how Orangutan, just on the record alone, have been looking so dominant. I'm going to be honest with you. They've had a few shaky moments, especially that bot Reggie fight, right? Old guys, they look to be getting the advantage, and I'm a little bit worried for them because Sync has just been quietly ramping up on that Charizard, not really under any pressure at all. He's been having his way. He's yet to use his first seismic slam, and I feel like the second he pops that out, they're gonna have to scatter to the wind. They somehow managed to eke out a bit of a level advantage on old guys, and we'll have to see how they use it, because I think that's where they will be able to potentially scare the side of Orangutan.
No, yeah, I guess that's one of the things as well, right? just to add up to why, you know, Charizard is quite a good pick as well. Not only does it have the damage, though of course I do understand that there are a lot more Pokemon that are, say, way more viable than that of the Charizard, but the crowd control coming in from that of Seismic Slap is really detrimental as well, especially if you time it right on a team fight, especially if you are on the disadvantageous side of the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I still think that, okay, don't get me wrong, I do think Orangutan are in a decent position overall,
Right.
but it's definitely not what I expected coming into this match, right? Because we're talking about how, oh, you know, Orangutan, you know, they're high five, they're undefeated, the best team in this entire sort of Asia area.
Right.
Maybe the gap has closed a little bit, JJ.
Yeah, for sure. You know, they have, as I mentioned, you know, before we had the pause, all guys did have, you know, just a very few point disadvantage against Orangutan, and they had they still have a huge chance, you know, to get back up against Orangutan. And again, there's still the second set of objectives, and there is still the Rayquaza, which honestly, you know, all guys here is fighting off foot to foot, or on equal footing rather, against Orangutan, and it could go on either teams really for match one.
I think all things considered, it's been relatively quiet from Z-Ray. I think this is a player that, you know, a bit more of the quiet side compared to some of his counterparts, but in the moments where he pops off, that's when you know Orangutan are feeling themselves. Still a bit, playing a bit reserved on the Cameron, and perhaps that's a byproduct of the draft he's up against, right? He can't really afford to make these flashy plays, diving in all willy-nilly, because as soon as he pokes his little duck head out, check out around the water, bam, it's just gonna get crushed.
No, yeah, for sure. But with that being said, you know, I think one of the things that I'd say would be better for Orangutan's composition is if they actually had that Trevenant, because that in that way they would be able to, like, you know, position everyone into the side of All Guys. However, it is All Guys, you know, with Lance was able to take down that Trevenant, and they were the ones essentially lining up everyone into the side of Orangutan, if, you know, especially going in on team fights to initiate those, and having their teammates obviously, you know, to have the response into that team fight. But here comes another team fight here, Sneeze.
Yeah, speaking of Lance, he's under some pressure because of the magical leaves here. Doesn't want to get chained up. They're actually resetting here, and they're doing a pretty good job of pushing back Old Guys at the moment on the back of this Sylveon's Hyper Voice. They're all just lining up very conveniently for it more than anything. And things are starting to get a bit awkward here. It doesn't seem like they want to full commit though. Oh, straight into a slow beam, and they need to leave that poor Sylveon. Danced around a bit too long, and with that Unite move being expended, they're going to be able to get this Regieleki relatively easily.
Yeah, it's actually quite interesting as well, where All Guys, you know, already use slow beam, and then still use a lot of like crowd controlling moves towards that Sylveon just to be able to take it out. But still, with that being said, they were able to take down the Regieleki, so it's not, you know, wasted of sorts into, you know, their moves. But with that being said, I think the Cramorant here, you know, Z-Ray is still getting a little bit silent here.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I was saying, right? Overall, it's been a very quiet game from this player thus far. If you just kind of take a look at the way the map is split right now, it's a bit... I mean, you can see it right above me. You can see right above me right there. No, sorry, wrong finger. Right above me. I love being on this desk. It's so cool. It's so cool. Okay, yeah, but you can see the screen right behind.
We can be like more like a weatherman, right?
Yeah, like right here, as you can see. Right here, as you can see, Z-Ray, even though he's level 11 on this Cameron, he's elected to just not take a hit-on fight. And I wonder what it is about the composition. I mean, like we already said, there is a large degree of bulk coming in from the Charizard.
Right.
Just powers up with that Unite move. Same thing with the Slowbro, same thing with the Trevenant. But, you know, at some point, you're gonna have to engage, right? The point advantage has already gone the way of Old Guys. I don't think splitting the map is very sustainable for you moving ahead. You're gonna have to find an engagement. You're gonna have to find an opening. I just don't see it at the moment. And they don't seem to see it either.
Man, I wonder what's going to be, you know, the answer back here, you know, going into our matches. And, you know, before we head into that, make sure you likewise, guys, want to, you know, I just want to give you guys a little bit of a reminder that we are live not only on Twitch but also on YouTube and Facebook. So make sure to check us out. And likewise, you know, we are actually streaming as well with the West APAC. So if you'd love to jump in there, you know, see your favorite teams, say for example RRQ, Evos,
NYS,
NYS,
no
you know,
Lucario.
Yeah, make sure
boys.
to jump and check those as well, you know.
Yeah, so just to clarify for everybody here, for the East Asia Pacific region, we're covering Hong Kong, Taiwan, Macau, and the Philippines. That's why you're seeing what the best of Philippines has to offer in Old Guys, as well up against the de facto kings of Taiwan. I mean, at this point, they're quite the kings of Asia as a whole. I think, High Five now turned orangutan. This is our blockbuster match. Right now, we're still making sure that everybody is fit and just in perfect condition to play the game, because we want to maintain that competitive integrity. So just do bear with us at the moment. But JJ, I want to ask you, okay, we already, like you mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, we already have a decent idea about what I guess the top few teams will look like, right? Old Guys were part of that list, Talon were part of that list, and Orangutan, without a doubt, all of us thought they were going to top the list. So with that being said, how insane would it be if Old Guys knocked down Orangutan here?
Now here's the thing, right? This is going to be really, really spicy. And dude, if say for example, right, if the princess, right, the princess of Asia, that is to say, MYS, we have Rise, wasn't able to take down Orangutan back in ACL, and out of the blue, here comes Old Guys taking down Orangutan, that is going to be quite a huge statement. I'd say that is going to be a huge statement, not only in Asia, but I think it's going to, going to be a wave throughout the world, because again, everyone is looking over Orangutan, not only in Asia, but also outside of Asia. And for them to be taken out of a team that wasn't even an ACL, that would be a huge thing.
Yeah, I mean, Old Guys, quite literally. I mean, of course, we haven't spoken to the players, but it's very clear that Thorfinn, Lance, these are guys who had a bit of a stride maybe last year during the competitive season, toned down a bit more this time, right? Like ACL, they weren't part of it, they didn't find a stack that they could suit, but I mean, they're looking relatively strong in this game, and they've wrestled control away from Orangutan. I mean, this is a team that was, like you said, only dropped one map, but they're looking a lot more scared than expected. Now, with that being said, they are the kings of Asia, right? Maybe they're just biding their time. Z-Ray has probably played more Cameron games than I've played Pokemon Unite, right? Let's just be real.
Oh, I mean, we have to consider as well, right? We have to consider as well that Z-Ray for the last 4 or 5 minutes hasn't really been participating on team fights, and this is already, we're looking at Orangutan, okay? We're looking at Orangutan where only 4 players are playing against Old Guys, and Old Guys can already go.
I see where you're going.
On equal footing against Orangutan. But what if Z-Ray actually comes into play? That is now going to put a bit of a divide here between Old Guys and Orangutan. Not to dismiss Old Guys, but I'm just saying, right? The only 4 players are currently playing at the moment properly, so to say, going against Old Guys.
Okay, I see what you're saying here. Maybe a better way to explain it is, it's clear that Z-Ray is just focusing on hitting a certain spike right now. What that spike is, we're not completely clear, because as much as I love Cameron, I can't claim to be as knowledgeable as he is, right? So maybe he has a certain idea in his mind about, okay, once I get this plus move, or once I hit a certain level, I'll be able to feel more confident participating in these fights. I won't say he's not playing properly per se. I just think he's being very careful, right? He doesn't want to start giving over more than he has to over to Old Guys. But with that being said, Old Guys, they're just, you're not gonna take part. We're just gonna trample all over the rest of the 4 of you. You're gonna dangle this Sylveon in front of us. Yeah, if you're gonna dangle this Sylveon in front of you, I'll slow beam you. I'll take you out. I don't care. So, I mean, one thing's for sure, Old Guys definitely came to play, right? They're not getting shaken up by their opponents. Sure, the profile for who they're facing up against is really high, but, they've got those experienced fellas there. They're just like, this isn't our first rodeo. We've done this before. We can take down you young hot shots. You can beat these Taiwanese teams. It's no sweat.
Man, but again, just to go back to what you had said, and your question as well, if Old Guys definitely win against Orangutan, this is going to make waves, not only in Asia, but the entirety of the world of Pokemon Unite competitive scene.
Yeah, I think it goes without saying that, of course, I've never been in a competitive position. I think yourself as well, JJ, we're very much stuck behind the caster's desk, whether that's for better or for worse. But
this is why we're just playing. We're just casting.
Yeah, we don't have that kind of experience. But it goes without saying that all these teams from around the world, even the EU teams that just won AO's Cup, there's no doubt in my mind that every single one of these competitors today at least had a glance, if not paid very close attention to what those teams were doing. Because that's the beauty of esports as a whole, right? You can't play region to region just because of server issues, but you are always going to be keeping an eye out, trying to just gather what you can from what other people are doing and innovate it and make it your own. I mean, of course, from what we've seen today from the East Asia region, there's a lot more
innovation per se.
A lot more innovation is the word that I use. But I mean, at the same time, for a high-profile team such as High Five, now Orangutan, there is without a doubt in my mind that a lot of eyes on them, right? Whether that's in Asia, outside of Asia, I'm sure even the West Asian Indian teams are looking at them keenly as well, because they've shown that they've just dominated the rest of the competition. So, like we said, back to the original point, if old guys just come out of retirement, just like, yo, these guys, nothing special, beat them back down to the lower bracket, that would be insane. Not to mention, want to remind you guys again, top 3 placements get a direct seat within the regional playoffs. Not only just that, but a very nice chunk of change at first place for 7,500. It's sounding pretty sweet, right, for old guys.
Here we go, going back into the game as you guys wanted it. You know, here comes the continuation of the last 4 minutes of the game, as we are going to be seeing the Reggie button come out in a second.
Yeah. And it's a bit of we haven't looked at this screen in a while, but like we said, Lance and Sync on this Charizard, very, very strong at the moment. Looks like there's going to be a battle in the bot side for the Regis though.
And here you go. Oh, Gatling Got Missile is going to be popped up, and not actually to reposition, but just to hit the Reggie Ice. But with that being said, they're going to be able to take down 1. No, make that 2 into the old guys. Reggie Ice already low. Sylveon is going to be taken down as well in the process. But with that being said, you know, Orangutan was able to push away old guys for them to secure the Reggie Ice for themselves. And with that being said, we're going to have a little bit of an extended team fight here, as Ikura is getting low a little bit, but it doesn't matter. They're not going to go down, not quite yet, as they still put down 1 into the side of old guys. That is the Dodrio. But here comes the disengage coming in from Orangutan. They don't want no more risk, you know, because they could still give a huge chunk of XP to old guys, as we do have some rubber banding here in Unite.
BKZ timing that Fairy Frolic perfectly, baiting out the Charizard Unite move just when it looked like we'd have roasted Sylveon. Bam! Out comes the Fairy Frolic, regaining a whole chunk of HP and keeping that fight going. Even though Orangutan ended up losing that Sylveon on their side, they were able to create the space. They were able to open the path for Shingdi, backed up by Wushan, to just lay in the hands and create the opportunity for Z-Ray to tie that Regis up. Even though the points are definitely not in their favor, Orangutan, they're starting to claw it back here a little bit.
Right, but look at this though. All guys right now positions into that of the Reggie Lecky, and Orangutan slowly but surely is now coming up. Beautiful play coming from Thorfinn just to get some split pushing here to maybe give an option select into Orangutan to either stop Thorfinn or just, you know, a focus down top. But with that being said, they were able to push away all guys and force them to go down into the central area.
It's a little bit of a worrying situation because old guys, they still have both their
Wait,
tier
4v4
1
though.
zones up.
Just 4v4, because here comes Sylveon to stop down Thorfinn.
Yeah, Thorfinn can't get the dunk in, and they're trying to close off on this dojo, but not fast enough. That's not if Ikura has something to say about it. Thorfinn, have you gone a bit too far? The triple trample out to safety, but there is a huge Unite move being committed just to stay up and running here. Things are now a little bit awkward for old guys. They want to find an entry into this Rayquaza pit, but the reset is there. Dojo's coming back.
Right, here comes the Rayquaza. Still, old guys does have the point advantage. We might be looking at a huge loss here for Orangutan. I think they still have the points advantage as they are not hitting the Rayquaza. But let's find out together, would that be the case? Would Orangutan actually lose this first match? No, Shingdi scoring in 50. No, that's a hundo going down into the central area. Let's go back again. Let's find out who's going to be winning this.
Yeah, but I mean, the Kremlin already taken down early on. That Z-Ray out of the picture. The rest of OG trying to find an entry into the central pit. But there's Thorfinn with the dunks back the other way. The advantage back in old guy's favor, but a huge fight breaking out. Unite moves back and forth, and the portals are open. Shigny trying to do his best to lay out the hands of the rest of his opponents, but they're all falling like flies. Where's the backup? This poor bear is left all alone. Wrong side of the woods, my friend, as the whole side of old guys cleans them up. It's just Ikura, but he has no friends left to help him, gets a reset. But desperation mode now for Orangutan. 30 seconds left, and oh no, another set of dunks from Dolphin as Lance lines it up as well. With 20 seconds left, there's not much Orangutan can do, and all guys with the first map win.
Oh my goodness, this is APAC East, ladies and gentlemen, and all players alike. My goodness, all guys takes game 1 against Orangutan.
They just take that Rayquaza as a celebration. That was disgusting. The patience play coming out from old guys, and the entire time, Dolphin, he's just dancing around on them. I said, Orangutan, you need to be a bit careful on the side of old guys because both your tier 1 goal zones are open. It looked more like the other way. Dolphin lands, finding their way into the central area goal zone, into the bottom tier 2 goal zones. And even with the Hoopa advantage, it felt like they just kept getting outmaneuvered on Orangutan.
Can we just have a little bit of a a breathing space here? Let's just step back a little bit and see what actually happened. I think especially on the Rayquaza fight, I think Orangutan thinks that they still have the lead. That's why they're not really engaging into the Rayquaza. Sure, they're just trying to ensure that all guys, right? They're ensuring that all guys isn't able to take down that Rayquaza. But I think that is where they had a bit of a miscalculation going against all guys. And knowing that, especially after that the notification at the 1 minute mark, they saw, of course, that they have the lead, and that is, I guess, where Orangutan actually scrambled, and all guys just put them in a hamburger, really. Double buns and just push them in.
Yeah, upsize the meal as well while you're at it. But one thing I want to point out is Orangutan, as much as we've lauded them for being free and easy and playing so free-spirited, picking whatever they want, there are definitely some gaps in the draft that were clearly exploited. It felt like the entire game, Orangutan, all they had to stand on was Xingdi backed up by Wu Xuan. But the second that Pokemon is not in the picture, the rest of the squad actually feels relatively weak, right? Z-Ray, he did have his moments, but we saw as soon as that final stretch rolled around, when Xingdi was trying to dunk up in the top side, they just made a beeline straight for the Cramorant, and he stood no chance. In the subsequent engagements, every single time they spotted him, he was just easy pickings, and it just feels like a very difficult draft to execute for Orangutan.
No, yeah, for sure, and that's what I'm saying earlier, right? Like they have the damage, but they don't have the sustain. They are very squishy, and they are, as you have mentioned, heavily relying to that of Wushan and of course Xingdi in this kind of composition. Whereas all guys here, though they might not have as much of a damage that Orangutan may be able to give them, but still they do have some sort of sustain. They have the Cloud Crash. They have huge crowd controls capability. That is, of course, the Slowbro and of course the Trevenant. And from there on out, Thorfinn with the Drill Peck as well can just back them off, be a distraction, and push one or two players away from the team fight. And Sync1 with the Charizard was just beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, he had all the space in the world to just pump out as much damage as his heart could bear, as much as his breath could handle. But I mean, really props to both Lance as well as Dolphin. I think we already shouted them out a bit, but I think the main thing that stood out to me is the fact that they just disrupted the fight so much on the front lines. That's something that was missing for me on the side of Orangutan, because you think about the Sylveon, right? She wants to stand there. Same thing for the Cramorant. They just want to stay in place, have the freedom to blast away, use their moves. But with the Trevenant just standing in front of you, with the Slowbro as well, and with Dolphin just pecking down your neck, anywhere you go, even if you use the Fairy Frolic, which we saw time and time again coming out from BKZ, as soon as you come down, you're straight back into their beaks. You're straight back into a Horn Leech. There's only so far you can create the distance, and it's not like Sylveon is the longest range damage dealer, right? She needs to stay relatively close to range to get that Hyper Voice out onto the opponents. But speaking of the dojo that applied so much pressure, we're going to take a look at the stats coming out from Thorfinn just that game. Woo! Damage down, baby. That is insane.
Another thing here that I'd like to mention as well, I just realized now that this is the second map that Orangutan lost in the entire tournament.
Yes. Literally, we just witnessed the second time they lost across 2 days so far. If old guys, I want to reiterate, if old guys do this, they will be delivering the first series loss to Orangutan in a hot minute.
Man, Thorfinn with the Dodrio, I think, was heavily decisive into the side of all guys, especially that they have been disrupting Orangutan all throughout. man, it's
Okay,
amazing
I'm gonna be
thing.
real with you.
Mhm.
I
Okay,
don't think
okay.
if you're orangutan and you go to game 2, you can't give them the dojo. You just can't. I
No.
really like. Yes, there are a lot of elements in that game that helped old guys succeed, but chief of all that, in my eyes, is the dojo. It was a bit too insane. Like I don't think
No,
you
yeah.
can allow Thorfinn to just run rampant on that Pokemon. It's a Pokemon that once picking, just like many other speedsters, right? Once you get their momentum in the early game, you quite literally triple trample over your opponents, which is exactly what he did throughout the entire game. Just made it so easy for the rest of the team to play. And when you have such a dominant Dodrio as early as the start of the game,
Right.
all you're really looking at in terms of contest is Xingdi and Wushan who are diving your backline, but then your Dodrio's just ripping them apart.
Now here's the thing, other thing, right? Like there were a lot of instances where Thorfinn should have been fainted, should have been
Yes.
KO'd,
Yes.
but
Yes.
with its mobility and triple trample, my goodness, Thorfinn always escapes getting KO'd.
The thing is, it didn't feel like they had enough, I guess, ways to keep that dojo in place, right? You talk about the two supports, the Hoopa as well as the Comfy. These are very good utility supports. Comfy, very good at just making sure that one Pokemon, specifically Xingdi, is up to just kind of fighting fit. Same situation for the Hoopa in terms of enabling the map rotations, but you think about what they don't do, it's the hard CC, it's the hard sustain. Yes, the Comfy has Magical Leaf, but let's be real, man. You ain't landing that on a Dodrio. We saw him try. It never worked out. You can't lock him down. And because of that, your other two damage dealers are just susceptible.
Man, speaking of that, Sneeze, we are now heading into game number 2. And all guys, all right, all guys needs to win one more match to bring down Orangutan into the lower bracket.
Unreal.
How great would that be?
That's crazy. I don't know what to feel because, of course, I'm rooting for Orangutan. I mean, like I said from the start, big fan of Ikura, a fellow Cantonese brother of mine. But at the same time, old guys with that kind of performance, and it's not like a cookie cutter, exactly what I expect as well, right? Bringing in unique picks like that Charizard to really smoke them. That is something impressive to say the least. Now, Xingdi, if he doesn't pick this dojo, I don't know what they are gonna, because OG, they're gonna grab that dojo, surely.
Right, but sorry, but here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Orangutan, it's less likely to happen, but they might just steal away the Rodrigo from old guys. We already saw it, a few times here that they use the Rodrigo, but would they actually use it this time around? That is
so far,
the big question.
The main thing is, in terms of who plays the dojo, it's largely Xingdi, right? But okay, they're going to grab it for themselves. So they're not going to allow Thorfinn to run rampant across this game as well. We've seen BKZ pick up that Urshifu for himself. So likely it's going to be Xingdi playing, BKZ playing the Urshifu and Xingdi playing that dojo. Now they have Wushuan back on the Comfy with the recovery hood, not too bad. But look at that, the Charizard snapped up by old guys yet again.
Charizard, of course, one of the Pokemon here by Sync One, and has been using it for quite a while since last year. Really, they have played with on a lot of teams, Geek Talk, because of Fly High, and now still using the same Pokemon altogether. But with that being said, Orangutan's composition right now is looking pretty great. They have some sustain. They have their crowd control as well. They have their defenders to push that in. That obviously is going to be into the side of Akura later on. But wow, okay. The biggest Pokemon, the Pokemon that received the biggest buff of the recent patch is now in. Thorfinn
Zoroark
with a Zoroark. Man, this is our first time seeing. No, not the first time actually, but this is our second time seeing the Zoroark in today's broadcast.
Yeah, I mean, Moonboy was hoping for it, and both of us get our wishes made here. Thorfinn gonna be playing that Zoroark, so another Pokemon that can quite literally run away with the game. If you get ramped up to that early start, very similar to the Absol of old in terms of how much burst damage it can do, and it is definitely scary to deal up against, especially for Pokemon like that Z-Ray Mew, like the Xingdi Dojo. Yes, you pump out a lot of damage on your own, but you are relatively squishy. If Ikura can't help create the distance, you're gonna be toast, my friend.
No, yeah, for sure. But here's the thing, right? We have seen some a little bit of a a little bit of a synergy between a Snorlax and Mew earlier before the games, right? Where Mew can literally be the support here for Snorlax to allow Snorlax to survive and allow Snorlax then to support the Mew. But that is only going to be the case if they are going to have the duo down bottom.
Yeah, I mean, even with that said, we talk about the Snorlax a lot, but this isn't any Snorlax, JJ.
It's
this
Ikura's.
is Ikura Snorlax. This is arguably his go-to, the peak comfort. We talk about how important it is for players like Sync 1, right? Going back to this Charizard he's played for almost a year now. Ikura, man, this guy knows something about Snorlax. We already saw a beautiful performance coming out from Tempest, but I expect nothing less from this guy.
No, yeah, but with that being said, we are now getting our first points here. That is to say, going into the side of all guys, still having that Trevenant. Lance, though, now going in for that Scyther. I think we're not going to be seeing any Scissor here. It's still going to be Scyther up until the end.
Yep, Z-Ray left alone a bit to just kind of handle this bot path. Here comes Ikura to back him up. Was venturing around the central area earlier on to just cause some chaos and potentially just hinder that Charmander from evolving into Charmeleon. Not able to do so successfully though. But yeah, our eyes are going to be on Xingdi on this dojo, right? He was, this dojo was the Pokemon that ran away with the game earlier on for old guys. This time it's an orangutan's hands.
Oh, wow.
What can they do?
Actually going to go in for the Night Slash instead of the Fade Attack. And with that being said, how quick was that? They're going to be able to take down one. No, make that two. That is the Trevenant and the Zoroark into the side of old guys. Now, here's the thing. Zoroark, yes, does have so much prowess, but is so squishy in exchange.
True, the classic Speedster Gambit. I mean, the second you get caught out, if you overextend, that's why Speedsters are so hard to play. You need to be careful how you approach. Speaking of careful, that Charmeleon finds himself on the wrong side of the map. Just gonna get taken down by the whole brigade of orangutans.
No, yeah, but BKZ here, despite being alone here, 2v1, still able to get away despite having low HP. Now, Thorfinn, 1v3, unfortunately for them. But here comes a response here from all guys. Are they going to be able to get in? No, not quite yet. They still want to get in those central birds. But the question is, would they be able to get it? Yes, they did. Thorfinn was able to steal it away from Orangutan and, just, got a bit of a recovery from what they lost from the earlier pickoff.
I want to say, I respect, with all due respect to Thorfinn on this Zoroark right now, you gotta stop engaging onto this dojo because he's seeing that. Yeah, the thing is, he's seeing this dojo, right, and he's like, oh, this is a free and easy pick. Wu Xuan has not left Xingdi's side for the past 3 minutes, okay? This is a 2v1. We're seeing the floral healing coming out and keeping this dojo up and running over and over. This is not a pick-off you're gonna get. I want to see the Zoroark size up the bot side instead. Size up anyone else on their own, just not this dojo.
Right. But would they be able to size them up? We'll find out as the first set of objectives is going to be coming up in just a few seconds. And just like that, man, the trio right now is Xingdi going to take down one, and that's going to be an exchange here. Two is going to be going down as the trio gets down, and no attachment coming in from that up. The Comfy is going to be up just a bit. But with that being said, Orangutan and all guys here just trying to fight for the for the ownership of the Regirock here down bottom.
A bit scary here. They managed to secure it. RBX was threatening that steal, but with the block, they're going to try and keep that Zoroark out and away.
Did you see that?
Oh my goodness. They managed to chain it up nicely, and they get 2 to start. BKZ still standing strong. Nicely executed team fight there from all these 3 players. Just trying to dash through the last touch from Mayhem. Going to be able to grab that pickoff, but now RBX might be in some trouble. The block, not able to grab him in time. The Horn Leech out to safety, and just like that, Orangutan, a nice swing of events in the bot path.
Right, I just like to point out, I just want to go back a little bit if we can, later on. Man, BKZ actually waited for the last hit of Night Slash to, be activated before they used their eject button, and that was quite a beautiful decision, beautiful calculation coming in from BKZ. But with that being said, Charizard is now a Charizard, and this is going to put up a lot against Orangutan.
Oh, Lance gonna get caught up by that magical leaf and just taken down. Speaking of the Charizard, he's here right now. But like you said, Ebon Fist just able to just kind of disengage there. I say disengage, they're still looking for a little blow to the head here of RBX, but with that Eldegoss supporting, not gonna be able to find anything there. They just turn their sights towards Regieleki, JJ.
No, yeah, that means Orangutan is going to have that guaranteed, Regieleki for themselves. And this is not going to be the final Regieleki of the game. There's still going to be one more at 3-minute mark later on the day. And whoever's going to be getting that would definitely have a huge advantage, huge space as well. Especially that Orangutan only got the Regieleki after they've destroyed the first score down top lane.
Yeah, look at this. This is textbook play coming from Orangutan. Get the Regieleki, drag some attention away to the top side. Immediate 5-man rotation here to pressure out this tier 1 goal zone. They want to cap it up. The BKZ might be in some trouble. The Phantom Forest, a nice spacing move. Turns around with the punch, manages to get the Zoroark for his trouble, but ends up going down. So it's a 1-for-1 trade. The Cotton Cloud Crash does come out though. And now Old Guys and Orangutan in a bit of a standoff for the Registeel. They want to approach and grab this objective, but things are a little bit awkward for them now.
I like how BKZ said, essentially, you know what, I'm not going to go down without taking one with me. But here comes Green Illusion there as well. Flowery Fields Forever is going to be popped up as well. But that's not going to be a lot here, as Orangutan is going to be able to secure that Registeel for themselves. As here we have Thorfinn, destroying the first score goal up top path for Orangutan. But here comes the Seismic Slam as well, going to be popped up. Are they going to be able to deal so much damage? Not quite yet. But Orangutan here is slow, as Olga still has the health advantage. But are they going to be able to take down this Registeel? Yes, they will. But to what cost? It is going to be the Mew going down as well for them. But are they going to be able to do some reverse on the card here? BKZ going to be able to take down one with a throat chop as well. Beautiful performance here coming from Orangutan. But would they be able to destroy finally this first score goal? Let's find out together, Steez.
Yeah, Lance just getting chopped down. He needs to back off. And this Charizard without the Seismic Slam, a bit susceptible as well. But now, the members on the side of Orangutan are starting to peter out. But that's not if Z-Ray has something to say about it. Very quiet on this Mew so far, but the Solar Beam able to take down the Zoroark again. JJ, we talked about this Zoroark needing to get off to a hot start, but the weakness, very, very squishy. He needs to watch where he's going. Now he's going to run into a stray Solar Beam.
Man, it's... This is the game that we wanted to see. This might have been the game that we could have gotten in game 1 if there wasn't any issues earlier on. But with that being said, still, even though we are now complete 5v5, All Guys is still on equal footing against Orangutan, and this is already a lot.
Yeah, I mean, they are trying to do a little bit of a push into the bot side, but with the immediate response from Old Guys, nicely done. They knew what Orangutan were up to. As we're nearing this final stretch, 40 seconds left, it's just all about getting those Unite moves. Trying to find a pick-off near the timer when it counts down. Trying to just open up as much of the map as possible for you to get that advantage. But Regieleki going the way of Orangutan, that's going to be something that Old Guys has to deal with, and they don't have a lot of time, JJ.
No, yeah, for sure. And I do like the fact as well that Orangutan just gave away the bottom tier score goal because they know that they're not going to be able to defend it anyway, and decides to just let's just take the Regieleki for ourselves. And look at that, Sync1 actually just let the Regieleki up top to go into the score goal. And man, if Shingdi sees these, sees these, oh my goodness, this is going to be on a world of hurt. Oh my goodness, BKC wasn't able to catch up. Not a lot of time there. That's only 100. Could have been more, but it doesn't matter. They are now in the lead against Old Guys, though still not a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely puts the pressure on the Old Guys right now around this legendary pit. They want to find an opening, JJ, but how can they approach?
Oh man, that is the question, right? All Guys here, they might be able to hamburger Orangutan once again, but no, it is Orangutan going to do that hamburger statistics and strategy against All Guys themselves. Here comes the Pyro not coming from record just to sustain their own HP, but Sync1 here, despite having the Fire Blast, still doesn't have a lot of damage. The Zoroark is going to be able to put him some scores, but still not enough to go over the score for Orangutan here. But here comes Seismic Slam as well. Nice slash, going to be stopped by the Heavy Slam. Flowery Fields Forever is going to be popped up to sustain some damage. But here comes 2 down into the side of Old Guys as well. Lance here trying to get into the sustain. No, not quite yet, as it is going to be Shingdi going to be able to take down 3, and that's going to be 4 to make that 5. That is a team wipe into the side of Old Guys. RBX here going to try to buy some time, or maybe even try to steal away this Rayquaza, but unfortunately Orangutan was just eating them up for dinner, and that is going to be the game here. 40 seconds, 270 of points here, and it's just going to be 1 up as well. Orangutan has woken up from their loss on game number 1.
Yeah, things needed to take a little bit of a turn for Orangutan to come back from that one. But beautiful fighting around the Rayquaza pit. I'm not sure how Xingdi did it, but had the speed, spotted out Mayhem. We talked about how important this Eldegoss is for the team on Old Guys. And as soon as Mayhem goes down, the entire team fight just crumbles for Old Guys. They had a good showing in game number 1, but it seems like this dojo, it's too strong. You need to ban it out, or at least come prepared to deal with it. Xingdi just trampled all over them this game.
Man, it was a very intense game. And again, guys, if you have forgotten, this is already the winners finals, and whoever wins this match goes straight to the grand finals. And man, it could have been anyone's game. It could have anyone could have won. It could have been Orangutan, could have been Old Guys, but man, it was so close. It was
okay.
So
What I
close.
will say is that this game definitely looked a bit more like Orangutan were the team ahead, right? Old Guys, they scrapped it out over the first game. It really was Thorfinn on this dojo, but this time Xingdi having his hands on that, backed up by the Comfy as well. Wuxuan just had the time of his life, bouncing between BKZ and Xingdi, and Ikura on his signature pick just did so much work on that Snorlax. It was heavy slam after heavy slam, and we're seeing these Snorlax players really have a field day just today in these games, right? They're doing so much work for the squad. This game in particular, it felt like it was a bit more quiet from Lance specifically on that Scyther. There were moments where he would try and run in, get a pick off, but immediately met BKZ with a punch to the skull, and suddenly he can't really fight anymore.
Yes, but that even fist definitely does a lot, especially that it would have been. So here's the thing, right? Like with even fist, right? You might think that it's a singular target, but unfortunately, if you are a little bit too close to the target of even fist, you'll actually be brought up to the sun as well. So that is a huge crowd control move here for the side of Urshifu, and likewise Xingdi being the one that brings about that Urshifu just brings it to a totally different level.
Yeah, I mean, I really think BKZ popped off on that Pokemon. And here's the thing, right? Yeah, he single strike Urshifu, but if you're gonna stand in the way of his single strike, yeah, sure, he'll multi-strike. He doesn't care. He'll punch both of you at the same time. It's no problem there for him. He gets double the effectiveness. As we take a look at some highlights here, like we said, Thorfinn had a really dominant early stage, but this is where it really started to feel like, okay, he needs to be a bit more careful, right? Xingdi punishing him immediately, gets taken down here by just the mass amount of Old Guys players. But from here on out, it just constantly feels like as soon as Thorfinn jumps in, take a look at that. He manages to try and get BKZ, but beautiful eject button like you called out. And as soon as he uses that mobility move, they just turn around and knock him down.
No, yeah, for sure. But again, BKZ, I think the mindset here for BKZ is, I think we saw it a lot, especially in this fight in specific. BKZ wouldn't want to go down without taking one for themselves, maybe even two sometimes.
Yeah, you stand in the way of the punch. He's not gonna pull it. You know what I mean? He's going all out. Like I said, the even fist really nicely here. I mean, my eyes are really just on this Urshifu because he did so much work for the squad. Take a look at him. He's just sticking onto Sync, not allowing him to be part of the fight. But one byproduct of that as well is the Comfy is attached to BKZ. So anyone who stays in the range for a bit too long, you're just gonna get Magical Leaf stunned up.
No, yeah, for sure. And that is the magic that Orangutan has, ensuring that their damage dealers and, of course, their squishiest Pokemon be sustained as much as possible. And that wouldn't be possible without the help of Lushan's Comfy. And that is just beautiful, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike. But with that being said, before we head over to game number 3, which, we haven't had a lot, right? So we haven't had a lot of game trees these days, most of which are just 2-0s. The first 2 stream matches are 2-0s. But before we head into game number 3, right, I just like to give you guys a little bit of an update as on our loser semifinals, actually, lower semifinals rather. Almo Abyssinian won 2-0 against Talon. That means whoever loses this game number 3, Orangutan and All Guys would have to go down to the lower bracket and fight Almo Abyssinian for another chance to get back into the grand finals. And that is huge. That is huge, dude.
Talon out?
Talon is out 2-0 against Almo Abyssinian.
No, damn. I mean, this org literally just came into the picture as well. I mean, definitely probably not the showing that they wanted, but a lot of time in the next few months to regroup and try and get up to par. Speaking of getting up to par, we have what is by definition one of the strongest players in the tournament, if not the entire Asia Pacific region. It's Xingdi and the pick rate. You know, we were talking about Thorfinn wanting that dojo so bad. Xingdi has it like 2/3 of the time, man. Xingdi, he knows something about this Pokemon, that's for sure.
He knows something about this Pokemon that nobody else knows. That's the thing, right? Like, but at the same time, I want to see Xingdi's Absol. You know, this is going to be
it's
an
been a
interesting
while.
pick. It's been a while. We've seen Absol, you know, put up into work in the Asian Champions League, alongside, you know, their own, what do you call this, Pokemon, the Machamp. You know, they're just ensuring that the Machamp, was it the Machamp or the Buzzwole? I'm not entirely sure, but you know, whenever after the crowd control, you know, submission or what do you call this, Smackdown, right? Superpower rather. Superpower. They just come in and dive in, you know, with the Absol and just essentially deletes the Pokemon away from existence in just less than a second.
I mean, I've been on the receiving end of many an Absol. Unfortunately, I'm a support and a mage player, and that is a terrifying Pokemon. It's very similar. Like, all speedsters have kind of the same profile, right? They're very, very squishy, but if they get their hands, oh boy, if they get their hands on you. I think Dojo is the only one that really breaks the mold, which is rationally why we're seeing it such highly picked, right? It has a lot of utility in terms of getting those sneaky downs, a lot more mobility around the map, just off movement speed alone, which is not something we see very often. A lot of these speedsters rely on mobility moves or specific, you know, mechanics to get around the map. Dojo just runs. Dojo just moves faster. Get good.
I guess that is the main difference between, you know, between the what do you call this, the Drio and the Talonflame, right? Like, Talonflame definitely has more of a burst damage than that of the Drio. However, when we're talking about the mobility, the Drio does have more mobility than that of Talonflame, though they do provide the same role, the same job in any composition that they are in.
I believe it was literally High Five in the ACL that ran a Dodrio and a Talonflame in the same game, and they would literally just, it's like birds hunting in the sky, right? You would literally just see someone, you're like, okay, go, drill pack, and immediately fly down on them. It's so scary to deal with when you have such high burst damage. But Dojo, it's reasonable. Like, it's completely understandable why it's so highly contested. I already said this in game number 2. I think, you know, on the side of old guys, maybe they were limit testing a bit because they were like, okay, we won game 1 with this Dojo. Let's see whether we can beat it, right? This is something that you see in a lot of team battler games, especially when picks and drafts and bans are such a mechanic that are introduced. Sometimes you just want to test yourself a little bit. You know you're one game up. It's not like you don't want to win 2-0, but you're like, okay, let's practice against this pick, because at the end of the day, if we can't play against it, that's just going to be a ban we always have to put out, right? So I'll be surprised at this point in time, moving into this game 3, if the Dojo is still left available, that'll definitely be something that I have my eyes on.
No, yeah, for sure. And with that being said, you know, it's this is going to be really, really great, just because of the fact that if they do not ban out the Dodrio, it's Shady is still going to have a fun time about it. They already did on the first match, on the second match as well, and who's to say they won't do that again on game number 2? So it's only two things, right? Either you steal it away from, you know, from Shady, or you ban it out, because you can't have both.
Yeah, I can't remember. JJ, was the Espeon banned the previous match?
The Espeon was banned on game number 2.
Yeah, because I was quite curious, because I think game number 1, I just don't really... It almost feels like, apart from maybe 1 or 2 players, that Pokemon has seen a lot less play just today. I don't know if I'm tripping or whether I'm thinking about something else. Maybe it's just the amount of diversity we've seen in terms of picks. A lot more Pokemon being selected than some other tournaments that we've seen. But Espeon, I just remember, like, what? It was Talon, I believe, who grabbed it, but now they're out, right? So it's like, I can't... That Pokemon is really good at just stopping these speedsters in their tracks.
So as I'm checking here, right, just to give you guys a little bit of like a recap again, game 1, you know, the ban here for Orangutan is Mew, the ban for Old Guys is Espeon, and for the side of, you know, for game number 2, we have, you know, Orangutan banning down Slowbro, which was really interesting because, you know, Ikura plays with Slowbro as well, which then, you know, they went into the Snorlax, but likewise, you know, for Old Guys, it's still going to be sticking on to the same ban that is the Espeon, and, you know, going into game number 3, and this is something that we have talked about together, Sneeze, you know, sometime, you know, a few days ago, that again, our meta here in APAC is not about like actually having like solidified meta, solidified like set of
Yeah.
Pokemon to be used again and again, but more so, the meta here is that literally every team plays whatever Pokemon that they want that they're comfortable with, and I think this is also going to be one of the reasons where we're going to see a lot more respect bans here in our region than any other region. With that being said, I think we're going to see a Dodrio ban here now
Yeah.
for the side of All Guys.
I mean, at this point, Dojo has doubled up. No, sorry, triple up as a player ban, a Pokemon ban, as well as a meta ban. Like, you just need to get that guy out of there. I'll be surprised if none of the teams decide to do so. But one thing I want to point out about Orangutan is that they've maybe just drafting as a whole, right? Like, you talk about how drafting has definitely changed. Yeah, it's not so much about a set strategy. Sometimes we've seen the shred Zapdos comp, sometimes we've seen score comp, sometimes we've seen just kind of backline jumping compositions or long range comps. Now it's a lot more about 2 to 3 Pokemon pairings, how they work with one another. Like, for example, the Snorlax and the Mew, the Slowbro and the Mew, having a dedicated frontliner for the Mew in that position.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. That's what we needed. That's what we expected. But that opens up a lot in the tank for Old Guys and Orangutan. I'm looking at Hoopa. I'm looking at Slowbro. I'm looking at, you know, the Comfy that Ushan was playing so well. I'm wondering whether Orangutan still want to grab that Comfy for Wushan now that that Dojo is out of the picture.
Man, it's this is going to be the game here again. Man, APAC all over the place. Man, they saw how much of a menace that Dodrio was in game number 1 and on game number 2, and they would be making a huge mistake if they're not going to ban it on game number 3. And they did, and likewise, Espeon is still going to be 100% banned for this matchup, All Guys versus Orangutan. But still, I think both of them are still going to have, you know, the same composition here, though Lance is now onto them at Champion RPX right now with the Slowbro, so that's quite interesting.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether Old Guys are going to double back for that Charizard again for Sync, right? He's been playing that throughout the entire series. It's won him one game, it's lost him another. It definitely felt not quite as effective in that second matchup. Whether that's because of the shift in playstyle from Orangutan, I'm not too sure, but whether his confidence has been shaken in that pick, it remains to be seen. But still, Ushan going to grab that Comfy and Ikura getting his hands on the Trevenant.
Man, Ikura with the Trevenant, this is scary. We already saw this in the Asia Champions League. And man, this you don't want to get hit by Ikura's Trevenant. But All Guys with the Venusaur, and we know for a fact that, you know, Philippines, a lot of teams in the Philippines always ran Venusaur, and this wait. Oh god, it's a yes! That's the only thing I can say, dude. That's the only thing that we can say. Yes, baby, yes!
What is this Gudra coming out in the final game between Orangutan and Old Guys? Now, I do want to remind you guys that this is the winner's bracket. So even if either team loses this, they have a second chance. But to bank your first life on a Gudra, man, what is this Pokemon?
Okay. You know, it would have been reasonable. It would have been like we could have understood. We could have understood if it were picked right on the first or second match. At least they still have like a chance to come back, experiment things on game 1 and game 2. But game number 3, I think this is what Ikura has been telling me, that they're going to change things up. And the Gudra, man, I wanted to see a Lucario, but we're not gonna see that. It is Dylan for Orangutan this time around, dude.
Damn, I have no... JJ, I'm gonna be real with you. I have no idea what you said. Between that beautiful sound effect and the green screen, had no clue.
That's the cry of the cricket tune, dude.
Sure. Okay, let's go with that. We're not looking at cricket tunes. We're looking at Gudras this time round. And man, what a like surprise card coming up from Orangutan. I'm wondering how they're gonna put this into effect, because Gudra, it's a very, very unconventional defender, right? It's not really... It doesn't operate in a very traditional way.
Not a lot of trainers use this as well. Not quite a lot than those who are than those newly released Pokemon.
Yeah, in my opinion, it's just one of those Pokemon that hasn't been figured out yet, both competitively as well as publicly, right? There aren't really any clear ideas on, oh, you know, this is what makes this Pokemon so strong.
But we'll find out.
It's very sticky, it's very gooey, true to its name, can be very annoying to deal up against, but I just don't know what it brings to the table. BKZ's got to try and show us, though.
Man, here you go. Man, I am just excited to see what. Wow, I like how the observer, our observer here, is agreeing that hey, I want to see what Gudra is up to as well. That's why I just focused into the Gudra. But unfortunately, the Gui is going to be taken down. But with that being said, all guys just wants to put in some some sacks here as well. To the top path, they're gonna be able to take down Shingdi as well with the Urshifu. Unfortunately, all guys is controlling the early game.
Yeah, I mean, this is the #1 trap you can fall into, especially against an Absol. Once that Absol makes their first rotation, if it's successful, get out of there. You don't want to be contesting anymore. The Absol is just eclipsing you in levels. You're not going to be able to survive the pure amount of damage. Don't forget, Super Luck, that crit damage just goes absolutely brazy. And now BKZ not respecting that maneuver coming in. They're going to finish off the Machoke though. That's nicely done from Shingdi. He's going to get a dunk in, but Z-Ray paying the price for it. And now Shingdi trying desperately to clean up, but not really able to. Has the backup of Wu Shen, but it's not really quite enough. He has to get out of there.
Man, Shingdi though trying to get in once again, but it's not going to. Okay, here's the thing, really. They're not going to be playing the single strike Urshifu this time around. It is going to be the flowing fist. That is the rapid strike Urshifu. But 3v1 though is not going to be a beautiful sight to see here, as all guys just wants to get that early game advantage, because as we all know, right, like absolutely sure, a really strong Pokemon, really huge damage, really huge critical hit and critical rate as well. But a lot of the Pokemon can just catch up to its, prowess, right? Going into the mid game and the late game as well. So I like how all guys is just taking advantage, full advantage of the Absol to maintain this lead that they have against Orangutan from right now.
I feel a little bit of despair coming out from Orangutan right now, because it really feels like they're getting a bit antsy, right? As soon as they lost that early game lead to the Absol in the top side, they started bringing more and more. Sure, the fists are flowing, but so are the amount of KOs going into this Absol's pocket right now. He's level 9, and they just need to be a bit more patient. They need to bide their time, avoid the Absol, try and kite him out and get EXP on the map where they can, because they just can't fight this Pokemon right now.
Man, and at the same time, look at this. Not everyone does have their Unite moves ready into this head of Orangutan. It's already past 7 minutes. This is not looking great for them. But all guys, however, they want it all. They are cooking their launches. They're cooking their late line launches right here, ladies and gentlemen. All trainers alike, and they're now going to be pushing down bottom, maybe even destroying this one up against Orangutan. And with this lead right now, man, already in the mid game, what do you think could Orangutan do to catch up to all guys?
I mean, right now what they're doing is giving BKZ a lot of space. This space is about to run out though, as Sync. He had to try and punish this Gudra. You might be tanky, you might be a defender, and you might be gooey, but that's not gonna stop us from taking that KO. I really think that that entire fight was won off the fact that Sync had his Unite move in that Midnight Slash, able to get those invincibility frames and dodge out the damage and the pressure they were trying to put out from Orangutan. Once again, you can't keep doing this. You can't keep running into the full squad of old guys and just expecting to win those engagements. My friends, you are 3 levels behind.
Man, look at this. It's only Urshifu, only Shingdi does have its Unite move. Gudra just now got its Unite move as well. It's a little bit too late. It's already at the 5-minute mark. Sure, there's still the Rayquaza for them to catch up against all guys, but would they really want to put as much risk as possible?
Yeah, I don't know about that, JJ. They're trying desperately to defend against this Lecky at the moment, but here comes the Burden Anger coming out, as well as the Phantom Forest back the other way. But wow, that's a huge Midnight Slash. Not able to finish anyone off at the moment. Nice eject button coming out from Z-Ray, as well as the Mystical Mirage. They finish off Wu Shen at the moment though, but they're starting to turn the fight around. Z-Ray trying to create the distance, but no, Sync right on top of him, and even that Wood Hammer isn't going to keep that goal zone safe. They managed to eliminate the Regieleki from the picture, but the Horn Leech not going to land, and that looks looks to be the end of that engagement. They're still trying to chase for more. Xingdi trying to find a little bit of an extra in terms of that slow bro with the KO. RBX though still standing pretty strong. The Woodhammer gonna catch him, and the Horn Leech fishing him back into the hands of the rest of Orangutan. But that's not before that Solar Beam snipes down Xingdi. I mean, it feels like Orangutan, they're trying to mount a defense here, but they're losing so many casualties, JJ.
Man, it's no. There's just one question. There's just one question right now going over my head. The question is, would the Kings be the crown not on the grand finals, but rather on the winners upper bracket finals?
I mean, it's not over just yet. It might look dire at the moment, but they managed to take down that Eldegoss to start the fight. We saw how useful Mayhem is. We saw how pivotal this Pokemon is for the side of Old Guys specifically as a team. And now Xingdi doing his best to kind of create the distance. The Surf coming in. They want to steal the Reggie. This is going to be important for them to get, and they managed to grab it. The nice Wood Hammers keeping them in place from Ikura. And BKZ surviving through the damage. The Mystical Mirage helping him up as well. This Gudra is popping off right now, right as rain. And he's starting to do the work. Mayhem gonna go down again, and perhaps
still down.
It was a bit too soon to doubt BKZ. Perhaps it was a bit too soon to take the crown away, because they are standing strong now with this bot path. They still need to respect
Dragon Pulse.
the Solar Beams coming through from Thorfinn though on this Venusaur, and they're gonna back off. The last little chuck of that Solar Beam not gonna finish him off, but for once this game, a good fight from Orangutan on the back of BKZ.
Here comes the caster's curse again. I am sorry if I doubted you, BKC. I never should have doubted you, BKC. But here comes Flowing Fists coming in from Xingdi. But unfortunately, I don't think they would have enough of would be able to sustain this Unite move up until the end. And with that being said, as Flowing Fist has already been popped up as well, they're going to get a little bit delayed in terms of using it once again into the upcoming Rayquaza team fight. But with only 30 seconds left here before the Regieleki goes away, all guys here is looking as they want to take this Regieleki for themselves, or maybe just bait down Orangutan in just a bit.
Yeah, Ikura gonna drag some attention his way immediately. You see the response from Old Guys. They thought something was mounting on Orangutan's side, and they dragged a couple of members there. I think nobody at this point wants to make you just kind of use their Unite moves all willy-nilly. They don't want to commit to a fight. And we're starting to see what you said earlier on, JJ. The Absol, very, very early game-centric dominant Pokemon. But in these later stages, if you can't burst them down in one fell swoop, the overall sustained damage and the overall sustain coming out from BKZ on this Gudra might be a bit too much for you to bear. You need to be careful how you approach this fight.
Now here comes the Magical Leaf coming as well into that of the Comfy, but the Dragon Pulse as well from that of the amazing Gudra. Here comes one more, but Xingdi option select, split pushing up top. Let's go back into the central area and see what is up. Here comes the friendly flowery field. I mix it up, but it doesn't matter now as we are heading into another team fight here. They're going to have one pickup here. RBX, are you going to be able to get away? Yes, you will. No, not quite yet. Here comes the back here. Going to be able to get in some HP as well. But BKZ with the Comfy is heading the team fight right now, being the front liner. Beautiful defending play here, and with huge damage as well.
He's just using those Dragon Pulses, just firing them down that brush, not allowing anyone on the side of Old Guys to come through. And immediately they're turning their sights towards the Rayquaza. They're trying to find an initiation here. In comes Xingdi with those punches, but not backed up by the Comfy. He needs to be a bit more careful. And in comes the Machamp as well, looking for a submission. Unstoppable at the moment, but oh, look at that Mew. He's trying for a double dunk. He's trying to even the score. They need to find an opening now, Old Guys. They're wasting too much time. They get the Urshifu to start the fight. Z-Ray evens out the lead though, but now the fight has broken out. Ikura gonna be taken down, and things are looking a bit dire for Orangutan. Are they gonna go down here? That Gudra doesn't survive. And Old Guys, they take the team fight. It has to be on Z-Ray's back. He has to find something, but no.
That's a team wipe for Orangutan. Old Guys is going to be able to take them all out, take the Rayquaza for themselves, and score as well. 17 seconds left in the game, ladies and gentlemen. And Old Trench alive, and Old Guys is able to take down Orangutan, bring them down the lower bracket finals. Old Guys proceeds to the grand finals.
What did I just watch? Just when things looked like they were about to turn around for Orangutan, you know, BKZ was doing so much work, but in a moment of indecisiveness, they were trying to eke out a bit of an advantage with that dunk from Z-Ray. But Z-Ray is one of your main damage dealers. You can't afford to not have him there. Old guys, they sense their moment and they strike. And what a beautiful strike it was. Just taking down Xingdi, caught out all alone, didn't have the backup of Wu Xuan on the comfy, and they capitalized on it right there. Beautiful stuff from old guys, and what a way into the grand finals, taking down the Kings.
Dude, I'm shaking.
Dude, what?
I'm shaking.
My God.
Who wouldn't be shaking? Look at Mayhem right now. 101. 101
Dude,
K
look
recovery.
at Dolphin. Look at Dolphin. 115,000 damage. This guy from the back line just chucking out solar beam after solar beam. He just did not relent. Sure, you have the sustain coming out from the comfy, but against such a huge chunk of percentage HP damage, it's not something that these chunky defenders can really stand up against. We saw BKZ try his best, and really, it felt like it was going to be anyone's game, but at the end of it all, I mean, Orangutan, they just let their focus slip for one moment and it cost them huge.
I need some breather. You know, I'm still shaking till now.
Yeah.
And just to analyze a
my
little bit, right?
goodness.
Just to analyze a little bit of what happened at the final team fight, the most crucial team fight, right? At the last moment. You know, BKZ with Wushan, right? Attached with the comfy, right? They were ensuring that all guys just, you know, isn't able to get inside the Rayquaza pit, the legendary pit. But unfortunately, Orangutan, you know, they, especially with Xingdi, right? They went in. They went in with the of course with the surging strikes. Unfortunately, they were already hitting the Rayquaza, and instead of just focusing into the Rayquaza, they joined in the team fight. They joined in BKZ and Wushan, and that's where all guys was able to capitalize that. Hey, you're finally no longer, you know, just keeping the Rayquaza. One of you guys, the Mew is up top, and we know for a fact that we outnumber you right now.
Yeah, I think more than anything, as we look through these replays, I want to bring your attention to one specific thing. If you'll notice, every single fight, old guys, they have Thorfinn at a distance, chucking these solar beams, just keeping a safe path away. And as much as it felt like in that last stretch that we're going to see right here, it was this misstep in the legendary pit that cost them the game, it really just feels like the fact that Thorfinn had such a relatively free early game. He was never really threatened because Sync and Lance, they were just running all over, causing so much chaos. The fact that he had such a good early game just made it such an easy path for him to be part of these team fights, not be afraid at all, and just continually do that 116k damage that we saw him just chunk Orangutan apart, down to the lower bracket, down out of the hopes of everyone's fantasy bracket is just broken now. Because who would have expected that we would witness, JJ, you and I, this first series that Orangutan is dropping right before our eyes?
But here's the thing, though, we cannot dismiss Orangutan just yet.
Absolutely
Remember
not.
that this is a double eliminations, and in contrast to any other team battler games, we do follow a certain type of double eliminations where they can have a little bit of reset. Again, they might have just fallen down into that off the lower bracket, but they still have a chance to come back up to the grand finals if they do win against Omo Abyssinian in this upcoming game.
Yeah, I mean, Omo Abyssinian have proved to be tough contenders here, even taking down Talon. We've already seen these two teams play before, but now we're going to see them go up against this powerhouse that is Orangutan. Like you said, we can't write them off. To be fair, they were trying something a little bit experimental with that Gudra.
It's a bit sus, especially at game number 3.
Okay, no, to be fair though, there were moments where it worked out, right? Like we were like, oh, actually, we're starting to see what the thought process is, but clearly not refined enough to take down old guys just yet. So old guys, congrats to them. They're going to be waiting in the grand finals, but for now, we're going to see this heated next match between Omo Abyssinian as well as Orangutan.
Man, but before we head into that, let's take a look over our updated bracket before we head into our next match, right? So just to give you guys a bit of a clear idea, because I know that we have been telling you guys which teams are going to be heading off with each other, but we haven't really showed you the brackets yet. So stay tuned. We're going to be showing you guys that in just a bit. And just to put it out there, Sneeze, once again, it's just. Man, it was the experiment that came
okay.
about Orangutan, right? It came at the last moment.
JJ, you know what? Honestly speaking, Orangutan to the lower bracket, yes, it does. Okay, we're gonna take a look at brackets now. It's ready, but like I'm saying, Orangutan to the lower bracket, there is a silver lining. You want to know what that silver lining is?
Yeah.
More Orangutan games.
Okay. That's true.
I don't mind. These guys cook up some spicy stuff. And I mean, if they do lose to Omo Abyssinian here, we are going to see a new era of East APAC, right? I mean, Orangutan, high five. They've just been dominant for so long and it's undisputed. But right now, especially in that series, all guys really took the action to them.
Now, and here's the thing, right? Here's another thing as well that we have to consider. Now, for all the teams here, all guys, Orangutan, Omo Abyssinian, they are not going to be allowed to play on May qualifiers and the last chance qualifiers in June anymore, because the top 3 here is immediately secured for our regional finals in June. So that in and of itself is already a huge achievement for these guys. But again, it would be a bigger one should they win the entire thing.
Yeah, I mean, exactly right. You're going to get the lion's share of the prize money as well. And of course, once you kind of cement yourself in that spot, I mean, at this point, your top 3, it doesn't necessarily matter anymore because you're already seeded into the regional playoffs. That's when it'll matter again. So really, now it's just about how much you get to take home.
No, yeah, $7,500 is not a small amount of money, and man, it's.
You okay? You okay? I feel like the amount of money you said it out loud, and you're like, oh my god, so much money. Oh my god.
Yeah, right. Like you can't, where will you get it? In just a single 2 days of a plane. And that's why we always advocate for games like this for Pokemon and for esports as well, guys. It's just amazing what this can bring. What dreams can be realized because of your passion towards gaming. And man, both of these teams are just gaming. But here's the thing.
They are in fact gaming, you're right. They are gaming so hard right now.
Orangutan, however, is not going to be able to take a break, as they are immediately to you guys going to be playing once again, going against Omo Abyssinian. Whereas here comes the advantage though. Orangutan has been playing, have played against all guys. Okay, they have the warm-up, but Omo Abyssinian did have a bit of a rest here, watching Orangutan probably on stream as well as they wait for the next opponent.
I assure you that inside the Omo Abyssinian waiting room, all of them just opened practice mode and started playing Gudra because they're like, what is up with this BKZ pick right now? They're trying to figure it out because they are the ones who have to go up against. We see the head-to-head here on Orangutan. We already saw them play just now. It's Xingdi, Z-Ray, Wushen, Ikura, BKZ. If you're a fan of Pokemon Unite, these names have already been burned into your mind. But Omo Abyssinian, we saw them earlier on as well. Tempest in particular really impressed on his Snorlax, and I'm looking for him to bring that same level of excellence in his Snorlax fundamentals if he wants to take away a game from Orangutan.
No, yeah, for sure. But we have to consider as well, right? Like earlier on in our brackets as well, it is Omo Abyssinian that actually won against Talon 2-0. In fact, they won against them 2-0, but Orangutan as well, won against Talon 2-0. So we'll see, right? We'll see how great these teams that actually defeated Talon into our brackets, fight off against each other and see the difference, the difference between these two teams in terms of their skills. But here comes the start of our game. Our grand finals, right, could only be of two things. Either it might be a Philippine grand finals, or another, a session of the crowning of Orangutan.
Yeah, we'll have to see here, but Dodrio, crucially, has slipped through the bans, and this is a Pokemon we saw Shua play very well as well, right? Xingdi, he has that first pick, so able to grab it for himself, but no, they're opting for that Espeon instead, likely going to be piloted up by Z-Ray.
Ooh, man, they
I don't
ranked
know.
on here. Man, Abyssinian, right? They immediately
Dodrio.
respect
There
banning
we go.
Xingdi.
Yeah.
Respect banning Xingdi with that of the what do you call this, the Shifu ban, and taking down the Dodrio for themselves, because they know that we cannot ban it. We cannot ban it, so instead we'll just take it away from you guys. But at the same time, Orangutan here now has access to this Espeon, Ikura back again with the Trevenant, and Wushan with that of the Elgos, which this I believe is the same composition, the same set of Pokemon that we've seen for Orangutan when they won ACL.
Yeah, so one thing I want to point out about Orangutan is they seem to be a team that doesn't necessarily prioritize Hoopa as highly as some other teams. We see Omo Abyssinian immediately grab that out for JR Edson.
Wow.
But okay, BKZ
Here
on
we
the
go.
Machamp, and Xingdi, like you said, on that signature Absol. He had a bit of taste of it, of what it could do to him in that previous match, and he's hungry for some revenge. But Miva, back on that signature Lucario as well. We have just Siggies across the board, JJ.
This is man, it's you don't want to get hit by BKZ and Shangdi. Now here's the thing, right? For Abyssinian, right? What they need to take a look out here for would be, of course, we have Ikura first, and then in terms of like the damage, we have the back lane that is Z-Ray, which is always on point with their with their Psyshock. But if you get hit once, right? If you can see BKZ coming up to you with submission, always remember that Shingdi is, always behind BKZ just to be able to take you down in the process.
Yes, this was the combo that you were talking about, right, JJ? This is the scary one. And Xingdi, the one thing about APAC is that we got a whole lot of Absol players, baby. The A in APAC stands for Absol, and these guys pull no punches. Now, I do want to say that as much as we're talking about Orangutan, Omo Abyssinian also have their cream of the crop in terms of picks, right?
Right.
Tempest already performed on the Snorlax. JR Epson has been such a crucial aspect in terms of the support and utility, component of their team, whether earlier on it was on the Clefairy, we've seen him perform on other Pokemon as well, and really I think both of these teams very, very evenly matched. Now, would I say Orangutan is clearly the favorite here? I don't know anymore, to be honest, JJ.
I mean, we were certain, up until that last match.
Yes,
we were certain up until the last match, but now it's just hold up, wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about this one, but we'll have to see how it all shakes out here as we get into our first game. This is the lower bracket finals. Like you said, JJ, it's either a Filipino Super Bowl between Omo Abyssinian as well as Old Guys, or Orangutan. They might have to rise through a bracket reset just to reclaim their title here. Early on, just some KOs out onto the poor Machop. This is pretty cookie cutter stuff for the Machop versus Lucario matchup though.
Right, and man, it is once again, Orangutan here. They definitely want to come back from their loss from the last matchup, and they do have, however, more points right now against that of Abyssinian. 20-20, still not a lot. If we're looking at it, in long term, but still looking at it in the early game, this is already a lot. That means that the Pokemon here into the side of Orangutan would have better levels, higher levels, and likewise, stacks here as well.
That's the combo that you're talking about, BKZ and Xingdi. Every time you see that muscular man, there's an assassin right behind him in a coat and a hat, ready to take you out for some nice EXP. And that's exactly what happens here. Now, one thing I do want to point out is that I think Orangutan in this particular game, they do have a bit of a better, would you say better early game here? Because they're kind of running rampant all over the map right now.
No, yeah, I mean, they have to, because if they wouldn't be, getting the advantages that are the early game, they would have a hard time going up into the late game, as we have seen, especially with this kind of composition where they have, a bit of a bit of sustain here, and likewise a lot of objective secure, in contrast to that of Orangutan. Though they still put up more damage than that of Abyssinian, still have to find out whether they're going to be able to actually do it for themselves. But here comes Tempest trying to get away. Unfortunately, gets blocked by that terrace right there, and man, Shangdi just ate them up for dinner.
Yeah, I mean, Espeon manages to just get that return KO despite Shua cleaning up the Trevenant on Ikura. And the last little touch, Wushen is gonna get it. So this is the first time we see, crucially enough, Wushen gonna grab that Eldegoss back his way. He's been playing the Comfy the entire time. A little bit of a change of pace for this player this time round.
Man, this is this is looking pretty bleak for both of the teams, really. You know, I think we're going to see the catalyst here, like the one that will break the even playing field here in this upcoming objective take here for both of the teams. Orangutan now has the positional advantage, however, into Registeel, and does have Shingdi as well to take away this Registeel. But here comes a Glacial stage, and they're going to be able to take that up for themselves as well. Abyssinian with, of course, Lewis into that of the Glaceon, even outside of the field, is going to be able to seal that from Orangutan. And here comes Abyssinian trying to push away Orangutan from scoring in.
They make a lot of good movements to try and take out Abyssinian, and yes, they get the KOs, but the last hit actually secured by the Glacier. Not something you see very often, especially when you're looking up at the Espeon, who we know to be the king of just securing these objectives here. BKZ left alone on the top side, gonna fall prey to Shua, just running absolutely rampant here on this Dodrio. And even though the space has been created for this Pokemon, oh my goodness, that is the 3-hit scoring coming into effect here, just being so annoying on that Dodrio. Impossible to interrupt.
And they don't even care. They don't even care if they're getting hit by the Mafia boss, that is the Eldegoss. They just want to score in, and that's the play of the game here, ladies and gentlemen, and all trades alike. Shua right now trying to put up some hit and run damage here.
Yeah, I mean, nothing that can really stop him. Has that agility, which means his speed is just going brrrr. The engine is running, and this dojo is just starting to trample them, right? So next objective that we're looking at is this Regieleki. Abyssinian did try and grab it for themselves here, but now with the rotations on Orangutan, it's looking like it's going to fall into their hands. But that's not if the Hoopa has something to say about it.
No, yeah, for sure. Glacial stage, though, is going to be start up here. Once again by Obsidian, they're going to be able to take down the Regieleki for themselves as well. Orangutan, however, hasn't been able to take down the lower, the bottom objective for themselves. Not even the top objective for themselves. And Orangutan has been crumbling since earlier, and it is not looking pretty good for them.
I mean, I wouldn't say crumbling because that implies that they're really far behind, right? But I do think that there was a bit of a fumble there because they were hoping that the Regieleki would break open the tier 1, but they didn't respect the scoring speed of that Dodrio, right? The Dodrio just happened to break it open. Now it's something that the Absol had to deal with. Now with this bottom objective though, the punches coming out. Okay, nicely done. BKZ claims the punch onto Miva, grabs that first KO. You can see Tempest trying to look for an opening into this Regice. Can the Glaceon steal it again? There's the Power Nap right in the middle and the trample onto all of them. They open the gates and they take down the Absol. This is looking bleak for Orangutan now, but they managed to get the Regice. It's a small consolation prize, but what else can BKZ find? The Horn Leech pushing Lewis away, but meanwhile the backline is starting to get melted. Wushen and BKZ, they're tag teaming up, and Ikura still standing his ground against that Glaceon. The jump in, okay. BKZ is starting to pop off on this Machamp, and he's bringing it back for Orangutan.
Man, it's so beautiful a game here for Orangutan, though I have to say, right, I have to be honest, I'm not really a fan of like the kind of like a comeback game where they can just, you know, get back up to the opposing team from the late game, as it puts a huge risk to the team that is putting that up. But, you know, again, what can they do against someone Abyssinian right now, as they already got the early game advantage over to the mid game and still actually have the advantage against Orangutan, and Orangutan is just, you know, doing their best that they can against Abyssinian right now.
Yeah, BKZ, that's the man to watch. He has opened the way for Orangutan at this point in time, and he looks to continue to do so. The punches and the sustain is not enough. Shua gonna finish him off. They do have the man advantage here, especially if Louis just pumping out that damage. The Icicle Spear as well as just the frozen auto attacks coming out, really just cementing his place as the primary damage dealer of Omo Abyssinian right now. They need to be careful how they approach, because even Shingdi will be very susceptible to that burst damage.
Oh yeah, for sure. But with that being said, in just a minute left, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, we're gonna be seeing the first. We're gonna be seeing the first, obviously the first and final Rayquaza of this fight. And with that being said, the last Regieleki is gonna be taken out here by Almo Abyssinian, providing them so much space here to get in some XPs. In order for them to prep up for the Rayquaza.
That's for sure. They have to deal with this Regieleki though, and that's going to buy some of their time. And that's going to allow Almo Abyssinian to continue to soak up all the other objectives on the map. Looks like they want to make quick work of this basement Regi here as they're streaming right for it. It's going to be a Regi route. But Orangutan, they don't want to let this go without a fight. The punches, the hammer, is it there? No. Miva grabs it with that punch and managing to get that nice chunk of defense for themselves. So this is going to be very crucial going into the final fight.
Man, here you go. Just a few seconds, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. The final team fight is upon us. Here comes the dark side. You are not supposed to join them. You were supposed to destroy them. But here comes the team fight of this first match, Sneeze.
Xingdi, 1v1 versus Shua. We'll have to see how that pans out. It's a very tender matchup here. But meanwhile, the Glacial Stage falls out from Louise. A power nap in the middle. Things are looking very disconnected for Abyssinian. Can they find an opening?
Wow.
Louise just gonna get singled out and taken down. The defenders couldn't do their jobs. And Tempest gonna be punished as well. Orangutan, perhaps we were a bit too fast to write them off. But there's still two members. Opening
Rings
the portal.
Unbound.
The Rings Unbound. Trying to do its work. The triple trample throughout as well. Is enough damage? There is the Phantom Forest keeping them up, but the punches Ikura striding his ground and hammers them back down. You don't get away with taking down Xingdi lightly, he says. And just like that, the double down coming through. BKZ making a beeline straight for the top half. Tempest not able to stop him. And just like that, they're the ones with a 20-point advantage.
It's not over yet though. It's still not over yet though. There's still a minute left. Anyone could still take the Rayquaza, and there's only like 20 points of a lead here for Orangutan. Now we're going to see another team fight here. Definitely. Man, this is looking pretty even for both of the teams.
Yeah, no more Unite moves on anybody at all. They're just gonna have to take this fight through raw positioning and engage. Speaking of engage, here comes Tempest. Has the reset available for Shua with the dunks in the bot side. The advantage back in Abyssinian's way. They need to find an opening for Orangutan. If not, they're gonna lose this match. They need to take down the Rayquaza and they need to get some dunks. They're trying to do all that they can and they're gonna grab it. But can they get the dunks in? Can they stop the dunking force of Almo Abyssinian as well? There's 50. This is gonna come down to the wire as the timer ticks down. 15 seconds. Can they stop the dunks? Looks like that. It's gonna be a double dunk through to the top side. I don't know where's the vantage right now. They're still trying to look for an opening. But Shua, he can't get it in. The punches, BKZ grabs him. Tempest can't get the punches out in time. And JJ, I have no idea who won this first game. We'll have to wait and see, but that was tight as a tightrope. Oh, an orangutan. Right when the timer was ticking out, when the pressure was on, the heater right beneath their butts. They hold on strong and they swing it all the way through. What a huge clutch from them in this game number 1 against Abyssinian.
Man, man, Orangutan is making me an orangutan right now. Ladies and gentlemen and ladies and trainers alike, that was quite a huge game. That was very, as you have mentioned, tight like a tightrope, but I'd say it's tighter than a tightrope, as it could have been anyone's game. Again, if it wasn't for BKZ actually stopping Shua from scoring that 24, well, 40, 24 is 80, 48, there we go.
JJ, enough with the math. Enough with the math. I just want to say that on those 4 arms of BKZ did he lift them from the clutches of potentially losing this first match. But what a performance coming out from them to hold on till the very end, especially in that final stretch. Things just suddenly got so disconnected, specifically from Tempest on that Snorlax. It felt like he kind of lost sight of where he needed to be defending his just special attackers. He didn't keep an eye on Louise, but Orangutan did, and they just took him out with ease. Just really nicely executed final stretch from them to pull it all the way back.
Okay, but again, we cannot dismiss, okay? We cannot dismiss the fact that Abyssinian definitely put up a fight, put up a piece of work that on Orangutan. And Orangutan,
Absolutely.
they almost lost it. They almost lost that. Abyssinian did have the control over the game up until the late game, even going into the Rayquaza. It's just that Orangutan was able to, pick them off one by one. And if they weren't able to, and if they weren't picked off, right, by Orangutan at the last moment, right, of the first team fight rather, on the first team fight, they would have been able to take down Rayquaza even.
Yeah, I mean, really, I do have to give props, like you said, to Luis, right? I don't know how he continued to do it, but with those Icicle Spears, he just managed to steal objective after objective. But in these final moments, as we saw, the Absol winning that 1v1 against the Dodrio, and as we see, Luis, he can't find an entrance to the fight, even though he has a Glacial stage. Where's the backup there? The Dodrio has his hands full, and JR Absent is quite literally absent from this fight. Manages to open the hoops, but it's too little too late as they continue to stream forward. It gets tighter and tighter, but he just gets picked off. The Phantom Forest is there, and even though it looks like they can clean up onto Ikura, the hammers and the punches, DKZ makes quick work, and just like that, it starts to all fall apart. I mean, Omo, it felt like they lost their cool a little bit in that final stretch.
Dude, Ikura at that last moment was actually amazing, because if it wasn't for Ikura, they would have been able to line them all up and not going to be able to, put up the damage. But at the same time, I think that Ringside Bound was quite a bit of a, I wouldn't say a waste, but more of like a disadvantage into the side of Omo Abyssinian, just because of the fact that, number one, not everyone was alive at that point, and number two, remember that if you use the Rings and Bound to teleport from your base or even anywhere in the map, right, going into a specific place, right, into the Rings and Bound, it has like a bit of a delay before you can actually move. And with that being said, Orangutan was able to take advantage of that, knowing that they wouldn't be able to move for like half a second or so, and just put in the damage before they can even move. And Ikura lining him up all together for BKC and Shingy is just magnificent.
I mean, for me, just kind of that entire final stretch situation can be summarized into a few things. First and foremost, the Snorlax out of position, right? Second of all, BKZ on that Machamp. We're going to see some information on him now with the beautiful info card prepared by our production team. But there's a reason. Oh my gosh, the Gudra looking to be something they bring out more often than not. But second in line is the Machamp, and we see good reason why, right? BKZ, he recognized exactly like what you said. For some reason, JR absent, I think it's because most of the team members were already around the Rayquaza pit. So they thought, okay, if we ring some bound here, it'll be a bit of a waste. Let's try and use it for the resets. But by the time he did so, like you said, nobody was there already. But as they started streaming in, BKZ, eyes on the prize, looked at that portal and said, anyone who comes out of this portal is gonna get some hands. Just played the most magnificent hyperspace whack-a-mole game of his life and smacked them all to bits. Just perfect play from this guy coming out, and he really pulled it out. We talk about this Machamp all the time. Unless you get an early game advantage, it's kind of hard to get going, but he just went into the mid game a little bit behind, grabbed that advantage and said, yeah, you ain't having this anymore.
Man, that is, again, quite a beautiful display of performance here for both of the teams. We cannot dismiss anyone into that match because, again, the ball is round, the Aeos energy is round. Could have been anyone's game, and that was, see, earlier on, right? Like, we're looking over at the winners finals, right? Orangutan and Old Guys, they were tight. They were close.
True.
But not as close as Orangutan going against Abyssinian in game number 1. This was way closer.
Absolutely here. And I mean, one thing I wanted to point out before we got into the match, I mean, there were a lot of things to talk about, especially for such storied teams. But for me, the main thing I was looking at is Orangutan just came off losing a series, right? Sometimes when that happens, especially when you've been undefeated so far, you feel a little bit uncomfortable. You're like, man, I don't really like, oh, okay, we came out with the Gudra. It was one of our most picked for BKZ. It didn't end up panning out. Meanwhile, Omo Abyssinian are coming into this match just fresh off beating Talon. But any momentum of that sort has just been squashed flat. Orangutan are the ones with the driver's seat and wheel in their hands right now.
And that's what they needed as well. Again, as you have mentioned, just to reiterate, they came up from a loss, and they needed some sort of win to boost their morals up once again. And having that win is definitely going to boost them, not only going to the grand finals, but also in this game. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, we are now heading into the game number 2, perhaps the final game here for Abyssinian if Orangutan wins, but going into game number 3 if Abyssinian is going to crawl back up against Orangutan.
exactly the same picks coming out from Orangutan here. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That is the age-old saying here. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see Xingdi, Absol, and BKZ Machamp yet again. But crucially, the Gudra is open though. But at the same time, why switch things up? Why go crazy when you can just stick to what has worked for you already against this team?
Wow.
And they're just gonna lock in the same 5 Pokemon, JJ.
Because why not? Again, if it's not broken, why fix it? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but what is the adjustment, right? We need to see something different come out.
Oh, no,
We
yeah,
got
for
played
sure.
that Lucario. Is it going to be the Mew? It's still open, and that is going to be the selection. So we're going to have to see how they choose to orient it and how this Mew is intended to help them take a greater advantage up against what they've already seen.
Man, again, it's definitely going to be interesting, right? Like, just because of the fact that, number one, they were already on par with each other, right? And if they're gonna be putting up the same composition, the same Pokemon, the same players, then obviously Alma Obsidian would have a bit of an advantage going to game number 2 because they already know which one is going to do what, right? But for the side of Obsidian, at the very least, they might have, they're using mostly the same Pokemon. We have Lewis though in the Mew,
okay.
but they are changing things up in terms of like who is using what. Say for example, Miva now on the Dodrio, Chua now onto that of the the Glaceon as well.
Glaceon.
So we're going to get a little bit of a difference in terms of the gameplay here in terms of what we've seen. However, for Orangutan, we might be able to see a bit of the same here for them. So again, just to reiterate, Alma Obsidian in this game does have a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, I do think so. It's the element of surprise, right? Schwa, historically is that central area player. So it might be the Glaceon gonna get that early level 4 advantage as we see many evolutions do and come out of the gate swinging with a potential rotation here. Meanwhile, that Dodrio going back over to... I think it was it Miva who's playing it now? Probably on that top side. So that's going to be a bit of a switch up because we've seen this player play a butt ton of Lucario, switching things up a little bit this time around.
Man, so here we go. Going into game number 2, still silent. This is the calm before the storm. So let's just wait for whatever's gonna happen here. Miva here with Dodrio, Duduo right now, right, does have the attack weight, and likewise BKZ has the attack weight as well. They're just letting each other just score. If you're gonna score, I'll score with your side as well. So it's a bit of a like equal footing for us here. But here comes BKZ getting attacked here by JR Absent and Miva.
Yeah, nothing to come from it just yet though, but JR Absent gonna be sneaky with it and grab one of the citrus berries on the Orangutan side. Tempest, the body slam might be able to chase down Ikura. There it is, the KO. Gonna get picked up, but Xingdi preempted this very nicely and gonna get at least that return KO. So I was just about to say, on the top and bottom path laners of Omo Abyssinian, you need to be wary because it's around this time that the Absol's gonna stick his head out of the central area and aim for that first pick off, get the snowball rolling, right? So you need to be wary of where he goes. Just make sure you're not overextending and giving him free KOs.
For sure. But with that being said, Xingdi still with the Absol. Again, we all know for a fact that Absol does have a huge early game advantage, but unfortunately they haven't seen any opportunities for Absol to take off in this early game. So they're going to have a little bit of a harder time here to put in some damage, and especially that Machamp here, right? Machamp is still a Machamp, still isn't a Machoke here.
Yeah, I think
it is now, but
yeah, so that's going to be a bit slower for the Machoke, obviously, because it's a bit harder to go up against a Dojo who can just apply so much pressure and just put the hurt on you. But one thing I want to point out is this Espeon actually has a pretty significant level advantage, already at level 6 over the Mew. So the side shot and the side beam are already going to come out, and that's a combination that Omo Abyssinian have to be so wary about as they gear up for this central area.
Oh, Xingdi alone though, want to be able to take down 2 beautiful stuff from the side of Team Orangutan. Again, if you're going to be able to take me out, then might as well take one of yours as well. Icy Wind is going to be popped up here by Shua though, and they're going to be able to take down that Espeon from Z-Ray as well. Orangutan needs to get away here if they want to survive going into that of the first set of objectives. But Miva right now, oh my goodness, did you see the drill fight going down? It actually goes left, sorry, goes right rather.
Yeah, I did not know that. It's very unclear from the biological build-up of a dojo what bird it's supposed to be, but based on that beautiful maneuver, I'd have to guess pecking bird, right? This guy is just drilling into the wood right now. BKZ might be the recipient of some of these beaks as well, but not if he has some hands. You're looking for some action, you got it. BKZ getting a dunk through. They open the portal to potentially bring somebody to defend, but really, I mean, that was a really nice execution from Omo Abyssinian. They're squaring up for this Registeel with the Glacial Stage. That's gonna be Ikura out of the picture, but now Tempest trying to set up for more. Xingdi jumps in for some action though, but nice reset coming out from JR Epson, shipping those two members back to base and keeping them up and running. And just off of that beautiful play, Omo Abyssinian gonna grab the advantage in this fight.
Beautiful stuff coming in from Abyssinian. Yes, they might have had a little bit of a hiccup here, but they're not going to let that stop them as they were able to take down that Registeel and take down the first tier score goal as well to that at the bottom path for Orangutan. But with that being said, slowly but surely, Orangutan right now is trying to, rotate up top. And again, as you have mentioned, they started off a little bit late here as BKZ wasn't able to get in that Machoke status, evolution rather, right, just before the first set of objective comes up.
Yeah, but as we saw in the previous game one, things were a bit quiet for Orangutan until this very moment. BKZ with the 4 arms on his side, he's gonna start to wreak havoc and try and set the stage for Orangutan to take this one back. There's no doubt about it right now that Omo Abyssinian, they're sitting more in a comfortable spot in terms of an advantage. But right now, JR Epson making use of that Phantom Ambush, a sneaky triple 3-man 30-point dunk in, but now contesting for Reggie Ilecki. They need to try and find an opening, Omo Abyssinian, but they're able to clean it up. Orangutan grab that objective for themselves.
Ooh, at least, at the very least, right, they were able to take down an unobjectives for themselves, though not being able to take down that bottom Reggie. But still, they have a chance now to take that one up as they are now rotating down bottom in order for them to put in some pressure. But beautiful stuff here coming in from, of course, JR Absent with the hyperspace hold just to, answer back immediately before even Orangutan goes down bottom. They are already there.
I don't know if that was worth it from BKZ. You can see the thought process there. He jumps in with the dynamic punch to interrupt that hyperspace hole from going through. It's going to open up the bot path for Orangutan to exert some pressure and get these dunks in and break in this tier 1, removing that maneuverability of the Koopa through the hole. But take a look at this. Omo Abyssinian, they're streaming down. They want to take a fight for this basement Reggie.
No, yeah, for sure, but Orangutan does have the potential advantage, but here comes Rings and Bound into the side of Abyssinian. Everyone's going to be coming up there. Here comes Sakura as well, just trying to put them into the lane. Ladies and gentlemen, whoever's going to be able to take down this Reggie, it is going to be Orangutan as well. Mid Sledge is going to be popped up as well. There's going to be 2 down into the side of Abyssinian, but here comes another one here. Absent is going to be alone here, and just like that, Orangutan immediately was able to do the same thing that they made sure to use against Abyssinian, their own Unite move against themselves. That is the Rings and Bound. And Akura, we weren't able to see that quite properly, but we did see how much all of them were jumping in, and Akura was just waiting for them to bonk them in the head with the wood hammer.
I mean, the main thing for me is that take a look at where the dojo is. Miva wasn't there. He wasn't able to apply. You just imagine if there was a triple trample or something like anything of the sort, it would be so much more impactful. But at the time of the fight, that poor dojo still wasn't strong enough, still couldn't contribute. And I mean, like, he's just kind of playing a bit alone at this point. I don't know whether this is the right move.
I mean, Miva right now with the Jordio, right? He's, again, just doing the same job as a Talonflame, just scoring in, just like in Remote Stadium, a year ago. But, with that being said, yes, they might not have that XP advantage, but look at the scores right now. They have a huge lead against Orangutan.
Nothing a Rayquaza can't fix, JJ. You know this better than anyone. As Reggie Ilecki gonna go easily in the hands of Orangutan. They're gonna pressure this up as well. Omo Abyssinian with this man disadvantage. They have the dojo rounding out the back line. This flank might be huge, but Tempest gonna get taken out immediately. That's 2 Pokemon out. Almost instantaneous. How did that even happen? Nice Horn Leech coming out from Ikura to set someone up. Xingdi going in, has the second punch of the Schwa, and the Solar Beam. Takes
Wasn't
down
enough though.
Xingdi. No, it's the solar beam coming from the Mew that took
no,
down the Axel.
Yeah. My bad. It was enough.
Got a little confused. We were feeling a bit too much. We were putting ourselves too much in the shoes of the Glacier. Then you got a little bit antsy.
I was like, oh shoot, the solar beam wasn't enough to take down the Glacier. My bad.
Yeah, no, all good here, JJ. It's been a bout of madness as we potentially see Orangutan get taken to a game 3. If Miva can keep this up, the drill pack gonna take down Ikura to start things off, and it's not over just yet. at Miva, still looking for more. The slash through, the sucker punch, but it's not enough. BKC going down, and Miva surviving on a sliver. This dojo has hook or by crook tried to pull this game back, and successfully so, at least for this bottom Reggie fight. I don't know whether they're gonna have the damage to finish it off though, but they should.
Yeah, man, it's Abyssinian going to be able to take down this Registeel for themselves. Going into the Rayquaza fight is going to be a huge advantage for them, especially that it boosts, you know, your attack and special attacks in the process. So they already have a huge
Look at bot.
Miva. No, that is why Shangde is there as well, just waiting for anyone, right? Even BKZ is waiting for someone to get in there. But here's the thing, right? It's so risky as they are, you know, they are outnumbered by Abyssinian into the central area.
Shingdi, take a look at the map. He's gonna skip past. That's gonna open the path.
Oh,
That's gonna
no.
open the floodgates for the dojo to just go in for the dunks. All Omo Abyssinian need to do now is buy their time, wait for the opening for the dojo to get this advantage for them. But there goes Miva, there goes the dunks. Those are already gone. But where is the fight? Orangutan, they have to take it now. They managed to get the Glacial to start things off. Tempest looking to be next as he tries to desperately push them back. They still have the Rings Unbound available, but Dojo going for more and more dunks. They desperately need this Rayquaza now on Orangutan to stand a chance in this fight. But that's not it. Abyssinian has something to say about it. They try to go in with the Crash, with the Mirage, but it's not enough. Orangutan grab it, and BKZ heading straight for the goal zones here. They need to try and get all these 50s they have in their pockets. On the flip side, Abyssinian need to block, need to push, need to get through these shields, the power nap, everything in their disposal to try and make it work, but it's just not enough. Orangutan slam these dunks home and punish Abyssinian for trying to take the sneaky route.
Yes, sirree. And with that being said, 730 to 366 is too much of a gap here for Abyssinian to come up, especially they don't have enough time nor the points to get back up against Orangutan. And Orangutan, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, they are crawling back up to retain and take back the crown that was lost and taken to them by Team. Ladies and gentlemen, Old Guys, it is once again a rematch between these two teams, Old Guys and Orangutan, for our grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, that was such an insane game coming out from them. JJ, can you walk me through what exactly went wrong there?
I can't. Man, here's the thing, right? So here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, right? For Orangutan and Abyssinian, right? So what they're doing, right, is Abyssinian was already into that of the central area, right? On the central area, they were already four. Amoeba was left down bottom just to try to get in some some options select. Once again, split pushing. Sure, there is Shangdi as well and BKZ down the top path and the jump pad as well, right? Just waiting for Miva potentially for that split push. But unfortunately for them, they got a little bit too impatient, went into that of the the central area, into the Rayquaza pit, and immediately outnumbered Abyssinian. Now, unfortunately for Omo Abyssinian, since Miva wasn't there, Miva scoring in some points, destroying the second tier score goal, and putting in some scores as well into that of the final tier score goal, made them come a little bit too late into that of the team fight, and Orangutan already diminishes everyone, well, not everyone, but like most of Abyssinian's members here before Miva wasn't even able to come back into that of the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, Orangutan going to just showing how you deal with a dojo. Sure, you want to be sneaky the whole way? We'll play your game, we'll let you dunk, but we're just going to rip the rest of your team apart. It does feel like Obo Abyssinian, they're a bit more pickly on the final stretch. Every time it gets to the legendary pit, that's where things get a little bit dicier. And even though they had a pretty decent, all things considered, they just weren't able to close it out.
Ooh, yes, sir.
Orangutan Grand Finals, baby.
They are back to reclaim the crowns. Orangutan once again, and again, winners finals. Orangutan. Okay, let's just take take a step back a bit and just have a little bit of a recap. Orangutan lost against All Guys 2-1, right?
Yeah.
Now, they experimented a little bit, right? They experimented a little bit with the Gudra going into the last match. But do you think we are going to be seeing that one again going against All Guys? Personally, I don't think so. And with this composition, yes, this wasn't the composition that they were playing against All Guys. But do you think, now here's my actual question, right, for you, Sneeze. Do you think that this composition would work against All Guys' composition?
I don't know why they didn't try it. That's what I'm saying. It seems like they had a lot of emphasis on the comfy. It seemed like they tried to bring out the Gudra as well, especially with the Urshifu. But I think this ends up panning out a bit better for them. In fact, one of the things I was thinking about, I know Urshifu is a really strong Pokemon. We've seen players perform on it throughout the entirety of today. But it's just, I do feel like if there's one team I wouldn't want to see play it, I don't mind if Orangutan pick everything else, because just with this alone, we see how strong the Espeon looks on in Ziray's hands. We see how strong, like Wu Xuan, even before Comfy came out and was a thing, this man was always beasting it up on the Eldegoss. I have no qualms with them going to the Comfort. In fact, I think if Urshifu is banned, it might actually favor them a bit more.
Now here's the thing, right? Like I guess that is also what Abyssinian saw. Sorry, not Abyssinian, but rather All Guys saw against against Orangutan, where they know for a fact that I'm pretty sure they have been watching Orangutan as well, especially on previous tournaments before the WCS April qualifiers. That hey, we cannot give Espeon to Orangutan, and that's why for 3 games, right? For 3 games in a row,
they just
All Guys have been banning Espeon.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, it really goes to show the power of the pick, right? Because Z-Ray usually a bit more of a... It's so crazy to say, right? But in every team, no matter how crazy each of the players are, Z-Ray usually just that quiet but grindy. You know, he always is got to do his job. He's consistent. He's on the main... Like, because you always look at Xingdi pop off. You're always looking at BKC go crazy. Like, Z-Ray is that forgotten member who's just pumping out so much consistent damage. But he just turned up this game, for real. He just turned up.
Z-Ray is that one quiet kid at the back of the classroom, just waiting for that right opportunity.
He's like, you know, the whole clique of cool kids, right? There's the outspoken ones, there's the jocks, there's the guys who like see they're like hitting up everybody and they're friends with everyone. And Z-Ray is like that quiet guy. And then nobody who's not in the friend group knows why he's there. They're just like, oh, you know, he kind of seems like he keeps to himself, but he's actually the ringleader. Like, that's kind of why he's actually the one who all that respect. He's just putting in the work, you know. I mean, Z-Ray finds him and his team in another grand final situation. The long-lauded kings of APAC gonna defend their title against Old Guys. I couldn't write this story any better. You think about High Five, now Orangutan. They've just been having dominance throughout the past circuit. All these big competitions, it's just them. It's always High Five. You talk about Ikura, you talk about BKZ, Xingdi, all these guys so strong since the days of RJ Gaming. And who are their opponents? Lance, Thorfinn, these quiet dark horses from the very first days of the UCS last year. Always we were keeping our eyes out for them, but nothing that really came to you know, huge success. They didn't really find that success in a big way, not like RJ Gaming did. But if they came into this grand finals and punched the Kings down on bar, man, that would be a story for East Asia for sure.
That is definitely not only a story for East Asia, but a story for the entirety of the world, as they are going to be shaken up by the news if that ever happens. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, let's take a look at the updated brackets, you know, going into the grand finals. I think that this is the time where we have to take a little bit of a recap, you know, take a look back once again on what happened to our brackets. Now, here you go.
Yeah, so let's follow each of these teams through their journey, okay? I'll do Old Guys. So Old Guys, from the start, they were already placed up against in the upper bracket. Now Maruhuyo Finesse Esports had some familiar names specifically from the Filipino scene there. I believe some ex-members of AFR. They managed to defeat them handily. Who as well, I believe we got to see a bit of that team against Omo Abyssinian, but unfortunately taken down to the lower bracket by Old Guys. So realistically speaking, Orangutan were the only ones who actually tested Old Guys. Sure, Old Guys didn't have the same undefeated record as Orangutan, but if you just take a look at that bracket and how they ended up in the grand finals alone, it's looking pretty clean for them.
Yeah, and at the same time, you know, you being undefeated, right, on a tournament, it doesn't really matter until you find that one team that you can go against to and actually just crumbles everything that you've worked hard for. Being undefeated didn't matter for Old Guys. They still won against you.
Exactly. And now on the flip side, Orangutan also had a similar cruise, taking out Omo Bengals and just wiping out Talon, right? It was only in that match that we just watched where Orangutan felt like they were really tested by old guys. They tried the Gudra, they tried a few funky strategies, didn't necessarily work out. But this immediately after that bracket, facing off against Omo Abyssinian, it's giving me glimmers of hope here, and it's really making me root for Orangutan because it feels like they've corrected that one issue I wanted to point out in the match against old guys. It was in those final stretches that it felt like they fumbled a bit, but this time round in this series, they cleaned that up big time. They didn't lose their cool. They just held on, stayed calm. They understood what they needed to do to win the game, and they won it.
Man, and with that being said, Sneeze, it's going to be a very, very huge grand finals. Again, this is a rematch of our upper bracket finals. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, my name is once again JJ, and with me is Sneeze. We're going to have a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you guys the grand finals of the first qualifier of the Pokemon UNITE WCS Pokemon UNITE. Did I say Pokemon UNITE twice?
You said Pokemon
Yeah, we'll go to a break.
Unite
Yeah, just stay tuned, guys. We'll be back. Yeah.
Now, but Uka trying to get the hands out, 1v1 situation, sleeping, getting some EXP back. Miba here to get dodge out onto Tempest. They're trying to get the touch on this Kramer, but Regice, it's falling low, and it doesn't seem like who can get their hands on it. The last touch, no, Snorlax to claim it, and the Psychic Soleil, a whole bunch right now. The Dojo just gonna make a quick escape, and looks like that's it. I mean, I say that, but the slam coming in, the block to try and isolate them. Very, very nice spacing coming out from Tempest, and the timing eject button out. Miva's cleaning up the side of Abyssinian. That's starting to wreak havoc. And Koshaku, he's a little bit late to the party, but now getting ganged up by 3. Tempest in some trouble though, and the Gatling Gun missile starting to do some work. Miva forced to scatter and run, and for the first time, Pooh able to take a relatively successful fight. The triple trample going out to the Cameron, managing to take him down, and they're starting to turn it around, but the Solaire is there enough spacing though. Uka trying to desperately get away. The last touch, Luis. You need to go in. You get the save light to start. That's not too bad. But the Starlight Recital used a bit preemptively. They want to take down Tempest, forcing out that power nap. He's sleeping right in the middle of all of them, but they're going to be able to take down this stock. The side of Omo Abyssinian, it could slip away from him right here. But oh no, triple trample coming in straight to the Gatling Gulp. But it doesn't matter. Miva slicing them up, and Miva survives.
And, you know, if he could continue to do this, it's going to be very slippery to deal with. And right here, immediately Saber gets a KO on the Dragapult itself as well. And it's going to be a 3v4. And right here, Moonlight moving forward, unable to get out there alive.
And just because of that, even with the number disadvantage, they're still doing just fine. Kicking them back right now, the Woodhammer, oh boy, just knocks down that Clefairy. But the Psychic Solaire got to take down Dreamt as well. And MTG starting to go a really nicely managed for Talon. But now KY might be some trouble going ahead, using the Chaos Glower, forcing them back to recall, and they're just out of the picture. It's not enough at the moment, and Drem needs to be careful. Force upon that Psychic Solaire. Just the key. We're not gonna hear anything, but it doesn't even need to. Because the side of B family, they're falling like flies right now. Thames might be in some trouble. Brone is into the fray as well as KY doing his work on CHH, and then Delphox doesn't stand a chance. They're just doing such a good job at distracting the front line and taking out the back line. Gao, he's got a Dragon Dance, but this is his last little tango here. He's got to go down, I say that. Still surviving, no, the punch is there. JT finds it, and now the Wood Hammer, the punch being wound up. Uh-oh.
Not much results coming in from them as well, as we're moving straight right to the final stretch. And there we go, big blow coming in.
Huge punch, single strike, one punch is all you need. JT finds them all and knocks them all to bits. 3 members disappearing in the blink. One goal zone, but take a look at Talon. They don't care, they're just charging down to the central goal zone.
If you're just gonna score 50 points, I'm gonna score 100 points back at you. Yes, they managed to catch KYY, but immediately the rest of the team just come over to save that Saber Eye. As JC on the backside, trying to just do a little bit of sneaky.
Levels, Moonboy. Keep an eye out for the final Regieleki, because that going into your what was that side shot? Dren from over the cliff just side blast them. They're all just gonna melt, and they're not done just yet. Here comes the Even Fist knocking down the Glaceon. The punches are through, and old guy desperately trying to dash away with the icy wind. No cigar, and you're gonna take a nap right next to your teammates. This poor Snorlax has nowhere else to go. The block
already in position, but right here Talon is on the move. They're just putting them down one by one as the Regirock goes straight right to the side of Talon once again.
Prosperity now up by a full 600. What can you do? I mean, V family. It's rough. There's nothing more. There's supposed to be. I expect nothing less from this guy. For old guys, this time it's an orangutan's hands.
Oh, wow.
What can they do?
actually going to go in for the Night Slash instead of the Fade attack. And with that being said, man, the trio right now, Shingdi going to take down one, and that's going to be Rocks here down bottom.
A bit scary here. They managed to secure it. RBX was threatening that steal, but with the block, they're going to try and keep that Zoroark out and away.
Did you see that?
Oh my goodness. They managed to chain it up nicely, and they get 2 to start. BKZ still standing strong. Nicely executed team fight there from all these 3 players. Here, 5-man rotation here to pressure out this tier 1 goal zone. They want to cap it up, but BKZ might be in some trouble. The Phantom Forest, a nice spacing move, turns around with the punch, manages to get the Zoroark for his trouble, but ends up going down.
Are they going to be able to deal so much damage? Not quite yet, but Rangtan here is slow as Olga still has the health advantage. But are they going to be able to take down this Registeel? Yes, they will, but to what cost? It is going to be the Mew going down as well for them, but are they going to be able to do some reverse on the card here? BKC World of Hurt. Oh my goodness, BKC was a 6 and strategy against all guys themselves. Here comes the Pyro not coming from Record just to sustain their own HP, but Sync One here, despite having the Fire Blast, still doesn't have a lot of damage. The Zoroark is going to be able to put him some scores, but still not enough to go over the score for Orangutan here. But here comes Cyber Smack as well. Nice Slash going to be stopped by the Heavy Slam. Flowery Fields forever is going to be popped up to sustain some damage. But here comes 2 down into the side of all guys as well. Lance here trying to get into the sustain. No, not quite yet, as it is.
For an opening into this Reggie Ice. Can the Glaceon steal it again? There's the Power Nap right in the middle, and the trample onto all of them. They open the gates and they take down the Absol. This is looking bleak for Orangutan now, but they manage to get the Reggie Ice. It's a small consolation prize, but what else can BKZ find? The Horn Leech pushing Lewis away, but meanwhile the back line is starting to get melted. Wushen and BKZ, they're tag teaming up, and Ikura still standing.
Seeing the first, we're gonna be seeing the
right for it. It's gonna be a Reggie route. The Orangutan, they don't want to let this go without a fight. The punches, the hammer, is it there? No, Miva grabs it with
to join them. You were supposed to destroy them, but here comes a team fight of this first match. Sneeze.
Shingdi 1v1 versus Shua. We'll have to see how that pans out. It's a very tender matchup here. But meanwhile, the Glacial Stage falls out from Louise. A Power Nap in the middle. Things are looking very disconnected for Abyssinian. Can they find an opening? Louise just gonna get singled out and taken down. The defenders couldn't do their jobs. And Tempest, the Rings Unbound, trying to do its work. The triple trample throughout as well. Is there enough damage? There is the Phantom Forest keeping them up. But the punches Ikura trying his ground. And Ham need to take down the Rayquaza, and they need to get some dunks. They're trying to do all that they can, and they're gonna grab it. But can they? I don't know where's the advantage right now. They're still trying to look for an opening. But Shua, he can't get it in. The punches, BKZ grabs him. Tempest can't get the punches out.
So,
they have to be so wary about as they gear up for this Central Altaria.
Oh, Shingdi alone though.
Somebody to defend, but really, I mean, that was a really nice execution from Omo Abyssinian. They're squaring up for this Registeel with the Glacial Stage. That's gonna be Ikura out of the picture. But now Tempest trying to set up for more. Shingdi jumps in for some action though, but nice reset coming out from JR Epson, shipping those 2 members back to
comes the Rings and Bound into the side of Abyssinian. Everyone's gonna be coming up there. Here comes Ikura as well, just trying to put them into the lane. Ladies and gentlemen, whoever's going to be able to take down this Regias, it is going to be a Renekton as well. Sledge is going to be popped up as well. There's going to be 2 down into the side of Obsidian, but here comes another one. Here.
Almost instantaneous. How did that even happen? Nice Horn Leech coming out from Ikura to set someone up. Shingdi going in, has the second punch of the Shua, and the Solar Beam.
Yeah, man, it's
Rayquaza now on Orangutan to stand a chance in this fight, but that's not even Abyssinian has something to say about it. They're trying to go in with the crash, with the Mirage,
and
but it's not enough.
And take the damn by team. Ladies and gentlemen, old guys, it is once again a rematch between these 2 teams. Old guys.
Himself, Shoya says thank you very much. Action in the mid area though, as they're starting the bash through. A huge heavy slam. That big fat butt ain't going nowhere, but on top of your head, Tempest finds it. But Dojo is gonna go down. It's still back and forth right now, but Uka trying to get the hands out. 1v1 situation, sleeping, getting some EXP back. Miva here to get dodge out onto Tempest. They're trying to get the touch on this Kramer, but Reggie Ice, it's falling low, and it doesn't seem like who can get their hands on it. The last touch, no, Snorlax to claim it, and the Psychic Soleil, a whole bunch right now. The Dojo just gonna make a quick escape, and looks like that's it. I mean, I say that, but the slam coming in, the block to try and isolate them. Very, very nice spacing coming out from Tempest, and the timely eject button out. Miva's cleaning up the side of Abyssinian that's starting to wreak havoc. And Koshaku, he's a little bit late to the party, but now getting ganged up by 3. Tempest in some trouble though, and the Gatling Gun missile starting to do some work. Miva forced to scatter and run, and for the first time, Pooh able to take a relatively successful fight. The triple trample going out to the Cameron, managing to take him down, and they're starting to turn it around, but the Solaire, is there enough spacing though? Uka trying to desperately get away. The last touch, Luis. You need to go in, you get the save light to start, that's not too bad. But the Starlight Recital used a bit preemptively. They want to take down Tempest, forcing out that power nap. He's sleeping right in the middle of all of them, but they're gonna be able to take down this stock. The side of Omo Abyssinian, it could slip away from him right here. But oh no, triple trample coming in straight to the Gatling Gulp, but it doesn't matter. Miva slicing them up, and Miva survives.
And, you know, if he could continue to do this, it's going to be very slippery to deal with. And right here, immediately Saber gets a KO on the Dragon Put itself as well. And it's going to be a 3v4. And right here, Moonlight moving forward, unable to get out there alive.
And just because of that, even with the number disadvantage, they're still doing just fine. Kicking them back right now, the Woodhammer, oh boy, just knocks down that Clefairy. But the Psychic Solaire got to take down Dreamt as well. And MTG starting to go a really nicely managed for Talon. But now KY might be some trouble going ahead, using the Chaos Glower, forcing them back to recall, and they're just out of the picture. It's not enough at the moment, and Drem needs to be careful. Force upon that Psychic Solaire. Just the key. We're not gonna hear anything, but it doesn't even need to. Because the side of B family, they're falling like flies right now. Thames might be in some trouble. Brone is into the fray as well as KY doing his work on CHH, and then Delphox doesn't stand a chance. They're just doing such a good job at distracting the front line and taking out the back line. Gao, he's got a Dragon Dance, but this is his last little tango here. He's got to go down, I say that. Still surviving, no, the punch is there. JT finds it, and now the Wood Hammer, the punch being wound up. Uh-oh.
Not much results coming in from them as well, as we're moving straight right to the final stretch. And there we go, big blow coming in.
Huge punch, single strike.
High five. Okay. JJ, I think JJ is muted on VMix. I think you guys didn't hear anything just now. Yeah?
Wow.
Yes, who's
Okay.
the one that's
Wait.
What is up, everyone? Welcome back to the finals of Pokemon Unite WCS APAC East. My name is Moonboy. I'm joined by JJ, who is muted the whole time.
No!
And how was it?
Well, that's what you get for having grand finals. I am sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Can we do it again? But okay, well, anyway, welcome back into the grand finals. With me is Moonboy right here, and we're going to have a clap because we're going to do it again, you know?
Okay,
we're
clap.
Do it again, yeah.
Clap.
There we go. Awesome.
Clap. Okay.
It's so bad. Okay. We're good now. Yes!
So yes, guys, we're down to our grand finals right here. All guys going up against Orangutan. This is a rematch that we want, and there we have, ladies and gentlemen. And what is there? What can you say about this, JJ?
It's as I mentioned earlier. I am 100% for sure. OG will win.
Which OG?
OG will win.
OG.
OG.
Oh.
OG. With reset. No, here's the thing. There's gonna be a reset at least. There's going to be a reset. Okay?
Okay.
There's gonna be a reset and OG will win.
So which OG?
OG, yes.
So yes, guys, we got OG going up OG, and right here, all guys actually have 2 lives. So if Orangutan actually win the first series, there will be a reset coming on later. So if the Orangutan have to win 2 sets of best of 3, while all guys only need to win 1. So this is something that you guys have to take note. And since both of them will be seeded for the qualifiers in June, it's all down to the prize money at this point in time.
Right. Man, 7,500 USD is a huge amount of money, and you cannot get that anywhere. You know, it's not even like it's not even a month's salary. You know, even if you divide it to 5, it's a little bit too much still. But you can do a lot with that, and with that being said, you can get a lot of holowares as well. You know what I'm saying? You know, get those those blinks. You know what I'm saying? So you can flex in game.
Yep, so ladies and gentlemen, there we have all guys with Lance, RBX, Sync, Thorfinn, and Wayam. And, you know, however, on Orangutan's side, let JJ introduce you to them today.
Man, Shengdi, Z-Ray, Wujan, Akura, BKZ, these teams need no introduction anymore. Both of them, really. We already seen them, battle with each other, head against each other. And again, all guys won. Okay, remember, all guys won 2-1 against Orangutan, and both of them actually very, very, very close matches. And honestly, this grand finals, if Orangutan wouldn't be able to adjust going against all guys, then we're looking at I'd say another 2-1 here in favor of all guys. But if we have a beautiful game number 1 for Orangutan, then man, that alone is what they need, right? Going into the reset.
Yeah, for sure. So, and I think All Eyes is definitely gonna be on BKZ, right? He did a very good job previously in the loser bracket finals, and it's all down to him. What is he gonna do? Is he gonna going back to the Gudra, or is he going into Machamp? But the ban phase right here for sure, all guys will be banning the Espeon.
Here we go. No, we're not gonna see the Espeon.
Okay.
No, here's the thing, right? Like, all guys has the first pick, so they might be able to steal away that Espeon from Orangutan. That is it. And there we go. That's what I'm saying about it. That is the advantage of being first pick.
Yeah, we saw that the Espeon is the key piece for Orangutan, right? And Thorfinn right here taking it away from them. And right here, Shingdi actually went with the Urshifu and the Elder Gods, no Greninja.
Wow, sorry, I got taken aback. I thought we were going to see a little bit of like a throwback here, especially with Shang Di, still, then Shing Desu, right, with that of the the Greninja. But we're not gonna see that. Not now, not yet. Maybe later. Oh god, they're hovering into it again.
They're teasing us.
Don't be like this, dude. Don't do it.
And RBX going in with the Trevenant as well, and a Clefable coming in from Old Guy's side, follow up by a Scissor, which likely will be a Scyther, and Ikura on the Snorlax this time. So it's a little bit of a very different composition coming in compared to the loser bracket round, and hopefully that this is something new coming in from Orangutan, right?
Yeah, no, here's the thing, right? Like, at least they do have a huge sort of a damage output here going into the set of Orangutan. They do have the defender as well, pushing them out, especially with that of the block. And of course, sustain that is, of course, Wushan with that of the Eldegoss Mafia boss. But Z-Ray coming back with the Delphox. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, never mind. No, it's not a Delphox. No. They don't want to say what they want to pick. You know what I'm saying? They just... What's the point of being here? What's the point of us being casters here? You know what I'm saying? Just like, okay, you're trying to play us? All right, we'll say you.
But it's cool, right? Orangutan drop is actually missing a little bit of burst damage, and the Mew actually did feel that shield compared to the Delphox. So I believe that is probably what they're going for. ZZ Ray actually not having the Thorfinn not having the Espeon this time, but instead going on to the Mew is still pretty decent coming in for Ray. But however, the Machamp though is and Machamp and Absol is actually on the side of all guys, so it's a little bit of a block coming in for Orangutan, I guess.
No, yeah, they are using the same things, right? They're using the same composition as Orangutan was using earlier on, having Sync 1 into that of the Absol and Lance right now into that of the Machamp. And likewise, they, as you have mentioned, have a lot of sustainability, has a lot of recovery, especially with Mayhem here, with that of the, with the Clefable, and that is going to provide them so much, going against Orangutan. And likewise, we have to remember as well, RBX with the Trevenant, and of course backlane damage, that is the Espeon. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all guys versus Orangutan, game number 1 of the grand finals. Let's have a champion time.
A champion time indeed, JJ. And right here, looking at both of their composition is fairly equal at this point in time. The only thing that is holding all guys back is that Machamp, right? You have to be at the Machamp as fast as possible. You have to get those stacks on so that the Machop or even the Machamp in future will be so much stronger.
No, yeah, but with that being said, both of these teams just, trying to get their stacks up right here. BKZ obviously with the attack weight. Likewise, though, for RBX actually have AS Cookie rather, to, increase its health going over into that of the late game. But here comes the first pick up of the game. That is going to be Lance taken down.
Yeah, being KO'd so early into the game is not exactly where you want to be, especially the EXP is going into the cup full, and that's actually feeding into a earlier Urshifu coming in for Orangutan, and that's not where you want to be so early in the matchup.
No, not quite yet. Not this early. But still, we are yet to see the first set of birds here in just a few seconds. And from there on out, we are going to be able to see a bit of the gap here for both of the teams once they get it out of the way.
Yep, Absol immediately rotating to the top side, and the bottom side is still a 2v2 situation right here. But Aspion already at level 5. He would be able to do a lot more damage to Ikura and burst him down if Ikura is a little bit out of position.
No, yeah, especially with that Slick Spoon, man, ignoring special defense is just huge for any teams that would be able to have it. Especially even if you have a defender opponent, right? It doesn't matter. 20% is a huge deal.
Yep, Lance being caught up right here by PKZ and Wushuan, and they're just pushing straight right in down to their tier 1 goal zone. But they have no Orangutan, thinks that no, that's enough. Just go back and just reset.
No, yeah, but still both of these teams just poking each other out. Still nothing major yet happening, but in just a few seconds we are going to be able to see that central burst come up. Wushan, however, is going to get picked up. Not quite yet. 2v4 situation, and they're not going to be able to do a reverse on the card, but that is a 1-for-1 trade here for both of the teams. But that is even bigger for Orangutan, as it was Synquan that got taken out.
Yep, for sure, right? Taking out the Absol right there, take the buff away from him and get the extra EXP, being the stronger Pokemon that he is. RBX being caught up right there as well, but immediately managed to just get out there alive with just a slither of help and a little bit of help with the passive.
No, yeah, for sure. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, just a few bit 2v1 situation right now into that on the top path. But unfortunately, submission is going to only hit, that bunnies that we do have. But the 1v3 right now into that on the top path, all guys really want to take down the control of the top path. Maybe perhaps if they do control this, they would be able to control the entirety of the match. But let's see.
Yep, all guys actually putting 3 men up on top just before the 7-minute mark, and that actually showed their priorities, right? But instead, all 5 men will be rotating straight right down to the bottom side, but Orangutan already have 3 or 4 men ready for them, and they're just waiting them with open arms.
That's what we're talking about. You don't want to get hit with a side shock of that Espeon, especially with the Slick Spoon. But beautiful pickup coming from all guys right now. Are they going to be able to take down Regirock? Yes, they won't. Yes, they won't. No, they won't take down that Regirock for themselves. As Orangutan is going to be able to secure it for themselves. But here comes our team, and the biggest is trying to get away. Not going to be able to take down one into the side of all guys. That's going to be the first objective here into the side of Orangutan. No, make that 2. Are they going to be taken down a lot? No, not quite yet. The gravity is going to allow them to escape. As unfortunate for them, they're not going to be able to catch up into old guys.
Old guy being so aggressive, take out the Snorlax first and then going straight right in. Yes, Orangutan did manage to get their Regirock, but however, they don't think they could sustain the fight against old guys and have no choice but to back off. BKZ on the top side with 25.
Yes, sirree, but look at that. It is going to be Shing. They're going to be able to take down 2. Now you're making a 3 as well in the process. Ladies and gentlemen, all traders alike, Orangutan is not going to let what happened on that Reggie bottom slide, as they have their revenge right now against all guys, putting in the work right now, scoring down bottom as well and up top.
Yep, Eldegoss immediately rotating straight right down to the bottom to help the team a little bit more. RBX actually doing so much for the team, but being blocked off and unable to save that bottom goal zone. But however, on the top side though, the Regieleki is not defended by Orangutan, as the Urshifu just waiting for him to come into the goal zone.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Unfortunately, they didn't play the risk here with their shape, especially the single strike mode, despite having the unstoppable ability, unstoppable status rather, with that of the Wicked Blow. They just let them take down the Regieleki. But with that being said, second slaughter is going to be coming up as well. Are they going to be able to do it? So, Ebon Fizz is going to be popping up, but unfortunately not going to be enough to take down Saquon in the process. But with that being said, that is going to be Lance going to be taken down as well, and that is Mayhem going to be wrecked havoc into the side of Orangutan. That's going to be 2 down, 4 all guys, and Orangutan successfully repels away the Regieleki.
That was a really good rotation straight right to the top side from Orangutan. They know the timing coming in from the Regieleki, and they take the fight just below their goal zone. Even though the Absol managed to get away with just a slither of health, but Singh immediately managed to cap a little bit of points for the team as the Regi Ice goes live.
No, yes, for sure. But whoever's going to be able to take this, let's find out together. But it is going to be the Psy Shock at the very last moment. Olga's going to be able to take that one away from them. And there's going to be two down into the side of Orangutan as well. Not making three, but here comes Wushan, going to be picked off with that submission RKO out of nowhere. But the Psy Shock is going to end things up for Wushan. And only Z-Ray is going to be up left here, just putting down the work and just letting them take down the first score go to the bottom path. And man, that is a beautiful decision coming from Z-Ray, because if Z-Ray gets taken down as well, everyone across the board into Old Guys is just going to get their XP.
Such a good back and forth coming in from both sides as Orangutan immediately rotating straight right to the top side as Old Guys, all they have is that Moonlight just keeping things sustainable as they are just pushing straight right in. And seems like right now Orangutan just putting in so much pressure against Old Guys, but they have no choice but to back off. But Orangutan unable to get it in.
Wow, look at that Solar Beam as well, but here comes RBX just putting up the work as well with that of the Hornleash, and beautiful stuff coming in from that. Because they're going to be able to take down one. Psychic Solar is going to be popped up as well. It's going to be 1-for-1 trade for both of the teams. However, prepping for that Reggie Elect to come up in just a second. Both of them just trying to, disengage a little bit to get into that Reggie Elect. But let's find out whoever's going to be able to get this one up. Old Guys already putting half HP into Reggie Elect.
Yep, half HP onto the Reggie Lecky as well. Orangutan trying to steal it off, but unable to get it with the Solar Beam. As right here, Old Guys is still putting in so much pressure against Orangutan, but BKZ once again on the bottom with the 50 5v4 on the top side. Orangutan really have to hold this well.
Man, they are on a chaos right now, but at the very least, they just allowed that Reggie Elect to come in, knowing the fact that they won't be able to overcome a lot anyway at all. And just like that, Orangutan still has the lead. In terms of points, though, it is just 5 points still. In terms of the XP, though, we can say for sure that they are a little bit on the disadvantageous against All Guys.
I mean, it's just a 5-point lead, but at this point in time, it's still anybody's game, and it's still fairly even. Level 13 on the Urshifu and 13 on the Scyther, and they're still scrambling right here in the bottom side as well. KO's going left and right, skills firing and all over the place, as first KO going straight right to the Aspion.
Man, that's going to be 1-for-1 trade for both of the teams here. But here comes a basic boosted attack here. Nobody's going to be able to take down that Registeel in the process. Everyone just wants to get, a little bit of a placement, right? A little bit of positional advantage against that Rayquaza. But with that being said, the first score goal into the side of Olgis is still up. And 21 points, that's going to be, 42 points up top for Orangutan. Just to put in some quick match, Shengdi leaving 1 point to the top path.
Yep, that's a really good math coming in from Orangutan, and you're just calculating every single way. How are they going to win this one, as they already got the positioning onto the Legendary's pit? All Guys have to find an opening and initiate. If not, it's going to be too late.
Bottom. Saquon has 50 down bottom, but here's the thing: Orangutan is outnumbering All Guys right now into that of the bottom, into that of the central area. But are they going to be able to answer back? BKC is going to be able to be taken down here by that of Thorfinn. But here comes the answer coming in from Orangutan. It's going to be 2-for-2 trade here. 3 are left, 2 into the side, of course, of that amazing Shengdi. Midnight Slash is going to be popped up as well. Are they going to have a prolonged team fight? Yes, they will. Ikura trying to survive and trying to buy some time in order for them to wait for the teammates to come back again into this team fight. And they were able to successfully bring about a lot of time and wait for them to come up.
The announcement has been made, and all guys know that they are in the lead. Orangutan have to start on the Rayquaza right now. If not, it's going to be too late. 40 more seconds on the clock. They have to take the Ray. They have to go for the score. And do they have enough time to actually close this off?
Let's find out together, Moonboy, and here you go. The final team fight is happening right now. Hornleash into BKC going to be able to push them up, pick them up as well. There's going to be 2 down for that Mayhem. Mayhem putting in the Mayhem against Orangutan. No, we got 3 as well. That is Thorfinn with the Psyshock taking down Shengdi. And game number 1 is going into the side of All Guys. They have read Orangutan from the time that they met into the winners finals, but man, they have nothing against All Guys going into the grand finals. Game number 1.
Wow, Orangutan knew that the Absol was in the bottom lane trying to score 100, but they did not exactly initiate it that right, with the Urshifu falling so early into the fight to the Aspion, and it's not going to be looking good for Orangutan. And now it's their time to actually think and reflect. How are they going to be coming back off this one to actually force a reset onto All Guys? Because one more game for All Guys is going to be game point for them.
No, yeah, no, not game point, not game point.
Championship point.
Thi- this is tournament point right now for
Yeah.
all guys. Meaning one more match. Okay, one more match, and they are going to be the crowned champions of the APAC qualifier East.
Yep, take a look at this. 137k healing coming in from Wayam, and the amount of healing coming in from those Moonlight is just insane. As long as the team is sticking together, those Moonlight is just gonna be paying dividend for all guys again and again.
Man, Moonlight, and of course the help of that what do you call this? The gravity as well, just to put in a little bit of like a movement slow, right? Slowing of the movement speed, right, of the opposing team is just detrimental for them.
Yep, that's for sure, right? And it actually stopped a lot of movement coming in from Orangutan. And the Clefable actually did a lot of work for all guys, so that's a big props going over to them. But I believe the whole team literally moved together. It is a kind of a 50-50 matchup at that point, at the very last moment, and it still could be anybody's game right here.
Man, it's this has been the closest matchups we've had in quite a while. Man, I didn't think that we could get an even closer match, right? From the previous, winners finals and the losers finals, but grand finals. This is everything, everything that they learned, right? That they learned throughout the entire tournament is being put to test right now. And here's the thing, right? For those who didn't get into the top 3, at the very least, for those who didn't get into the top 3, I think they are celebrating right now. Ask me why.
Why?
Because they can still play on the May qualifiers, and they wouldn't have to put up with Orangutan, with Abyssinian, and all guys.
Right. So without these strong teams, in the May qualifiers, it might be an easier cruise, but I don't think it's gonna be that easy of a cruise for the rest of the team, though. Yeah.
It's not saying that they're not strong like Orangutan, all guys, or Abyssinian. It's just they would have more of a spotlight now than they did in the April qualifiers. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, these are your top 3 teams that will be fighting off into the regional finals on June. But with that being said, all guys, once again, currently at tournament point, just needs to win one more time to win the entire tournament. And if Orangutan still wants to get their crowns back, well, they need to win not just twice, but 4 times, quadruple times in this game.
Yep, it is a uphill battle right here for Orangutan. Could they turn this around? It's all down to that final game later on, right? The game number 2, right? So Orangutan now probably they have to take a step back and take one round at a time. If not, the pressure is going to be stacking on them so hard. They are the ACL champion, and there's so much weight on their shoulders at this point in time.
Right, and as we have mentioned earlier, right? As we have mentioned, me and Permasneeze, right? If all guys wins against Orangutan right now, this is going to make waves in the entire Pokemon Unite community, not just in Asia, but everywhere in the world. And likewise, as we have mentioned, right, that everyone in the world is currently watching us, as we were watching the EU, the European International Championships, right, just a few days ago. They are likewise as well watching us right now. So, huge shout outs to those in those region, right, that is currently here on our broadcast. As well, we have the the NA casters here. We have Zoinks and Kilo as well on our broadcast. So again, that just proves and just goes to show that everyone in the world is watching APAC right now.
Yep, APAC, one of the spiciest region, I would say, where lots of interesting composition, interesting play styles coming in, really aggressive, and that's something that we don't see anywhere else in the world. I've been watching EUIC the whole weekend, and no Clefable was picked, but here in APAC, it is picked like what, 50 or 60% of the time.
Clefable is back home. That's all I can say, dude. Clefable is back home. APAC is the place. APAC is the place of Clefable. So, we're going to be definitely seeing that a lot here.
Yeah, we have been seeing Dragapult, we have seen Gudra, we have seen all of the weird picks, or even Serena has been picked as well. So, what else is there to offer? APAC is probably the place to be, and this, ladies and gentlemen, might be the possible championship point coming in for Good Guy.
Right, so before we
Old
head
guys,
into
sorry.
our game, right, we're going to be seeing a bit of a old guys sync one here as
Mhm.
their information is going to be brought up into the screen. And let's find out, let's talk about a bit of what they did. You know, earlier on, we saw them use Charizard as well. 2 in a row, actually, for 2 games, you know, two games in a row, they used Charizard and actually worked out pretty well in their favor as well. That's a 50% pick rate and the Absol, which we just saw earlier as well. Despite having only 25% of a pick rate, that was quite a menace of a Pokemon that showed great heights in game number 1.
Yep, Singh literally played a very mean Absol the whole time. During the early game, he was doing so much pressure for Orangutan. And, you know, especially into the late game, he's disciplined enough to actually retreat off the Absol, and he survived so many fights just by himself. And then returning back, and then just, you know, those back swings coming out from those Absol is just too painful for Orangutan to actually deal with. And Singh was it will be the guy to watch coming in for game number 2, and they have to mark him down as fast as possible.
No, yeah, for sure. Especially that, you know, this Pokemon as well, right? Like it's especially Absol, right? It's one of the glass cannon Pokemon where, again, as we have been saying again and again, low HP, low defenses, huge damage. And if you let this, you know, just pass by you, you won't survive another day. That's the thing, you know? You won't survive another day.
Yeah, those booster attack coming in from the Psycho Cut into Pursuit, perhaps, or even followed up by Midnight Slash as well. Like, you know, Absol is just so painful. It's such a painful speedster to deal with, and it's really agile as well. So it could get out with trouble if it's needed to. It is a barrel of bad news after all.
No, well, we don't want to get there. We don't want to get there. It was obviously, you know, Absol was named as the bearer of the bad news, right? But it's more of like warning us, right? Warning us, the puny humans, that there is a disaster coming through. But with that being said, that's okay, Moonboy. That Pokemon Absol is just a misunderstood Pokemon, all right?
Okay.
I stand by it.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, off we go. This is game point, championship point for old guys with the first ban of Espeon. So, no Espeon for Orangutan once again, and BKC onto the Urshifu this time.
No, but at the same time, you know, all guys wouldn't be able to use Espeon like it did in the previous game. And likewise, I think this is more of like a respect ban just because of the fact that they are not the first pick this time around. And we're going to be seeing, you know, BKC once again, Urshifu Ziri with the Mew with Sean. Now, again, with that of the Mafia boss.
Yep, Dolphin this time on the Dodrio, so we're gonna see lots of running bird action moving forward. Lance with the Machamp once again, Wham on the Clefable, and we saw this Clefable did so much healing and so much support for the rest of the team. Is he gonna keep this up to get old guys the championship point?
This might be another Absol here into the side of Sync 1. Because so far, right, we do have the same composition from earlier, except for Shangdi, which was using Scyther earlier, but now in the Glaceon. But this time around, it's not going to be the case here, as Sync 1 is not going to be using that Absol. You know, it is, however, going to be using that Delphox. And man, we haven't seen Delphox in quite a while, but there were a lot of buffs that came to be, especially with Fire Blast right into the side of Delphox.
Yep, Delphox coming in. It might be, you know, a little bit of bad news coming in for Ray and Shingdi as well. So it's all down to the final, like this game, right? How Orangutan actually could turn this around. Yes, they have a little bit of switch onto the Glaceon this time. They are a little bit supported into the late game, but however, old guys on the other hand, on the late game department, they got the Machamp, they got that Delphox going as well. So, you know, old guys are kind of like fully covered coming in. So I don't know. My vote is definitely going on to old guys this time.
You know, I'm having quite a conflicted time right now. Like I want to see Orangutan come back once again because they already lost against old guys. But obviously we want to see a grand finals reset. But as you, right? I in terms of the composition, I'd have to give it to old guys as well. They have just quite a better composition all throughout. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this might be the final game of the day. Orangutan versus old guys, game number 2 of the grand finals. Let's have a champion time.
champion time, or are we gonna be crowning a champion right after this one? So it's all down to this last 10 minutes for all guys. If they can clinch the championship for themselves, lots of things are at stake for all guys. And Orangutan, on the other hand, they have 4 more wins to go if they really want this championship for themselves.
No, yeah, for sure. Especially if this is a game where they cannot at all, get any mistakes at all, because one mistake is all it takes for all guys to take the entire tournament against Orangutan, and they don't want that.
Yep, that's for sure. And immediately, the Glaceon rotating straight right to the bottom side as well. RBX might be a little bit of trouble. Popping off the passive is still healing off, trying to get into the berry zone, but unable to get it, and immediately get KO'd by Xingdi.
Man, that is a huge effective way of using Gluttony, the ability here of the ability of Hikura. No, the ability of Snorlax here. Because for those who doesn't know, if Snorlax is near a berry, it actually runs faster. It gets like it
gets hungry.
It gets hungry. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, but if you guys missed it, that was a really well-timed Electro Ball coming in from ZZ Ray from Orangutan as well. Right now, Orangutan looks like they have a slightly better early game compared to game number 1. So it's down to all guys. How are they gonna get this one? They have to get the Machamp online. But if not, it's gonna be too late.
Yes, sir. But with that being said, Thorfinn putting in some action. Once again, putting in some points here along with RBX as well. But still, look at this right now. Orangutan going to be able to take down a lot, lands here, going to be taken out as well. But we have to take note as well. It's already 2 minutes in, and we still haven't seen the Machoke and the Trevenant. Though, well, the Trevenant is now up, but still, it was 2 minutes before it came to be.
Yep, it's not looking great for all guys this early into the game, right? Machop is only at level 4. Clefairy only at level 3. They have to get those EXP running, because as of right now, Orangutan is just controlling all guys all around.
No, yeah, for sure, and they don't want that to happen at all. Orangutan, this is the game that they need. And they are, showing us that, hey, we're gonna take the early game and we're just gonna steamroll over them up until the late game, because this is the kind of composition into the set of all guys that you don't want to get their power splits, because once they do, it's going to be pretty hard to stop it.
Yep. And that's where all the control is so important for Orangutan to actually, not allow all guys to scale. And right here, Thorfinn, though, getting a little bit of momentum going. He's already at level 7, and Delphox is already at level 7 as well. So moving straight right to that first Reggie fight down at the bottom. Orangutan looks like the team with actually more substance to win.
No, yeah, for sure. But let's find out together as the first set of objectives now up as well. RBX unfortunately doesn't have any supports with them to take down, this Regirock, and it seems as if Orangutan is going to be able to take down this the Regice for themselves, and they as Regirock, and they did for themselves as well. But with that being said, we also have Thorfinn going to be able to score up into that of the bottom tier score goal. But it's not much. At least they did not, put in a lot of risk, as they might have been taken out by Orangutan if they decided to engage them into that after taking down that Regirock.
Yeah, for sure. You don't want to be engaging right there. You're not going to be losing lots of EXP to Orangutan. But Lance, though, scoring 30 and 4 from the Trevenant as well, closing off the bottom tier zone. All guys is ahead of points, but right now, Orangutan is still ahead in the level department.
Right. But here comes, though, Old Guys was able to get a positional advantage to that out of the Regieleki earlier, but it seems as if they're waiting for everyone to come up, before they actually take the Regieleki, and maybe just using it to bait out Orangutan.
Yep, I mean, Orangutan, they want to take a fight, right? BKZ,
right?
They are at level 9. They are ready to go for the fight. Machop is only at level 8. There's nothing much that they could do, and all is going to be relying on Delphox and Didodrio to actually win themselves the Regieleki fight.
No, yeah, for sure. And speaking of that, we'll find out together whether that's going to be the case here. As we just saw, Fire Spin is going to be popped up here despite being nerfed here. It doesn't matter for them. And here come Mystical Fire as well. Going to be the same bills all over, but it is going to be BKC going to be able to take down that Regieleki. Fanciful Fireworks is going to be popped up a little bit too late, but that even Fist didn't do anything, didn't knock up anyone at all. But RBX, though, is going to get hit by a Wicked Blow. Never mind, not quite yet. A little bit delayed here. Glacial Surge is going to be popped up as well. Drill Peck not going to be able to hit anyone at all, but Ikura Ikura is going to be left behind and picked off by Old Guys. But BKZ right now low on health, not slow, but Mayhem with the gravity still not going to be enough as they are attacking. They are attacking from the back lane, long range, not a melee type Pokemon.
Wow, I mean, trades going in back and forth as well. Orangutan immediately dashing straight right in with the Urshifu to score the 40 points for himself. They're still losing 5 points away from all guys. But, you know, if this actually continues, Orangutan could snowball their way and get a win in multiple fights carry on later on as well.
No, yeah, but again, still, you know, they're still on equal footing. You know, all guys here still doesn't have like a lot of the, still doesn't have a lot of like advantage here. But at the very least, you know, Orangutan always wants to enforce the issue against all guys, and they need to, because if they can't, if they don't, they're not going to be able to stand a chance against all guys here.
For sure, all guys really need to take this Reggie Ice. It's not, they are so far behind compared to Orangutan, but Orangutan managed to get that Reggie Ice for themselves as well, getting a KO onto the Trevenant, and they're putting in so much pressure on the bottom side as well. Just taking out Wayam after that also, as all that's left is Sync 1 and just taking him out. And ladies and gentlemen, Orangutan gets a good fight right there and just scoring and tearing down the bottom lane Go Zone.
Wow, it is definitely the comeback here for Orangutan. Not quite yet though, as we still have to see, you still have yet to see that Reggie Lucky and likewise, you know, the Rayquaza still could be anyone's game. There's still not a lot of advantage here, especially to the point that, you know, all guys here just a bit, you know, had a bit of an advantage to the XP, but, you know, Orangutan, especially after the team fight, was able to take down the XP disadvantage that they had against all guys. And again, as I have mentioned, just enforcing the issue.
Yep, right here, oh guys, he's just putting on, going to get Xingdi. Xingdi get KO out there as well. Ikura coming to save them and just pushing them ahead. Right here, oh guys, is still surviving and just putting in fight to them.
Fanciful Fire is going to be popped up as well, and we all know for a fact that it charges up a little bit too quick and it's going to be ready just before that Rayquaza. But with that being said, everyone is just poking each other out, not allowing rather anyone to take down that Reggie Lucky. But with that being said, you know, all guys here just trying to get in some OS, some option select, as they secure that Reggie Lucky for themselves uncontested.
Yep, no resistance coming in for all guys, so that means they have to prepare to fight the Reggie Ilecki before going into the Legendary's pit. They might be entering the pit a little bit later compared to Orangutan, and yeah, so in the central area there might be a little bit of a scuffle coming in, and all guys might be a little bit of trouble right here.
Oh, wow, look at that. Heavy slam coming in from Ikura. Are they going to be able to take down Mayhem? Yes, they will. Beautiful lineup here coming from Ikura. And they're going to be able to take down RBX as well in the process. Now, they're going to get a little bit too late here going to the Rayquaza fight. So hopefully, Orangutan here would be able, you know, to position themselves and put up a huge wall here against all guys.
Yep, 2 KO just so close to that final stretch. It's not where you want to be as well. As right here, Orangutan is in position, waiting for all guys to go for the Legendary's pit. All guys behind in terms of points. They have to commit to this Rayquaza. If not, it's going to be too late.
No, yeah, for sure. But here comes the team fight. Here it comes. Oh, where... Oh, it was a fly that came upon, you know, the Wonder, which I was looking for. Where's the Clefable? But never mind. Here comes the Phantom Ambush as well. It's going to be popped up, but that's going to be not a lot. Here comes a Power Nap as well coming in from Ikura to save themselves. And just like that, they were still able to put in the wall against all guys. But we have to be wary. There is still Thorfinn with that of the Dodrio, but Triple Champ is going to be popped up as well. No follow-up, however, into BKZ knock-up. But here comes the submission out of nowhere. Machamp with the machine gun blow. No, machine gun blow with the barrage blow rather. My goodness, just ignored everyone after getting hit, going in for a hundo up top as well.
Wow, what a close fight right there. It's still a lot of back and forth, but right here, you know, the Machamp managed to keep 100 points for himself. The Dodrio getting KO'd by, and this is trades left and right coming in. Orangutan, 3 men down. As right here, all guys seems like they might have this lead, and they need, with 40 more seconds on the clock, and there's so much time left for the rest of the team to come back for one final fight.
No, yeah, for sure. And never mind, that is going to be the game here, ladies and gentlemen. It seems as if 110 points is too much for Orangutan to catch up. Even if they can take this Rayquaza away from all guys, they wouldn't have enough time to catch up against Orangutan. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, and all trains alike, we are looking at our first top 1 qualifier for the APAC East WCS it is none other than Old Guys for the Grand
Wow.
Champions.
Wow, I mean that final 100 points coming in from Lance with the Machop or Machamp is just it is the winning play, right? Like that 100 points actually put them ahead of the whole time. Torfin is the MVP, but I believe right here Lance putting in that last 100 points for Old Guys is the winning play for this round.
Wow, that was huge, especially at that last moment, right? Lance went for the RKO submission out of nowhere. And then after they got hit, right? After they were able to make use of Barrage Blow, right? They were able to make use of Barrage Blow, but after their targets getting pushed back, right? After they get pushed, well, not back, but rather to the side, they just didn't care much. You know what? Hey, whatever. I'm out. I'm bouncing out, dude. I'm out. I'm just gonna score in some points, and that 100 points is the final pen to the coffin here against Orangutan.
Yep, Orangutan has been winning fights after fights after fights the whole game, but fights don't win you games in Pokemon Unite. Point does, and Old Guys actually played it towards that particular objective. They have been losing fight the whole game, ladies and gentlemen, but they have been scoring consistently and diligently the whole time, and that actually what won them the game.
And here's another thing. They won against Orangutan in the upper bracket finals. But this just cements All Guys, cementing their name in the entire Pokemon Unite community that, hey, we just defeated the Kings of Asia, not 2-1, but 2-0. And not just once, mind you, not just once, but twice, dropping them down into the lower bracket first and the grand finals.
Yeah, so big congratulations to Old Guys right here, taking the ACL champion 2-0 in this whole tournament. Yes, they met in the winners bracket finals. They brought Orangutan down. Orangutan managed to climb back up the loser bracket, and we have this rematch with Old Guys. But Old Guys just sends it off 2-0, defeating the ACL champion and calling themselves the APAC qualifying champion.
Now here's the thing, right? It's going to be quite unfortunate for Orangutan that they wouldn't be able to run it back against All Guys not until 2 months later. 2 months later, because again, they already qualified for the regional finals, right? They already qualified for the regional finals, them, Orangutan, Old Guys, and Omo Abyssinian. And they wouldn't be able to run it back to Old Guys until that moment on June.
Yep, so I think, both teams will be taking a little bit of rest and off coming in May as well. So it's all down to June, right? These two teams might have a chance to actually face off once again to fight them, to see who is the better team of APAC East. But, if you guys see from the replays here again and again, right? Orangutan have been winning all the fights coming in, and Old Guy don't really look as great coming in before the final stretch.
Yeah, for sure. Especially that, Orangutan, as we have mentioned, right? They had the full control of the early game, going to the mid game, but as that happened, right? The moment that Old Guys was able to get in the Machoke, was able to get in the Trevenant, that is where it started. It was more of like a wave, right? Going into the Rayquaza fight, and just like that, they didn't even need, right? They didn't even need to fight Orangutan to win the entire game. They, as you can see here, they're a bit losing here. Yeah, the back happy, right? They were losing a bit, right, into that team fight, but very well placed AoE attacks put Orangutan on such low health, and just back happing at the very right moment, at the very right timing, is what made them win. Again, not everything is about team fights, guys. This is Pokemon Unite. You need points.
Yeah, that's the main objective, right? Yes, we saw the Machamp actually diving right in, going in with the Barrage Blow, and then next thing we know, he's up top scoring 100. And what a good play coming in from Lance. It's just clean.
And at the same time, right? At the same time, you wouldn't expect a Machamp to be the one back happen. If anything, it would have been Thorfinn, right? It would have been Thorfinn with a Dodrio, but no! We don't need no speedsters. We need all-rounders doing all the work.
An all-rounder indeed, right? He could do damage, he could score, he could win you the game. What is there? He is the champ. He is Machamp.
Wow, Moonboy. Sorry, I got taken aback. I didn't see that coming. All right, I see your play.
You see
I
me,
see your
you
play.
see me.
I see your play, ladies and gentlemen. Man, but again, once again. Oh goodness, my goodness, Moonboy, why? You're not like this before. You're not like this before. But I see you right now. I see you doing the plays. All right. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, again, our champions for the April qualifiers of the WCS Pokemon Unite April is none other than Old Guys. But with that being said, let's showcase a bit of the roster of Old Guys here. Before we're going to have an interview with them as well. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be talking with them in just a bit. So Moonboy, let's show them, the winning team's roster, a little bit of a showcase, and let's talk about them a little bit more, going into before the interview, as we prefer that.
Yep, there you have a little bit of graphics coming on for you guys. Congratulations to all guys once again. These are the 5 men that played through the gauntlet on Saturday and continuing it on Sunday as well. And there we have, ladies and gentlemen, our champion for this month's qualifier, Guy, Lance, RBX, Sync1, Toffin, and Wayam.
Wayam definitely showing us a lot here. Old Guys. They're not old guys, ladies and gents. They are the prime. They are the prime players of Asia right now. They're not anyone that's old right now. It's they were able to just right now, dethrone the best, or at least what was considered the best in Asia.
They should rename themselves, right? They should not be called Old Guys after today. They should call it Prime Time after today.
Prime Time, yeah, Prime Time. It's like watching those telenovelas at night, right? If you ever get that, they're the prime time, dude. The prime time right now. All guys taking in the win. But with that being said, we are going to have our interview. We still don't know who we are going to be talking to, but
I think it's Lance.
It is Lance.
Yep, I think it's Lance.
Is it?
Yep.
Okay, so if it is Lance, okay, hey Lance, what's up? Welcome. If you are more comfortable speaking in Tagalog, if mas okay ka magsalita ng Tagalog, I can translate for them. I can translate for them for the entirety of the audience. Pwede kong sabihin sa kanila in English. So, Moonboy, do you have any questions for them?
Hey Lance, what were you feeling when you're capping that last 100 points for the win? What is in your mind?
A bit nervous because I'm too low to dunk. Then I call my teammate that just trust me, and they trust me to that dunk.
Dude, that's
trust.
Huge.
Yeah,
that's huge. Not a lot of teams. There's a lot of teams currently in any competition really that are newly made, right? But at the same time, there are teams who have been playing for quite a while. And likewise, they already have this synergy. They have this trust within each other. And Lance just showed us that hey, that's all they need to actually win the entire thing.
Yep, for sure. Do you have any question for Lance, JJ?
Anong pakiramdam mo ngayon, dude? Like, paano? What are you guys feeling?
Mixed emotion kasi panalo. First time. New team kami, 1 month lang preparation. Tapos nag-champion, di namin inakala. Ayun lang.
So Lance just said that, they're a pretty new team. Well, they should be called the new guys first and foremost. But they just got they just formed 1 month ago, and just being one of their first tournaments as well, it's just quite surprising that they actually won the entire thing as well.
Wow. So Lance, after calling yourself champion for the month, how are you guys gonna celebrate and prepare for the June series?
We rest first because I have school tomorrow. I have to finish it before the qualifiers. Then play again.
It's Sunday, dude.
We will rest because we play 1:30 to until now. No rest.
1:30 in the morning or 1:30 at the start of the tournament?
Until
PM,
now,
okay.
we have no rest.
Please do take some rest.
And yeah, dude, I think this is where it comes to a point where it just shows some kind of responsibility as a player as well. That hey,
Mhm.
especially if you're still studying, they ensure that they're not neglecting their studies. So if you guys are still studying, please make sure don't focus on gaming. Don't focus on gaming too much. But if you can balance it, dude, you might as well be a champion, just like old guys right now.
For sure.
I mean,
Stay in school, kids.
gaming. No, but if you can balance it, right? Why not?
Mm-hmm.
And man, $7,500, Lance. It's a huge sum. What are your plans with that money?
We don't think it now because we will focus on the game. We don't think the money first. We just play the game and win it.
Right. With that being said, that is once again, all guys, thank you very much, Lance. Once again, congratulations as well for winning the entire thing, and we will see you once again. Okay, we will see you once again on June on the regional finals. So hopefully you do bring the bag as well going into the Worlds.
Thank you. Salamat
Thank
po.
you.
And there we have it, ladies and gents, the champions of the APAC qualifiers. Moonboy, what can you say? What can you say about the entire thing?
Well, it has been a really long day for the players, and lots of interesting lineup, interesting plays, and I'm just having a blast today, right? It has been a while since I'm back on the casting desk for Pokemon Unite, and I'm happy to be back, right? And we're in for a treat, ladies and gentlemen. APAC East once again putting the everything to work.
Yeah, this just gives us more of like chance, right, to see more of our teams in our region, our respective regions, right, to showcase their talents towards Worlds. Whereas in contrast to last year where we only had like 2, right? We only had 2 in our regions, and now we get to see 6 of them. Really,
Yeah.
6 of them. Well, APAC West, East, and then another 2 coming in from India as well. So that is quite a huge thing for us as well. Especially that a lot of the teams here are going to be given travel accommodations as well by none other than the Pokemon Company going to Worlds. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at a recap of our bracket of the day. No reset, nothing happened, but we do get to see 2-0 from all guys against Orangutan.
Yep, 2-0 Orangutan, 2-0 across the board all the way until the upper finals bracket against Orangutan, and he's being stopped there. It's not a 2-0 victory, but a 2-1 bring Orangutan down to the semi-finals or even the loser bracket finals, and Orangutan taking out Abyssian and finally getting the rematch that they wanted in grand finals, but unable to capitalize on that that opportunity. And guys, 2-0 Orangutan, and there we have, ladies and gentlemen, our champion for tonight.
And there's going to be more. Again, unfortunately for us, we're not going to be able to see Orangutan, not going to be able to see all guys, nor Omu Abyssinian until the regional finals. But props to them, once again, the top 3 gets to go to the regional finals immediately. And as you have mentioned earlier, Moonboy, they have 2 months of preparation. Freely, no, they don't even need to compete anymore. But obviously they would. I'm pretty sure for them to get their for them to get their practices as well, right? Going into the regional finals. But man, having that huge leeway is just pretty big for a team like this.
Yep, if you guys don't know who are the teams that will be going over to, that will have a seat in the June finals, there we have, ladies and gentlemen, all guys with Lance, RBX, Sync1, Thorfinn, Wayam, and second place will be Orangutan with Shingdi, Ray, Wushan, Ikura, and BKZ, and last but not least, OMO Abyssinian with Repson, JR Epson, Schwa, Miva, Tempest, and Luis as well. So this 3 teams, this 15 men will be waiting for the rest of APAC East in the June qualifiers. They are sitting right there in the seating position and just waiting for them for the challenge. They have a rest in May, so it's all down to June for them.
Now here is the just to clarify, right? Just to clarify everything, these teams, these players aren't the not aren't the qualified teams to go into Worlds. Not yet. We still have to do the regional finals, where we're going to get 8 teams, 3 today, 3 next month, and 2 on the last chance qualifiers in June. And those 8 teams will fight off for the spot, for the 3 spot, right? 3 spot for the World's title. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, if you still don't have any teams at all, this might be a good look for you guys, as we do have Pokemon Unite Challenge Day, where you can play not only as a team, but you can also play as solos, and you will be paired up with other solo players to form a team.
Yep, you never know, right? If you guys are lucky enough, you guys get to meet other people within the same region, and we might even see you together as a team in next month's UCS as well. So do mark your calendars, ladies and gentlemen. May 6th, 2023, we have an AM slot and a PM slot with the time in our graphics as well. It's gonna be a Swiss style event. All matches are best of 1 up to 4 rounds, held in each supported languages also. So there will be individual entry of 1 to 3 players. So this is where you can make new friends and unite with Pokemon Unite.
They just sorry. They just play a button.
We got it.
I know. I know. Sorry, you never do this. Sorry, but you never do this.
I always do this.
You never do this. I am always getting caught off guard today. Moonboy, I love you, dude. I love you, but don't do me like this.
I love you too, man. I love you too, JJ.
It has been quite a pleasure, Moonboy, to have been able to cast with you, and likewise with Permasneeze, who unfortunately was left a bit, but still we were able to cast with them, you as well, and with you guys as well, with our audience. It's been a pleasure to have you as our audience, and being supporting the teams all throughout the entire tournament. And those who weren't able to get into the top 3 still has a chance to getting back into the regional finals later on the month of May, when we have our May qualifiers.
Yep, we would like to give a big appreciation to everyone behind the scene as well. Those production, the observer, and last but not least, the audiences, just on stream supporting the teams. And without you guys, this event wouldn't be possible. Once again, my name is Moonboy, and I'm joined by... Oh, okay, hold on. JJ, you have any closing words?
Words.
Good
luck with you guys on May, because we're not going to be going out anywhere. We're still going to be your casters for May, so make sure you stay tuned next month as we see more teams. No longer old guys, no longer orangutan, no more Omo Abyssinian. We're going to see more teams qualify for the regional finals. Yeah.
Awkward smile, JJ, smile.
Awkward smile
for the camera.
We just smile. That's just it. There's nothing else much to say, really. It's
okay. We got instructions to say bye. So thanks so much, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Moonboy. He's JJ, and Permasneeze is on the resting room area as well. So do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys in May. See you guys next time.
Tempest in some trouble though, and the Gatling Gun missile starting to do some work. Viva forced to scatter and run, and for the first time, Pooh able to take a relatively successful fight. The triple trample going out to the Cameron, managing to take him down, and they're starting to turn it around, but the Solaire, is there enough spacing though? Uka trying to desperately get away the last touch. Luis, you need to go in, you get the save right to start, that's not too bad. But the Starlight Recital used a bit preemptively. They want to take down Tempest, forcing out that power nap. He's sleeping right in the middle of all of them, but they're gonna be able to take down this stock. The side of Omo Abyssinian, it could slip away from him right here, but oh no, triple trample coming in straight to Gatling Golf, but it doesn't matter. Miva slicing them up, and Miva survives. A really nicely managed for Talon, but now KY might be some trouble going ahead using the Chaos Glower, forcing them back to recall, and they're just out of the picture. It's not enough at the moment, and Drem needs to be careful for support that Psychic Solaire. Just to keep, we're not gonna hear anything, but it doesn't even need to. Because the side of V family, they're falling like flies right now. Thames might be in some trouble. Brone is into the fray as well as KY doing his work on CHH, and then Delphox doesn't stand a chance. They're just doing such a good job at distracting the front line and taking out the back line. Gao, he's got a Dragon Dance, but this is his last little tango here. He's gonna go down, I say that. Still surviving, no, the punch is there. JT finds it, and now the Wood Hammer, the punch being wound up. Uh-oh, the
Not much results coming in from them as well, as we're moving straight right to the final stretch. And
Oh,
there we go, big blow
the
coming
huge
in.
punch, single strike, one punch is all you need. JT finds them all and knocks them all to bits. 3 members disappearing in the blink. One goal zone, but take a look at Talon. They don't care, they're just charging down to the central goal zone.
If you're guys gonna score 50 points, I'm gonna score 100 points back at
Keep an eye out for the final Reggie Lecky, because that going into your what was that side shot driven from over the cliff, just side blast them. They're all just gonna melt, and they're not done just yet. Here comes the Even Fist knocking down the Glacier. The punches are through, and old guy desperately trying to dash away with the IC win. No cigar, and you're gonna take a nap right next to your teammates. This poor Snorlax has nowhere else to go. The block
already in position, but right here Talon is on the move. They're just putting them down one by one as the Regirock goes straight right to the side of Talon once again.
Verity now up by a full 600. What can you do? I mean, V family. It's rough. There's nothing more. There's nothing that's supposed to be.
Yeah, it's actually quite interesting as well, where old guys Arch says Sylveon just to be able to take it out. But still, with that being said, they were able to take down the
Dunks back the other way. The
Oh my
advantage back in
goodness.
old guy's favor, but a huge fight breaking out. Unite moves back and forth, and the portals are open. Shiggy trying to do his best to lay out the hands of the rest of his opponents, but they're all falling like flies. Where's the backup? This poor bear is left all alone. Wrong side of the wood. The ring's unbound, trying to do its work. The triple trample throughout as well. Is enough damage? There is the Phantom Forest keeping them up, but the punches Ikura finding his ground and have need to take down the Rayquaza, and they need to get some dunks. They're trying to do all that they can, and they're gonna grab it. But can they? I don't know where's the vantage right now. They're still trying to look for an opening. But Chua, he can't get it in. The punches, BKZ grabs him. Tempest can't get the punches out.
And 13 on the Scyther, and they're still scrambling right here in the bottom side as well. KO's going left and right, skills firing and all over the place. As first KO going straight right to the
answer back. BKC is going to be able to be taken down here by that of Thorfinn. But here comes the answer coming in from Orangutan. It's going to be 2 for 2 trade here. 3 are left. 2 into the side, of course, of that amazing Chengdi. Oh, minutes.
They have to take the raid. They have to go for the score. And do they have enough time to actually close this off?
Let's find out together, Moonboy, and here you go. The final team fight is happening right now. Hornleash into BKC going to be able to push them.
13 on the Scyther, and they're still scrambling right here in the bottom side as well. KO's going left and right, skills firing and all over the place. As first KO going straight right to the
Tempest in some trouble though, and the Gatling